What if the champion called forth to rescue this realm actually craved a life of tranquility? But as he tends to his humble farm, the alluring demon queen brings the world to its knees, uniting every clan under her tyrannical banner, with no power left to resist her. Mankind is shackled, their hearts poisoned against their own savior. And all this unfolds while the legend himself enjoys his serene existence. The conflict? The queen demands the hero's defeat to cement her status as the supreme pinnacle of existence. So she scoured the lands, hunting for this fabled champion. But what she discovered was a foe beyond her wildest nightmares. Our saga begins in a world teeming with countless races. Anything you can fathom, from mortal humans to ancient dragons and all that lies between. In this very moment, all clans wage war against the demon queen. Yet, despite the combined might of every race against her, the demonic horde, led by the queen, shatters all opposition. The onslaught was so brutal that humanities will begin to break. This sparked countless rebellions. And amidst the chaos of this war, Elizabeth, the most formidable demon queen in all of history, seized the throne, becoming the sovereign of the world and all its peoples. As she sits upon her throne, a defiant priest cries out to her, "Elizabeth, do not mistake this for your victory. In time, our champion will rise and utterly annihilate you." One of her lieutenants rushes forth, kicking him down, demanding he show respect to the queen. This underling is a human once groomed to be the hero, the prophesied savior. But he turned his back on all humanity. He assumes a demonic visage, advancing to execute the priest. But suddenly, the queen commands him to halt and questions the holy man. "What is this? This talk of a hero and a prophecy ending in my defeat. You wretched mortal, explain this meaning now. There are over 1,000 fates worse than death I can inflict." The priest reveals the prophecy when a hero emerges and draws the sword embedded in the stone. That day will mark the hour the demon race is obliterated, and humanity reclaims dominion of the earth. The blade rests there in the main hall, if you dare. Go witness it. She proceeds there, gazing at the sword and musing. So, when a warrior pulls this blade, I am to perish. How amusing. Let us see when this day shall come. Then, she readies her entire legion for the arrival of this so-called great hero. A year goes by, then 2 years pass, then 3 years pass, 4 years, and no one even properly guards the castle gates anymore. 15 years later, where in the hell is this hero who never appeared? Life in the capital city has even stabilized. The clans are all coexisting peacefully. Trolls, lizards, humans, elves, all living in harmony. And because of this, most now fear the hero's return. They are anxious, knowing that the hero's return means war. Many lives will be lost, and they would have to rebuild the entire empire once more. Even a faction opposing the hero's advent has been formed. No one desires the hero's arrival. In the hall, the queen demands, "Does anyone have news of this coward who is yet to face me?" The elf reports that she has communed with all the trees, the flora, and the insects across the entire planet. None know the whereabouts of the supposed hero. The dwarf admits he is slow and cannot gather much information. But among all the world's weapon forges and blacksmiths, no one has heard whispers of the hero. The traitor, now the human race representative, claims he believes it is no longer worth the concern. Likely, the hero no longer stands a ghost of a chance against the queen, but the Minotaur demon at his side quickly warns, "Be careful." The queen does not fear the prophecy. She wants the prophecy to occur. She craves a battle with this fated hero. Best not to speak lightly of it. She's been on edge for 15 years. The elf agrees. Indeed, this prophecy is likely a myth, and this hero does not even exist. In that instant, the man, who first warned the queen of the hero who would come to slay her, bursts in bearing a sign from the Anti-Hero Arrival Association. The man had changed his allegiance entirely. The queen ensnares him with her shadowy grasp and demands, "Did you not claim there would be a hero of prophecy who would come and draw this accursed sword? Where is he?" Her new #1 fan proclaims that in truth, she is so powerful, so overwhelmingly strong that the prophecy failed to trigger. Humanity was unable to birth a being as mighty as she. The queen's turncoat minion agrees with him. "It is true, my great queen. You need not concern yourself with this hero any longer. There is no hope for him." But he is met with a swift tail slap across the face. The queen slams the priest against the wall and roars, "Where's this damn hero? I have conquered the very world, but I must kill him. or else everyone will believe I fear this prophecy. Where is this cursed man? She continues. She mastered all the powers of this plant, learning the magic of world-ending cataclysms just to face him. But where is he? At that moment, she glares at the sword and declares, "Very well, since you will not come to me, I shall come to you." And she begins to pull the sword. Her court watches in absolute terror, pleading, "Your Majesty, you mustn't. You will die. The sword was forged to kill you." Raw energy erupts, blasting throughout the chamber. The queen strains as everyone is thrown into the air, forced to shield themselves. She unleashes another wave of power, obliterating the entire castle. And in doing so, she draws the sword of prophecy. Who said only the hero could draw this? In that instant, she feels the blades call its true master, and her gaze begins to scan the planet towards a tiny cottage, a small farm in the absolute middle of nowhere. And she snarls, "So this is where you have been hiding." Then she uses a forced teleportation. Her subject cry out, "Please, Your Majesty, do not go. Permit me to serve you at your side." Queen Elizabeth. We then cut to life on that small farm. A young man is there peacefully, wearing his straw hat, wiping sweat from his brow, and sighing. Farming is so serene. And yes, he is the legendary hero. We get a glimpse of his life before he was reincarnated. He was a man who slaved away all day with barely any hobbies. He didn't play video games, didn't read anything. The only thing he enjoyed was watching some farming clips. On his commute, he would always think, "Man, if I could just live a life like that. Just cultivating the land without a care. That would be amazing." And then he was whisked away to this world. The beginner system guided him through basic survival skills, like wielding some weapons, how to hunt. And he absolutely loved it. This was the exact farmer's life he had dreamed of. But then the system began to prompt him. "Congratulations, hero. You have completed the novice stage. You may now begin your adventure." But he thought, "Why would I start an adventure? It's so peaceful here on my farm. I'm not interested." The system explained, "After you depart the starting village, you will meet the many peoples of this world. You will learn countless skills and magics. You will master swordsmanship and grow stronger. And when you become the legendary hero, you will slay the demon queen. Please begin your adventure now." But he thought, "I have no desire to kill the demon queen. Let her be. I just want to remain here and live in peace." But the system kept on insisting, "No. No, you cannot do that. The demon queen is slaughtering everyone. Please start the adventure. Start the adventure." Every single day, it spammed this to our protagonist. But he quickly deduced that aside from nagging, the system was utterly powerless. So he resolved to live there indefinitely. Since it's the starting village where the hero begins, it's protected by a barrier to heighten the chances of survival in the beginning. So the area is hidden, and time here even flows differently to help the hero develop faster. The days are far longer. He can plant, hunt, forge, and meditate all in a single day. Sure, he still knows nothing about swords or magic, but that's irrelevant. He has no desire to leave here anyway. He'll just stay here with his simple existence, doing his farming very peacefully. But then one day, the system went berserk and started berating him, screaming that he only exchanged points for farmer's tools. It was a disgrace. It was a shame for the system. He was summoned here to kill the demon queen. With that, the system overloaded and self-destructed. Since that day, he never received another message, and life became more tranquil than ever before. As another day of his harvest ends, he decides it's time to eat. He remembers he left his small axe out in the woods. Guess I'll have to go back. But just then, the heavens began to roil and gather dark energy, and the protagonist worried. Oh no, of all the times. Meanwhile, the queen materialized in the sky, proclaiming, "At last, I have found the legendary hero of all prophecies." Our hero was dashing back, because he left some laundry on the line with some drying fish. And if it rains, everything will be drenched and ruined. While grabbing his things from the clothesline, he feels a wave of relief. "Thank goodness I made it here in time. If it had rained, my fish would be soaked. My clothes, too. I wouldn't have anything to wear tomorrow." At that moment, a small mechanical dog at his side begins to bark. Our protagonist tells it to get inside, because a storm is coming. But the little dog nods its head, gesturing for him to look up. Our hero looks up. "What is that thing up there, son?" The queen, hearing this, becomes enraged. "What did you just call me? A thing?" He realizes her growing anger and quickly apologizes. "I couldn't see you clearly. You're quite far away." The queen decides to verify if he's indeed the hero and launches something in his direction. When it reaches his side, It's the sword, which circles him and flies straight to his hand. So it is confirmed, isn't it? He is the hero. On the other hand, our hero is terrified. He wants nothing to do with this blade, telling her, "Take it back. I don't want this thing here." The queen, seeing he rejects the legendary sword, starts to seethe, thinking, is he concealing his true power? I, Elizabeth, the mightiest demon queen in history, I will utterly annihilate you. The protagonist is dying of fear and frustration because the system swore it was impossible to find him here. The little dog continues to bark at the demon queen, and our protagonist finally grasps it. Following the logic of the prophecy, it was fate that one day they would meet. So there's not much left to be said. He drops the sword and retreats home as if embracing his doom. I'm going to die regardless, so I'll die peacefully in my own house. At least, I've never trained at all. I have no sword skills. I have no magic, so I'll lie down in this bed and await oblivion. However, from the queen's perspective, she interpreted his actions very differently, as if he were telling her he didn't even need to defend his home, that his little dog alone was more than enough, and that she should attack him with everything she has. Naturally, she was not pleased. This insolent hero is so arrogant. She immediately unleashes a volley of meteors toward the house. However, the little dog begins to calculate her power level. It prepares a barrage of missiles, fires in her direction, and intercepts everything. Witnessing this, the queen thinks, I did not expect the great hero of legend to be this brazen. Are you truly going to depend on an advanced, sentient magical artifact? But in my presence, all things are inferior. The skies then bleed purple as she gathers a devastating power, announcing she's tired of these games. However, the little dog once again runs its calculations, summons a sphere of darkness, and sends it toward her attack. She commands it to cease its defiance, because that power was meant to annihilate this entire continent. But when the small black orb touches her magic, it transforms into a black hole. It consumes all of the queen's power, which vanishes in an instant. Looking at the house, she's utterly bewildered, thinking, what? My magic just disappeared. What did he do from inside that house? The protagonist is inside, still lying on the bed, just waiting for his death to arrive. The queen then descends from the heavens to battle the small dog. It seems I underestimated you. Did I not? She unleashes her full power, declaring this will be 100%. The little dog once again readies its missiles, and a cataclysmic explosion ensues. Meanwhile, the protagonist is just sleeping. After some time, he awakens wondering, am I dead already? Not dead yet, huh? What is happening? Strange. I'm still at home. Let me check outside. Hesitantly, he reaches for the doorknob. He's terrified to open the door and find the queen ready to kill him. So he just cracks it open, and there she is, holding the little dog, completely shattered. Our protagonist calls out the dog's name, One Kai, and the queen, in a mocking tone, oh, my apologies, but I had to utterly destroy this magical artifact of yours that you're so proud of. Our protagonist is terrified, pleading, can't we talk this out, my queen? The queen retorts, of course, immediately after I kill you. But internally, she's reeling from how unbelievable the situation is. How did that magical tool force me to use all my power? Is this the end for the queen? And then she collapses there, falling flat on the ground. Our hero rushes to her side, asking if she's all right, and the deactivation of her armor commences, which was being sustained by her magic. Everything covering her begins to dematerialize, and our boy, obviously, gets a nosebleed, as is tradition. Sometime later, it's now night. She awakens in bed, handcuffed. As soon as she registers this, she thinks, damn it, how did I, the legendary Queen Elizabeth, the strongest of all millennia, suffer such a pathetic defeat? And the worst part, instead of seizing the chance to kill me, he imprisoned me. All of this, just to display his power. She tries to break free, but cannot, and realizes, damn it, another legendary tier artifact, one I've never heard of. How much more power does this hero of legends conceal from me? She glances around, seeing chess pieces, playing cards, and thinks, I've never seen any of these before. Apparently, this hero is far more cunning than I ever imagined. I truly underestimated him. Just then, our hero enters the room with a tray of snacks. She glares and says, all right, if you intend to kill me, then do it. But don't expect me to beg for mercy. But our protagonist is just thinking how troublesome this queen is. She's too powerful. This is my only shot at survival. So he tells her, can we talk? These handcuffs I placed on you, It was merely a precaution, because I'm terrified of you. You're incredible. The queen is slightly bewildered, thinking he's underestimating her. He continues, I believe we've had a misunderstanding. I'm going to remove these cuffs, so we can talk civilly. Okay. But from her perspective, she's interpreting what he said like this. Sorry, if you didn't grasp from the start the vast gulf between us, believing you were strong enough to even challenge a hero. Okay, I'm going to release you now, so you can realize your own powerlessness, and you're going to obey my every command. And she thinks, this bastard, how dare he threaten the demon queen? He then says, there, I have already freed you from the cuffs, to show you I am powerless against you. Understand? Let's talk. The queen is frustrated. Damn it, I underestimated him too greatly. As powerful as I am, I must also know when to concede. But he will pay dearly for this arrogance in the future. Our protagonist exits the room, shaking, and says, go rest for now. Our hero then breaks the fourth wall and tells us, you must be wondering why I didn't just kill the demon queen. But I've read in this world's tomes, and it's exceedingly common for the demon queen to be resurrected immediately upon death. So if I kill her, she will just return. The only way to resolve this conflict is by ending this conflict. There can no longer be a battle between the queen and the hero. As long as I'm not a threat to her, I'll be able to befriend her, and we will live happily ever after. The insane hero is cackling like a madman. The queen just thinks, damn him, he's still laughing in my face. The hero grabs his small dog and says, hey buddy, you'll be up soon, huh? The queen, witnessing this, says, oh, so this is your most powerful magical artifact. Our hero thinks it's not exactly a magical tool. It was just a little contraption I made when I was bored. And he replies to her, yeah, you could say it was one of the last things I created. The queen lets slip a small smirk, scheming, perfect. Now is my chance. He was careless to remove my restraints. He allowed me to use my secret abyss magic and instantly recover. And now, without the protection of your automaton, the balance of this battle is completely in my favor. It is time to kill you. Prime for the attack. She says, my apologies for breaking your toys. Great hero. But he replies, relax. It's fine. His memory chip is still right here in his back. She's seething. This is the perfect moment. I'm going to end the hero of legends now. At this point, our hero says, luckily, I have 6 more of these little spare bodies prepared, so you have no need to worry about that, queen. The poor girl is left speechless. He already inserts the memory chip, and the little dog powers on, completely fine, jumping and licking his hero. He still says to her, I do like having the company, but sometimes they are too messy, so I just keep one activated. In her mind, this was all a scheme to utterly humiliate her. Seeing his twisted smile, she collapses onto the bed, not comprehending anything. There's no way. It's impossible. Suddenly, she catches a scent and asks, what is that aroma? He says, I saw you were unconscious, so I prepared a small meal to warm you. And it's ready, all made with ingredients he cultivated himself. But after being a farmer for so long, his cultivation level is at its absolute peak. The queen eyes the food and asks, why did you trouble yourself with this? Only the weak require sustenance. I have transcended such mortal needs. But she catches the scent of the food and feels her stomach rumble. Our hero says, I personally grew all these vegetables and grains. Please have a taste. In his mind, he just wants to end this conflict with a meal. She's still wary, but decides to try it. Speechless, the protagonist is thinking, even though I've practiced cooking for so many years, would my cooking be able to satisfy someone of the queen's demonic royalty status? She takes some more and bites, takes another, and already thinks with each bite. The juices of the meat explode in my mouth like fireworks. Not to mention the flavor is so unbelievably natural, and it still holds an immense amount of magical energy. Who would have thought delicacies exist in this world? That would please even the demon queen. I can do nothing but devour every last morsel of his meat. Just then, she feels something explode within her, and complains to him that it is too spicy. What did you do to this food? He is taken aback, saying the only thing he did was add a little bit of chili, which is something he enjoys. Can the demon queen not handle spicy food? The queen is in agony, thinking it was obvious, as if this hero would ever be so kind. He's merely toying with me, using me for his experiments. He brings her a soup, saying it will help quell the burn. She stares at it and thinks, he gave me the poison, and now he offers me the antidote. Truly, I am dancing in the palm of this hero's hand. It's such a degrading feeling, and yet Suddenly, she transcends, ascending to the heavens with the protagonist. The meat, the taste, it's so comforting, so peaceful. The war between the demon queen and the hero. None of that matters to me anymore. I'm going to forget it all and live quietly, because I've finally realized how insignificant I am. The food holds such magical density that it even evolves her, making her stronger. She grows confused. She looks at him and demands, "Stop this charade. What do you want from me?" The hero, feeling awkward, says, "What do you mean? I just wanted to do some research to see if the demon queen and the hero could coexist." But she interprets it differently. "In this world, you're the only one worthy to be my research subject, since I am a hero. So come here. I will help you become stronger to see if one day you can defeat me." Our protagonist asks, "Do you agree to this? I'll continue making delicious food to serve you." While the queen is losing her mind, thinking that a knight may die, but not from such shame, especially her, the demon queen. She is convinced the protagonist's plan is to empower her, to see if she has any hope of ever facing him. Mulling this over, she turns there, goes to the bed, stands and announces, "I agree with you, but I have two conditions. First, I'm not doing this because I am afraid of you, but because I desire to reach the pinnacle and be the strongest being in the world." The hero is confused. The demon queen, does she not realize she can kill me? She continues, "Second, as long as I am here, do not think I will ever bow my head. I will never submit to you. My dignity as the great queen must never be tarnished. If that happens, even if I must sacrifice everything, I will destroy you." Our hero is completely flustered and says, "Understood, understood, okay. Let's be friends. Let's stay close to each other." She gives him a sharp look and says, "It is fine if you wish to conduct research. Feel free. And one more thing, if there's anything delicious, give me some." And our hero agrees. A year has passed, and our protagonist is using the legendary prophecy, sort of chop firewood while he thinks. Things have gotten a bit complicated, because after the queen forced her way in here, I lost the cloaking field that hid the house from the world, and the monsters that keep wandering by here don't seem very easy to handle. But obviously, when they sense the queen's presence in the house, they don't dare to approach. The problem is, he imagines as soon as the queen departs, he'll likely lose his entire home. From inside, the queen is screaming furiously, asking why lunch is not ready yet. In our protagonist's mind, he cannot let her leave. He needs her protection. Meanwhile, in the living room, the decadent queen is watching some high-quality entertainment. And besides, after feasting so much for an entire year, she's gotten chubby. She says, "I'm tired of watching these same recordings. Do you have anything else from that system?" He responds, "I've told you, the system has been gone for a very long time. Come over here. I made lunch." She thinks about getting up, but instead of walking, she conjures two small wings to float over to the table. She looks at him and asks, "What kind of poison did you put in these potatoes? It seems the more of them I eat, the more slothful I become." She ponders, this damn man, using delicious food to immobilize me with his slow-acting toxin, and still trying to lead me down a path of total depravity with these incredibly provocative images. He tries to explain, it's just that these potatoes have a lot of calories, and by eating so many, you start to gain weight and get a little lazy. At that moment, she looks down and sees her belly, but then she invokes magic right there and converts all the energy from her stomach into magical power, transforming into a stunning beauty. The protagonist is astonished. Magic can be used in that way. She glares at him and says, "Ha, another one of your ploys has failed. Are you disappointed?" He tells her, "Yes, I am very disappointed. Now let's eat." She looks at the table and declares, "Wow, today's spread is perfect. I will not hold back," and starts devouring it. He lets some words hang in the air. "As much as she eats, I always manage to go and prepare more food, right? And besides, I will have to get used to it regardless, since we're going to live like this for quite some time." Her interpretation, of course, is completely different. "You're still far too weak. I will have to fatten you up much more before I kill you." So he gets up and says, "I'll fetch you some dessert." She, on the other hand, can't take it anymore, thinking, the fiend keeps treating me like livestock, force-feeding me with these magical foods. I've evolved more than 10 times this year alone. It's not possible that I still lack the power to challenge him. The time for the great, decisive battle is now. But right at that instant, our hero returns with a small pudding and says, "Here, your favorite. Here, look. Her eyes begin to sparkle as she happily goes to eat. The hero thinks, even though she's the demon queen, she's not very difficult to manage. You just need the right ingredients. The scene shifts to an old man fleeing with a blonde girl. They're being pursued by creatures in purple cloaks and white masks who are hurling spells in their direction until they are trapped in a magic cage and forced to stop and fight. It is a father and his daughter. He turns to her and says, "I will hold them off here. Run to the city and find a safe place." The daughter replies, "I won't abandon you here and escape alone." But the father insists, "I swore to your mother I would protect you until my last breath." The creatures are already conjuring a massive spell to attack them. The father then says, "It is time to use the strongest power of all," and unleashes a slash of white light that cuts the enemy, who is casting the spell in half. But the creature seems to be made of ooze and instantly reforms. The daughter tries to loose an arrow, but her attacks just phase right through the monsters. The father warns, "There's nothing your arrows can do. Just run to the city and flee." The monster lunges to strike her, but the father manages to block it. But unfortunately, he is sent flying. He slams his back against a rock and is already covered in blood. Close to death, he says, "Don't come help me. Just run away." Then the creatures begin to merge and morph into a giant beast. "My lord, please, take me instead, but I beg you, spare my father's life." But in that instant, she felt the cold embrace of death. Then suddenly, what appeared to be a colossal mammoth descended, obliterating the abomination beneath its colossal weight. Atop this beast, a dwelling, and atop that a venerable amphibian sage. And upon the ancient frog sage's very head rested a doghouse containing the protagonist's small automaton. The frog speaks to the mechanical hound, "Elder brother, what shall be our course with these two fragile mortals?" The small dog replies, "Do not harm them. I will deliver them to the master." In the next scene, the girl awakens in the hero's abode, completely disoriented by the recent events. Scanning her surroundings, she wonders, "Where am I? What has transpired?" The last thing I recall, my father was beside me, on the verge of death. She then rises, rushes to the door, and throws it open. When she looks, her father is striking some bodybuilder poses for our protagonist, who asks him, "Wow, how do I attain a physique like that?" The father declares, "A champion's body is of paramount importance. You must take better care of yourself, my boy." The hero thinks, so this is the fabled warrior class I've heard so much about. It is magnificent. The little dog prances around happily. The queen, seething with annoyance, boots him, demanding, "Who gave you leave to bring these mortals to my abode? You useless cur." The small automaton whimpers, its circuits weeping, and our protagonist continues to prod the man's muscles, saying, "Wow, you are so firm." The father states, "Very well. If the great hero does not mind, then I shall not hide it either." He then explodes out of his garments, and our hero simply admires, while the daughter thinks, "Father, what are you doing there?" Oops. He finally notices his daughter's presence, and our hero tries to explain the situation, but the demon queen approaches her and commands, "There, now that you are awake, be gone. I am warning you, I was here first." The hero, trying to de-escalate, says, "Calm down. Let's all go inside." He then serves some tea and says, "My apologies for having nothing better to offer you too. This is a rustic place. I make everything, so it is all very humble." The girl, looking, asks, "Father, is this the divine elixir you spoke of that healed you?" In an instant, our protagonist is embarrassed. I think calling this a divine elixir is a bit of an overstatement. It's merely a simple infusion of water with some herbs. The queen is fuming on the side. "Damn it, why did that dog bring these two feeble humans here? Is the hero not satisfied with me alone? Am I not enough in this house?" The father begins to recount the tale, saying he was completely unconscious and his memory is hazy, but he recalls the dog bringing him here. And then, when he took a sip of the drink, he ascended instantly and was completely restored, becoming stronger than ever, and says, "Daughter, if it were not for the great hero, I would never see you again." She looks at the tea and thinks, "Wow, but this is so precious. Can we truly drink this?" Our hero says, "You adventurers are so modest, but relax, you could drink it. No problem." They thank him and begin to drink. Instantly, both of them ascend, traversing a multitude of realities, ending up in a cornfield, weeping on the ground, birds circling overhead as an alien craft passes by. Both are bewildered. And the father instantly evolves from a 3-star archmage to 4 stars. And the girl goes from a 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage. The father turns to his daughter and says, "Girl, our power level has advanced instantly." And she replies, "Indeed. I can even feel the elven blood from my mother's lineage was awakened. By this drink, new ears sprouted on my head. I double-checked, and she did not have those ears before." The two are shattered, realizing just how much stronger the hero is. For them, that is an unreachable level of power. They even lose their will to fight. The protagonist looks and says, "Relax. I'll pour another glass for you." The father, weeping, says, "It is all right, Lord Hero. It is enough." The father is thinking, "The hero is a divine being sent from the heavens. I cannot cause him any more trouble." Our hero says, "All right," thinking, "I wanted to serve some different drinks and food, but unfortunately, Elizabeth took and hid everything. And if I take it to serve them, she'll kill everyone. And she's right there, saying, 'Everything here is mine. Do not even think of taking anything else.'" Our hero lets out a sigh, saying, "Yeah, truly, I have nothing else to serve. I am sorry. You were attacked, correct? What happened?" The father explains that they were attacked due to the elven bloodline in the daughter's body. Her mother was a great elven saintess. However, her husband was of the human race, and for elves, it is forbidden to marry any other race. So the protagonist asks, "Oh, so the elves are hunting you down?" The queen interjects, saying, "Stop lying. The demon queen outlawed the ban on interracial marriage long ago, when she conquered the world." The father said, "It is a long story, but since her mother had to return to the elven homeland, he had to conceal his daughter all this time." The hero then asks, "But even still, if they know where you are, how do they find you?" The father explains that actually the mother was a sacrifice, and since she returned to the elven tribe, they're no longer being pursued. But now, it's the shadow syndicate of the demon kingdom that's after them. The hero looks to the side, thinking, "Demons, the shadow syndicate, could it be you?" She becomes enraged and points her finger at him, who quickly apologizes. She sits down and tells him to explain why this shadow syndicate of demons is trying to capture elves. The father explains that apparently this shadow syndicate is conducting experiments on living subjects to try and resurrect the demon queen from the dead. And elves are vital components. They're trying so desperately that even the daughter, who is not of pure bloodline, is being hunted. The hero looks over, thinking, "I suppose that has something to do with you, doesn't it?" The queen grabs him and begins to shake him, telling him not to even entertain the thought. Then she says, "It doesn't make sense, for she has been here an entire year, and he has always seen her, so she could not have left." The father and daughter are perplexed. The queen scoffs, "Wow, just with my absence for a single year, the land has fallen into such disarray. Who has been spreading the rumor that the queen is dead?" But they tell her, "Queen Elizabeth has not been seen for over 500 years. If she were alive, she would have emerged to conquer the entire world again. She must be dead, right?" The hero is biting his nails, thinking, 500 years? She has been living here with me for 1 year. The queen sits on the sofa and demands, "What are these rumors of her death?" The elf explains that according to the great literary legend, the queen was obliterated by the legendary hero. The father continues, "The battle raged for over a month until finally, the great hero sacrificed himself to protect the continent and perish, along with the demon queen." At this point, the queen glares at the two and transports them to a death realm. The daughter asks, "Father, what is this place?" The father says that it is her pure intent to kill them both. The queen then says, "All this rumor is false," and just agrees. The hero said, "It must also be a false rumor, because I am the legendary hero. At least, that's what the system told me." The father and daughter are then left without understanding a thing. The hero explains, "And this one here, the one you're all talking about, is Queen Elizabeth." The two begin to overload with excess information. Their minds cannot process all of this. From the queen's point of view, the interpretation is different. "Look at this fool here. I have dominated her for so long. She doesn't even know what to do." He laughs in her face. With that, she gets the table, angrily saying she's not going to stay here entertaining them, thinking, "Damn you, hero, you fiend. It seems you only save them to humiliate me in their presence. This time you have gone too far." She slams the door and storms out. The father then asks the hero, "Lord Hero, what are your plans for the future? What will you do with us?" Our hero says he needs to calm down, because even he has no idea what to do. After Elizabeth shattered the barrier, the synchronization of time, Inside and outside became completely distorted. Night falls, and the daughter is speaking with her father. Wow, I never expected their story to be like this. Apparently, the great demon queen fell in love with the legendary hero and forsook the entire world just to hide away with him, just like you did with Mother. The father replies, "Stop speaking such nonsense. We cannot even compare ourselves to them." And another thing, at this very moment, the hero is likely deciding whether he kills us or not. The daughter said, "But if you were going to kill us, he wouldn't have saved us. Why save us just to kill us?" But the father says, "Did you not drink that tea? Did you not see how far above us they are? Just by witnessing his power, you should know that to them, we are nothing more than ants. Whether we live or die, none of that matters to them. It all depends on their mood at the moment." At this point, the protagonist enters the room and says, "So, it seems you two have not slept yet. What are you discussing?" The elf gets spooked. "If you have not slept yet, how about we play some cards?" The father, "Play some cards?" The three of them sit around a candle. The hero asks, "Did you understand everything?" The father basically said that, while the elf girl is thinking, "It's just as my father said." This is the hero's test to decide if he will kill us or not. Our hero then says, "So now, begin dealing the cards." The father gulps and says, "Lord Hero, may I ask the name of this game?" The elf, Pearl, is terrified, sensing a sinister power radiating from the deck. Our protagonist thinks, "I can't just call this game Landlord. The people of this world won't even understand those words." "I know." Then he proclaims, "The name of this game is Dragon Battle Surprise." They repeat, "Dragon Battle?" Elizabeth, who is nearby in disguise, also gets confused. "Dragon Battle? What does he intend to do with them?" The hero explains, "You two brave champions must join forces to defeat the dragon. We will decide who is the dragon and who are the champions, based on the cards we draw." The father and daughter stare at one another, both thinking, this is definitely a trial. He then says, "I will now begin dealing the cards. Remember, choose very carefully." The hero pulls his hand. "I shall take a look at my cards first." The father looks at his daughter and says, "We cannot falter now. Draw your cards." All right. There's already a strange mana flowing from the deck. She then draws a card, and the two are thrown into another dimension. The poor girl is staggering, leaning on the ground, thinking this is not good. Just by drawing one card, my mana was completely drained. I am powerless. She looks at her father and says, "I'm sorry." And he replies, "It is all right, my daughter. Leave the rest to me." The hero asks, "Do you wish to be a dragon?" He stares at his hand, thinking, even though I don't have many high cards, it is still a fairly decent hand. Not to mention, there is a king. This isn't bad at all. It can win. The father and daughter say they have no intention of becoming the dragon. The hero, on the other hand, is having fun. "If I can get another 4 and an ace, I would have a winning hand." He asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to?" They reply that they do not. The hero says, "Since that is the case, I will not be polite," and he places his hand on the deck and draws 2. Then he throws an 8, a 10, and a queen. He is dissatisfied with the cards he drew and looks disappointed. The father thinks, "What happened? We did nothing. Is the Lord Hero displeased with our performance?" He then says, "I shall begin with an 8. It is your turn, uncle." The uncle is already sweating bullets. If we can pass this trial, he will spare us. I cannot give up, but I feel that every time I play a card, it costs me several years of my life. My very life force is being consumed. Trembling, he says, "I play a jack." The daughter says, "Father," but he interrupts, saying, "It is fine. Leave it to me." She then says she will pass. The hero mulls over their strategy. Besides the royal flush, they can make a straight from 7 to the queen. Only the 10 and the jack remain. Should I break up the pair? If I do, they will play it too. Thinking of various strategies, but unable to reach a solid conclusion, he says he will pass as well. The father asks, "Are you truly not going to play?" The hero says, "No." The father is confused, thinking, this hero, he is forcing me to play these cards to drain all of my life. Since that is the case, I must get rid of all of this as quickly as possible. He then plays 2 queens, 3 S6s, and 3 sevens, according to the rules. This combination of cards is called Flying Dragon. I do not know what is happening, but it seems like all the life energy from his leg was drained. The price for this was a leg. The bigger the cards, the higher the price to be paid. A flying dragon manifests between them, and both are confused. What is this? The creature then uses a power and strikes the hero on the head. Elizabeth, watching everything, The father is terrified, thinking he made an incorrect card combination. I have just offended the legendary hero. But our hero is very calm and says, "Well played." The father says, "It is your turn now, Lord Hero." However, our hero responds, "I will just pass. You may go again." The father says, "All right," and plays a 3. His fingers and leg are already starting to feel lifeless. The elf daughter says she will pass too. Our protagonist then says, "My turn," and plays a 10. Both look at each other, knowing they cannot beat that hand. The hero reveals a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack and Queen. A straight. Now, trouble befalls the two of them. Giant, destructive waves begin to manifest, and they are both drowned. The father tries to rescue his daughter, but it is difficult to resist the waves until they both awaken, gasping for air. I cannot play, but our protagonist is calm. Now, 3 kind of the pair, summoning a group of knights. The father tells his daughter he cannot win, but the elf girl says, "Hold on, I can." The father tells her not to do it. It will cost too much life force and is very risky. But she says, "I cannot just hide. I also wish to protect you, and I will play 3 of a kind with a pair." The knights then clash against one another. A battle in the skies erupts, and only her knight remains. The father asks if his daughter is all right, and she says, yes. The hero praises her move, saying, "You truly must protect your allies, even if you must sacrifice your own cards." The most important thing is that resolve. Our protagonist thinks, "I did not expect them to learn how to play cards so quickly." The father looks at his diminishing hand. Determination. At that moment, the hero says, "Now it is too late." The father and daughter are terrified of the Lord Hero. Elizabeth thinks things are getting bad. This aura is terrifying. Our protagonist then plays 2 jokers. The dimension begins to shatter, and a killer jester appears above. Elizabeth seems to recognize what he has summoned, saying, "It is a 3-star demon, a clown king." He was about to attack the other 2, making a heart. Then he notices Elizabeth and sneers. "Were you looking at him?" Turning the heart into a knife. "You had better be careful, or I will kill you." Elizabeth tries to defend her honor. "Who do you think I am to belittle?" But she's shocked. All this time, she has been absorbing everything the protagonist has been making for her, and, theoretically, receiving all the possible energy. But she has just reached the 3-star level. But this entity that the hero summoned is a 3-star demon. She's confused. How can he summon something with the same power level as me so effortlessly? The father looks at his daughter and says, "Elif, I am sorry, but I do not possess this power." "It is all right, father. How can you blame yourself? It is all my fault. I angered the Lord Hero." The poor man is spitting blood, saying, "My life force, it is being drained." The hero sees him spitting blood and asks, "Uncle, are you all right?" Thinking, wow, I don't believe his injuries have healed. Yet, he sees the old man's hand that had 3 3s and 4 kings, and says, wow, he could have one a long time ago. He was just letting me play with him. Man, I was so naive, thinking I was good. It seems like I just disturb his rest. With that, he says, "It is all right," and takes all the cards. The dimension dissolves along with the demon, and he stands up, saying, "Sorry for causing trouble." The father and daughter cannot understand the legendary hero, but they are relieved to see they are still alive. Elizabeth is angry, thinking, "Oh, that ridiculous hero. He pretended to want to play cards with those 2, just to take advantage of the opportunity and attack me with that jester." The next day, in the morning, the 2 are departing, and the hero says, "Uncle Base, do you truly not wish to stay a few more days? The fruits I have planted are almost ripe." He bows, "We cannot impose on you 2 any longer. Lord Hero has already been very charitable and gracious. We will never forget." Our hero is a little embarrassed and says, "It was not that serious." The father says, "Do not worry. After we leave, we will not tell anyone about what happened here." The elf girl, with gifts in her hand, asks, "Lord Hero, you still wish to give us something so precious?" But he says, "It is just a little tea. No problem." Approaching the old man, he places something in his hand and says to him, "Oh, and here's something for you too. A memento for you, uncle." The father looks to see what it is, and it is the deck of cards. The hero says, "You can keep that. My card skills are very poor. I'm not cut out for this." Then Elizabeth appears, saying, "Hey." He looks at her, and she just opens her mouth. "Go on. Get out of here." They both flee, and the hero is left somewhat confused. She enters. "Well, now that everything has returned to normal, It is time to make some food for this queen here. Our protagonist simply agrees. The father and daughter are running as fast as they can. The daughter asked her father to stop, saying, "I can't take it anymore." But he tells her, "We cannot stop." First, it was that game of the legendary card trial, and then a threat from the demon queen. And then he remembers the night before. The two of them were in the room, when suddenly Elizabeth appeared and severed their heads, saying, "I, Elizabeth, command you two to depart this place tomorrow. You must not reveal any information about this demon queen and the legendary hero to the world." The two replied, "Yes, your majesty." The queen explained, "If you harbor any plans to go against this queen, your head will be destroyed instantly by the curse on your neck." The father then tells his daughter, who would believe that the truth of the story is that the great hero, the protagonist, grew weary of the world's conflict and no longer wished to cause harm. At that moment, the daughter says, "Wait, is this place not familiar?" He takes a look. Do we truly run this far? The little dog nearby thinks bringing them here should be sufficient for them to stop bothering the master and that evil woman. In fact, they did not run that far. The little dog just grabbed the two and took them on a rocket ride. The daughter then says, "Are the bodies of the Shadow Syndicate apostles still here?" The father begins looking around. There must be several types of high-level demons nearby. We must leave as soon as possible. The little dog looks at something approaching and thinks, "What is that? Whatever. I am returning home to continue being beaten by that wicked woman." For those who felt sorry for the little dog being beaten up, now know that he quite enjoyed it. In front of the two, a legion of shadows appears. One of the demons that appears lets out a hee-hee, and the others follow with a goo-goo. The father says, "I recognize that one. He is the Grand Apostle, and he's a 2-star spiritual demon. Besides, there are several 4-star and 3-star spiritual demons, while the father and daughter are merely 2 great mages of 1 star. She grabs his arm and says, "Father, the difference in power is too great. Leave me, you can escape." But the father is now motivated. "I know the difference in our strength is truly vast, but after witnessing the realm of those two, these apostles here are nothing. Your father used to be known as the Iron Heart of the heroes." He points the deck in their direction. "Daughter, the demon is terrified." The father says, "Since your mother returned to the elven tribe, your father has been raising you and being cautious. But I was wrong. Fleeing will not solve the problem. If we can resolve this, I will take you back to the tribe and go after your mother." He activates a quad invocation. Descendant of the god of the 4-card arrow, an elf appears in the invocation. It is literally her mother. The mother draws a giant bow and arrow and sends it toward the creatures. Upon contact, the creatures are instantly obliterated. Everyone is being vaporized. The Grand Apostle tries to hold back the arrow and seems to do so without effort. But the arrow in his hand continues to gain power. After some resistance, his head explodes. The father puts away the deck. The elf disappears, and he collapses to the ground. The daughter runs, crying, "Father, Father." The father says to her, "It seems your father must change his class from now on. A new profession has been born on this continent. The master cards, and the elf carves a hole in the path." A week later, all is calm at the protagonist's small house. He thinks, "This magical world is so amazing. My attempt to create a hybrid fruit was a great success, but without someone to share the joy of the harvest, it always feels as if something is missing. Knights, demon queens, warriors, elves. I originally thought I was content with a peaceful farmer's life, but after coming into contact with the outside world, my heart is not so calm anymore. I want to see what is on the other side. People are always like that. They get one thing and want two, but I am so weak. Forget it." The demon queen appears before him out of thin air and asks, "You seem a bit down. What are you thinking?" He responds, "I do not know. I suppose I want to go out and see some things. But never mind, I am too weak." She gets excited. "Finally, you're interested in leaving this place? Well, come with me on a trip." But inside, she's thinking, "I understand that the outside world is nothing compared to you. But your attitude, there is already too arrogant." Our protagonist, hearing the invitation to travel, is surprised. Really? In his head, it is a completely different story if I am out there, with the protection of the demon queen. She tells him to stop talking nonsense and changes clothes quickly. The two then don their adventurer's gear. The queen says to him, "Wow, I must admit, not only your culinary skills, but your sewing skills are also impressive." He replies, "Of course, those are my specialties." Meanwhile, the little dog is barking there. Wagging his tail, she snaps her fingers, creates a teleportation, and says, "Well, let us go. We will arrive at the nearest city." The hero is impressed. Wow, what a convenient ability. The two then start heading towards the portal. But he says, "Wait a minute, Elizabeth. I have some questions before we go. First, you're not going to abandon me, right? Second, will you control your temper? Third, can you be inconspicuous?" However, her interpretation, as always, was completely different. First, do not leave without my permission. Second, you had better control yourself. Third, do not use magic, or you will ruin my adventurer's fun. She just agrees, saying, "I got it." Hurriedly, the hero says, "Lastly, after seeing the outside world, will you come back with me?" In his head, he's terrified that if he goes out with her and she does not return, he will be attacked without the barrier. She only agrees with this, thinking, before defeating that evil hero, "The outside world means nothing to me." The hero says, "Really? You will come back." She then says, "I will come back, but you must agree to one condition." The hero asks what? The queen tells him, "When we return, I want you to make me a super luxurious fruit pudding." The hero is a bit confused. "A pudding?" She says, "Yes." "Any problem?" He says no, and they leave. The two depart, and the protagonist's little dog stays there. They enter the portal and appear in the city of Bolster. Several knights, creatures. Our protagonist is in awe. Wow, this place is incredible. It's like I have entered another world. Look over there, Elizabeth. There is even an equipment shop. And wow, look at this. There are some ingredients, but this does not appear to be just pork. He starts on all the stalls excitedly. However, Elizabeth is thinking, 500 years have passed here, but it seems that the changes were not that significant. Our protagonist, looking around, thinks, this does not seem chaotic at all compared to how the old man described it. She's feeling proud. This is because I established a very strong foundation here. During my reign, in the original world, various forces were in conflict, and the situation was chaotic. But I used my absolute strength to suppress everyone and establish a set of rules that made everyone treated equally. So I was the one who truly saved the world, not the so-called legendary hero. After this speech, she looks to the side, and where is the so-called legendary hero? He is more interested in a little girl who is selling teddy bears. Wow, the details of the stitching are so delicate. "Please take this," the young artisan says. "Yes, I made it. If you would like, I can offer you a better price." But a brutish, pig-faced thug then erupts onto the scene. "Who gave you permission to set up shop in this territory? Filthy girl, your church owes protection tribute to my beast gang. You had the nerve to come here and open a stall on my street." The poor girl's brothers tremble as he seizes her by the throat. But she retorts, "But you have never once protected us. Why should we owe you any money for your protection?" The pig snarls, "Since last month, this entire street became the territory of the beast gang. If you want to survive in this place, you will pay your monthly dues." The small girl declares, "That is not true. This church belongs to the sister. When she returns, you will be in trouble." The pighead scoffs. "So, it seems you are still uninformed, huh? Or are you just feigning ignorance and refusing to accept your situation? Today I'm going to evict all you orphans from this place and demolish this decrepit church." Our protagonist tells the brute to cease, and the pig asks what he will do if he refuses to stop. Elizabeth, watching from afar, thinks, "My God, why are you involving yourself in these matters? Leave these mere mortals be." But our hero signals with his hands, imploring her for assistance. She turns her head as if to say, "No, I will not stoop to such a level." The enraged pig demands, "I asked you what your intention is." Our protagonist is completely out of his depth until he thinks, "I have an idea," and then he proclaims to the crowd, "This pig here is tormenting a small child. Come on, condemn him." But every person in the city pretends not to see or hear a thing. The pig, laughing at him, sneers, "Did you truly think anyone here would dare defy me? My God, buddy, this is B Street. Judging by your attire, you must be an outlander from the South, right? That woman beside you is not half bad." Our protagonist tells him, "Calm down. Let's discuss this. I have some local spices in my bag. I can share them with you." But the pig roars, "Enough of this stalling," and tells one of his lackeys, "Devour this man and bring that woman to the gang." But that was the greatest mistake he could have possibly made. Elizabeth asks, "Do you truly believe you're worthy to capture me? You have just stepped on a tiger's tail." The skies begin to bleed darkness, and the pig is confused. Why did the heavens change? What is happening? The hero tells her to stop. Don't do this. You'll destroy the entire city. He is waving his hands frantically. Please calm down. At most, just give him a small scare. There is no need to fight. They're just common folk. You know, Elizabeth states, I will spare him only because of you. Seeing everyone's magical aura there, you can see that Elizabeth's is far greater, and the young girl with glasses can perceive it. Suddenly, it begins to rain, and the pig is terrified. He glares at our duo, saying, You two, are you going to try and protect this church and these orphans? Our protagonist just wants to resolve things. How about this? Tell me, how much is the protection fee? The pig answers, it is 10 gold coins for 2 months total. Elizabeth then loses her patience and says, 10 gold coins? And you're causing all this chaos. You truly are an imbecile. Our protagonist goes to her and asks, You must have a lot of gold coins, right? She replies, Stop being absurd. I possess so many treasures I cannot even count them. The hero says, How about you lend me some? I'll sell some produce later at home and pay you back. An angry Elizabeth asks, Are you trying to use my food to trade for these useless trinkets? I will not accept that. Besides, I had no money when I met you. The pig is emboldened, saying, So do you fools have any money? The hero says, We truly do not have any gold coins. I can use some local product from my pack to pay for it. The angry pig refuses. Are you mocking me? Enough of this. But suddenly, someone throws a sack of gold coins at his face. The pig demands, Who did this garbage? But when he sees a trove of gold, a knight then appears. This man truly lives up to the title of a knight. He looks at the pig and commands, Stop harassing my friends and get out of here. You have received your money. The pig says, So now the knight in shining armor arrives? Okay, I will let this one slide. I'm going, but you won't be so fortunate next month. The young girl then thanks everyone there. Our protagonist thanks him, saying, I brought some fruits. You can have them if you do not mind. The knight suddenly states, I want you to be my partner in something. Staring directly at Elizabeth, the little girl is there, confused. Partner? What can I help you with? Elizabeth crosses her arms and says, I'm not interested. Let us go, hero. But our hero tells her that they cannot do that. He just assisted us. Let's at least hear what he has to say, right? The girl then says farewell to the other orphans, saying she will be back soon. They are about to enter a tavern. I have no idea how he is going to sit in the chairs with his horse's body. The knight tells them to pay no mind to anyone. Elizabeth angrily says, This is all your fault. Hero, you insisted on bringing me to this awful place. I am wasting my time. Our hero ignores her. The knight then says, We have arrived. When he opens the door, a group of girls cling to him. Our hero is bewildered when he hears the man say they are his wives. He is then preparing some tea and says, Well, allow me to introduce them to you. The first one is Gotcha, and her class is a shield warrior. This one here is the assassin, Lolo, and the mage, Glee. The man literally gathered a harem to form a perfect party for conquering dungeons. This guy is a visionary when it comes to efficiency in a fantasy world. Lastly, there's Galia. She is an incredible elven archer. The hero asks, So, she is of the elven race? I also met a girl who possessed elven blood. Elizabeth impatiently demands, Enough of this prattle. This is a waste of time. What is the deal you wish to discuss? We need to leave soon. One of the horseman's wives seems to dislike that and says, Master, what is with this woman? Her attitude is extremely irritating. Elizabeth glares at her and says, That is how a queen should behave. Do you have a problem with that? The assassin says that Elizabeth is quite amusing, even referring to herself as a queen. Master, is this girl's mind functioning? Look at the shape of her ears. She likely has a mediocre bloodline with a trace of elven blood. What is she doing before me? I personally advise this woman to be quieter. Elizabeth says, If you truly wish to bring ruin upon this place, do not blame me. The little one runs ahead and says, Calm down. Let us just have some pudding. Phew, I'm glad I made some. Ethan explains, We hail from a distant land, from a tribe with no name, just to travel here. She is the princess of this place. Li Ping. The wives continue their critique. No wonder you behave so strangely. Apparently, you are the princess of a place that has never even seen the world. Your name is Elizabeth? You must be from a terrible place that worships that demon queen, right? Our hero asks them to stop. Let us take it easy. She is still adjusting to cultural differences. The knight then says, Well, let's talk business. I wish to invite you 3 to join a treasure hunt in a dungeon. But he's thinking that demonic aura she emitted on the street is not power a princess from some backwater tribe should possess. Could it be The hero is curious. A dungeon with treasure, and then he asks the girl next to him, "Do you know what that is?" She explains, "Dungeons with treasure are dimensional spaces created by ancient magical beings. They usually hold many valuable things, but they are all very well concealed." The hero says he understands. The knight says, "That is right, and I spent a lot of money and effort to obtain the information about this place. However, the condition is that to open the barrier, we require at least 8 people." Our hero then says he understands. You just need someone to complete the numbers. The orphan girl starts counting 1, 2, 6, 8. Wait a minute, is there any way I do not have to go? The hero finds it strange and says to her, "Hey, isn't this place supposed to be filled with precious things? Shouldn't you be happy to be able to go?" But the girl replies, "You do not understand. These places, they are very dangerous, and I am just a level 4 mage. I will die if I go there." Our hero says, "So that's how it is? I truly did not know about all this danger." The knight tries to reassure them. "Do not worry. We just need people to complete the numbers, and your treasure in the end will be no less than ours. I guarantee you will get at least a few thousand gold coins." One of the wives says, "The master alone has taken out several dark apostles. He will ensure our safety." The orphan girl says, "A few thousand coins at least? Seriously? Then all the church's financial troubles will be solved." Our hero looks at Elizabeth and asks, "Let's help them. It's just to complete the numbers, okay?" Impatiently, Elizabeth agrees, saying he is the one deciding. "Just do not bother me while I'm enjoying my pudding." The knight then looks at the wife, who has an orb in her hand. Our hero asks what that crystal ball is. The knight explains, "You just place your hand over it, and it will measure your magical power." The orphan girl recognizes it immediately. Wow, the crystal is showing 8,769. That is at the level of a demonic spirit. The knight tells them, "So my magic level is already at 4 stars. My wives are also all great mages. 4 or 5 stars. Since we are forming a team, it will be good for us to cooperate well and get to know each other better." The orphan girl then places her hand on the orb, and it shows 300. One of the wives says, 300? I had a higher value when I changed classes for the first time." The girl apologizes, saying her level does not increase. Our hero says, "I want to try too." He thinks to himself, "Well, I never learned magic during all these years, but I'm the so-called legendary hero. My potential should not be that low." He places his hand on the crystal, concentrates, and it displays 0. The knight is even bewildered. 0, even for a pure martial artist. It should not be like this. Our protagonist smacks himself in the face. "Oh, what was I expecting? I've been farming all this time. Obviously, I would not have any magic." He sits down and says, "I am done. No magic in this life." The assassin woman says, "What are you going to do then? Apparently, you are useless, right?" The hero replies, "I am pretty good at farming. Speaking of which, these fruits I recently harvested. You can even try them." "Boy, thanks my god. Look at this pumpkin. You can keep this trash for yourself. You really are just a servant." The knight says, "Princess Elizabeth, it would be nice if you tried too." The hero says, "Elizabeth, just cooperate with him for now." She agrees, thinking how annoying. He wants this queen to partake in this game with these ignorant mortals. She taps the orb, using her power, and a blinding glow begins to emanate, making it impossible for anyone to look at. The hero is afraid that if Elizabeth's identity as the demon queen is revealed, it will cause a great deal of trouble. Elizabeth says she knows, and since they rarely go out, she will join this game. She lowers her power and precisely inputs 8,768. The orphan girl says, "Wow, it is identical to the knight's power." She is also at the level of a demonic spirit. The wives think it is impossible. How is this woman at this level? The hero sighs, "Phew, thank goodness." The knight tells her, "Wow, amazing. You truly were the princess of a kingdom. With your entry into our group, the chances of getting the treasure will increase greatly." The orphan asks, "How are we going to get to this place?" The knight looks at one of the wives, and she uses something. With that, she activates a teleportation scroll and opens a portal above everyone. In the next moment, everyone arrives at the dungeon. The hero is excited, happy. "Wow, I even got a little dizzy with this." The orphan feels some strange aura in that place. Elizabeth, on the other hand, has just arrived, but seems bored. The knight then says, "Let us not waste time. Let us go straight to the treasure room." Elizabeth suddenly says, "You know what? I'm not feeling it. Let's go home." Hero, one of the wives, gets irritated with this and says, "You strange woman, You came all this way here, and now change your mind at the last moment. Do you know how much a magical teleportation scroll costs? If you're not going in, you had better not even think about leaving. Elizabeth looks at her and asks, "Are you going to stop me?" Our hero steps forward to de-escalate. Everyone, let's not be impulsive. Listen to me for a moment. Since we came here, Elizabeth, please, let us just take a look. The orphan girl with glasses says, "Elizabeth, did you notice? Inside this cave, there's a magical power similar to yours." Our hero is confused. Wait a minute. Power similar to Elizabeth's? What does that mean? The knight tries to use his charm to persuade the queen, placing his hand on her shoulder. "Excuse me. Trust me. No matter what danger we encounter in there, I will protect you. Please come with me." Princess Elizabeth. They then hold hands. However, she completely ignores him. After passing through the portal with the number 788, it seals behind them. The hero asks, "Can we not return from whence we came?" Elizabeth tells him, "Stop speaking nonsense. This is a special magical space. Unless you are stronger than whoever created the barrier, it is impossible to leave. So, unless you find the target of this place and complete all the requirements to break the barrier, no one can get out of here." The wives say, "As long as we are with the master, we will solve all this." But obviously, none of them like Elizabeth very much. The orphan girl asks, "What are we going to gain from here again?" She's told not to worry too much. Of course, it is treasures and gold coins. You will not be left behind, either, seeing that there are many paths. The orphan girl gets confused about which one to take, but he concludes, "Elizabeth is here to ensure our safety, so it does not matter. Let us just venture forth." The assassin wife says, "Master, should we split up?" And he replies that for now, it's better not to. He then tells Glee to use an ability. She agrees and raises her hand, releasing a light that starts spreading throughout the dungeon. She is confident, thinking, learn how to find the best path quickly. But Elizabeth finds it ignorant and continues to spread power until she collapses from exhaustion. The knight then asks, "What is the structure of this labyrinth?" But she replies, "Master, this labyrinth seems to have no end. I have extended my magic to its maximum and still have not found any edges. No end. I do not know where this ends. Everyone thinks it is impossible." Her magic's range extends up to 3 kilometers. The elf says, "What if I use my spiritual divination?" It's not great because the accuracy is 34%. The assassin interrupts, "I suggest we separate and work in groups. I can use my clone technique to aid everyone." The hero asks Elizabeth, "Do you know how to get out of here?" She replies, "Of course. This labyrinth is just an illusion, but this bunch of fools will never get out of here." The hero tells her, "Hey, then when will you help them? We must repay the favor of that man as soon as possible." Elizabeth says she has changed her mind. She no longer wants to help and just wants to see everyone perish. Suddenly, the orphan girl with glasses points her finger. "If we go through the 3rd cave, we will reach our destination." Elizabeth looks at her strangely. Our hero asks, "How do you know?" The girl replies, "That was just a guess. I just felt that there's a special magic coming from that direction." The mage's wife gets angry and retorts, "Stop spouting nonsense. I did not sense any magic from there that you speak of. A weakling, like you should not be making these random assertions." The meek girl apologizes. The wife then says, "Even though I have not explored everything, I'm sure the final passage is the one with the fewest monsters. Let's go that way." The knight asks everyone, "What do you think?" The assassin says she still prefers to split into smaller groups. And the other one says, "I prefer that we listen to Glee. Even if we go to the wrong place, at least we will stay together." She then pleaded with the knight, "Please, master, trust me." The knight then says, "We will stick together and go to the final cave." At this point, the orphan girl says, "No, you can go anywhere but the final cave." She then summons her rabbit puppet and sends it in that direction. As soon as it reaches the mouth of the cave, it closes with its teeth and crushes the puppet. Our hero is curious. "What was that?" Elizabeth says, "It is just a parasite beast. We usually find this inside giant monsters." The assassin glares at the mage and asks, "Did you not say there would be fewer monsters there?" The people in the knight's group are all confused and lost. Elizabeth then says, "Let them suffer alone. Let's go." The hero tells her, "It would be better if you could lead the way." And she just begins walking. The girl with the glasses says, she is not sure if that is truly the right way. The assassin looks at the knight and says, "Master, should I use a clone to follow them and gather intelligence?" The knight replies, "She just witnessed the horror of that killer worm. She would not be able to make such a choice calmly, without being confident." It seems Elizabeth's background is not as simple as it seems. We will follow them. And with that, everyone enters the same cave. And inside, there seems to be a lizard with a golden eye. In the next scene, we see the cunning horse slaying a group of creatures. He asks the wise if they are managing, but the poor things are having difficulties. It is not easy, while our hero is hiding behind the bulky one there. He asks, "Is Elizabeth safe?" She says his acting is ridiculous. The little magic-like thing says, "It is all your fault. Look at the path you made us take. It is full of monsters." Elizabeth, who took the potion of deliciousness, because she is getting thicker with each chapter, says, "The more magic in a place, the more creatures. That is basic. Did you not know?" The little magic thing says she knew. She is just angry because Elizabeth is just standing there, doing nothing. Elizabeth says she is standing there because the little magic thing said she can handle everything. So handle it. The night horse says, "Glee, calm down," looks at Elizabeth and says, "It is an honor to escort her." Now the mage is even more furious. "This cursed one is embarrassing me and even seducing my master." Then the archer asks, "Master, why do we not rest a bit? The battle was very long." However, Elizabeth says, "No one here will rest. This queen does not have time to waste with you." The assassin wife says, "If you are so great, why don't you continue alone?" Then, obviously, everyone agrees with that. The horse says, "Miss Elizabeth, please listen to me. It is better if everyone rests and stays together in this place. Let us at least drink some elven potions to recover our stats." The hero gets curious. "Elven potion?" Elizabeth glares at him and asks, "What, you want to drink this?" He replies, "I have never drunk it. I wanted to try, you know. I do not know what it tastes like. Perhaps it will inspire me to create different things." Elizabeth thinks this damn child is so used to eating good things that now he wants to eat garbage. But okay. Around the campfire, the little magic thing is saying, "Wow, this elven potion is so good." The buff one next to her says, "It is good, indeed, but she is more concerned about how long it will take to find the treasure." Gilia, who is the elven wife, says, "This one is my special potion." Already going towards Elizabeth. "You can increase any kind of status just by drinking. If you are so powerful, you do not even need it, do you?" The knight tells her, "Gilia, do not be so rude to her." She apologizes there and throws a small potion. The queen takes it without caring much and tosses it into our protagonist's hand. He asks, "Elizabeth, do you not want it?" "I will drink it then." He already drank it all. However, our hero immediately throws up. "Damn, the taste of grass is so strong in this. You cannot drink this. Do you want it for yourself?" Annie says, "Sorry, hero, I have not used much magical power, so I do not need it." Obviously, Galia did not like that and says, "It was a waste to give such a good potion to idiots like you." Elizabeth then throws it on the ground, saying, "All right then, I will spend this on you now." The elf got angry, shouting, "Wait, what did you do with my potion?" Elizabeth is very calm, staring, and says, "What do you think I did?" The hero goes to his backpack and says, "Calm down and no fighting, guys. I have something for everyone. Let me find it, hold on." He then shows some bananas and says, "I've been wanting to share these with you since then. Finally, I have the chance. Here you go," already giving it to the knight. Everyone takes it, sort of thanking him, and he hands an apple to Annie. She gets all emotional, receiving something. The hero gets scared. "Why are you crying, Annie? It is just an apple." Annie asks if she can take it home. The orphanage folks have not had fresh fruit for a very long time. The hero says he understands. Of course. He then goes to get more, so she could take it back for everyone to eat. But Glee and Galia throw away and squash the banana, saying that does not compare to an elven potion. The knight says he will only eat it to fill his stomach. "When we find the treasure, I will buy something tastier." The strong one and the assassin decide to take a bite with him. The assassin seems to be a professional at handling bananas because she was drooling and salivating before biting, trying to melt the banana in her mouth. At that moment, the three feel something, and they end up in a sort of tropical paradise with a parrot who is saying banana in front of them. Let's dance samba." Dance the samba to remove any fatigue and frustration. They start dancing there unintentionally. and this assassin slays with both blades and curves. Even the knight is all graceful. Follow me 1, 2, 3. The 3 keep dancing there. The creature's singing, and the assassin squeezed the banana too hard, and it exploded. The force was such that its contents ended up covering a good portion of her outer skin layer. Did I perhaps enter the wrong site? They keep dancing like mad in the illusion. But back in the cave, they're all going crazy too. The knight is acting like a fool. Glee and Galia are confused. Master, what are you doing? Suddenly, the knight realizes that he is leveling up a lot. The assassin and the muscle mommy, who are already a lower level, gain even more levels by swallowing the protagonist's banana. Our hero claps. Wow, an amazing performance. Loved it, truly. The culture of other countries is extremely interesting. Seeing a centaur enjoy this dance was incredible. The queen, as always, interprets everything differently. Hero, he knows very well that they were going to die a bit further. That is why he wanted to level them up to continue with this little theater. He is truly cruel. The elf, Galia, gets curious. What is happening, master? Why did your level increase so much? Annie tells her, it is because they ate the hero's banana. Galia looks angrily to the side. What nonsense are you talking? As if these bananas were bathed in holy water. But the muscle mommy says, Galia, you have no idea. This banana made me advance straight to a demonic 2-star level. The assassin is confused, too. After she drooled and smeared the banana, she advanced straight to the realm of demonic sovereignty. Was there some enchantment in it? Even the knight is bewildered. I was already strong, but this made me advance 3 stages directly. It is unbelievable. He looks at our hero and asks, Hero, what is the origin of this banana? He's confused. I don't know. The knight says, what is the problem? You cannot say. The hero says, I do not know what to say. It is just a regular banana. There is nothing special about it. The knight says, I can tell. It's a hybrid harvest. The hero explains, yes, it is a hybrid harvest. The process is all natural and organic. It is time for 2 more gluttons to eat the hero's banana. They go slowly. However, just as the 2 are about to touch lips, the banana decays in her hand. The elf says, EW, this is rotten. What is this? Annie says, it's because of synchronization. Elizabeth says, girl with glasses, you know quite a lot, huh? And she responds, saying that Elizabeth is very kind, that she only learned from books. The knight asks, synchronization? Or what do you mean by that? And explains to him, I read in a book that some special items and treasures need certain special conditions to provide their effect. Perhaps the hero's banana had to be eaten by 3 people simultaneously to produce the effect. Glee points to Elizabeth and says, stop pretending. Can't you see she is eating alone there? And apologizes she cannot understand properly. But she is thinking the condition of a treasure can sometimes be bypassed if the person using it is much stronger than it. Elizabeth glares at her and says, do not look at me with those eyes. And apologizes, but her eyes are a little red. What's that? Angry Julius says, unleashes this power. That's it. The knight then asks the hero for another fruit, but Galia scoffs, stop believing this foolishness, master. But our protagonist is overjoyed. For him, who has cultivated for so long, sharing his harvest is the ultimate pleasure. But not for Elizabeth, who snatches the entire bunch from him, declaring, no, I will devour this later, tossing it over her shoulder. Let's go. You have rested enough, and this journey must conclude. The hero feels ashamed and apologizes, saying he'll give them more when he can. The knight then tells the 2 to proceed. He'll catch up with them later with his wives. The hero says, hey, don't you want to come with us? But Elizabeth interjects, saying, let's go now, hero. The hero then calls to everyone, see you later. Bye. The slavering, greedy assassin hatches a wicked little plan. Master, should we just steal that backpack from them? The muscle mommy also says, perhaps they have something even better hidden there. Look at the greedy knight, also enjoying his large banana, saying, no rush, is not the right time yet. Looking at Elizabeth, he thinks, the way she handles that treasure shows she's indifferent to it. Someone from a distant tribe would not behave like that. He licks his lips, thinking recently, one of the 4 major kingdom powers offered a reward for information about a lost princess. Perhaps she is right before me, my brothers. I thought he'd just take the information and sell it. But his scheme is to make her his woman. Oh, my warrior, He wants to ascend the aristocratic empire in this manner and acquire even more of these delicious fruits. Friend, give it up, man. But taking something from his back, he declares, I will use this to completely conquer you. Laughing like a complete psychopath, the four wives are captivated, saying, an incredible pheromone emanates from the master. Perhaps we must satisfy him even more. Look how many he has. Some item has so many women. But in the background, the labyrinth has a swarm of eyes staring down the path, and the leader of the Shadow Wolves is watching. When he sees our people approaching, he runs away. The hero asks the queen, Elizabeth, this labyrinth is getting progressively darker. Is the exit truly here? Elizabeth says, I have already explained to you. The labyrinth is merely a facade. We are already arriving. We then see something descending from the sky, taking a peek at them, and she warns the hero, something is drawing near. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupts, and something happens. The hero is there, coughing. When they look ahead, the knight appears, saying, sorry for making you wait. The wives seem to be under some kind of enchantment, all flushed and breathless. He comes, all seductive, saying, I was a little late, forgive me. Miss Elizabeth, may I serve you for the rest of my life? You can even sit upon my back if you wish. She just cuts him off, saying, get out of my way. You're not even worthy to be my steed. Elf Galia grows angry. You arrogant, shameless woman, how dare you treat my moss? Her head is severed from one moment to the next. The elf died. Everyone's pupils shrink in abject shock. Some rocks begin falling from the ceiling. When they look up, some insects are descending. The hero asks, what's this in the sky? What is coming is a dragonfly, with Galia's head already being consumed. The creature slams against the wall, then lunges to bite Elizabeth, who just looks, and the creature detonates in front of her and is crying, terrified. The hero takes the opportunity to run and cling to the voluptuous queen. You devil, look where he's going with his face, saying, it is a matter of life and death. Elizabeth, what are we going to do now? Elizabeth takes a small look and thinks, is he trying to test human nature, letting the selfish and arrogant ones die first by destroying themselves? Apparently, that is it. The dragonflies are flying back and forth. The muscle mommy grabs a cart as a defense, and Glee conjures a protection spell. The hero asks, and what are we going to do here? The knight says, I believe you will find an escape on your own. His plan is to finally gauge Elizabeth's true strength, especially because if she does nothing, her servant will perish. The muscle mommy glares at them and says, who cares about you? Our cooperation is over here. Confident Glee says, stay outside our magic and die. But she is done for, too. Her head flies off. The dragonflies continue their assault. The assassin there is trying to survive, and the knight is even killing some. Meanwhile, our hero is hiding quietly. The knight uses a slash and thunder lightning, cutting an insect right down the middle, and Muscle Mommy uses a shield attack, managing to kill one as well. And the assassin is managing to use her own techniques to kill. These three seem to be alive because of the banana they swallowed whole. However, the assassin is lying on the ground, thinking there is no way we can kill these creatures. It seems endless. At this rate, we will die from exhaustion. One is coming to take a large bite at her head, but the knight manages to save her. The creature falls, completely destroyed on the ground, but there are still several swarming around. Elizabeth asks the hero, do you see how they truly are? Do you still wish to play this adventure game? The hero shows that he is innocent, but not a fool. He tells her, forget it. It is time to go our separate ways. Thinking, this world outside is truly unpredictable. Maybe staying on my farm in the village is the best thing to do. Elizabeth smiles. Look how he acts. First, he made them suffer. Then he determined if they had any value to deserve being saved. And now this is the third step, abandoning them here. She looks at him and says, get ready to depart. He is confused. Leave? Have we arrived already? She says, it is just ahead, and they begin to go. Then a creature comes to attack them. And takes a look, and her small bear emerges, punching and exploding the creature. Suddenly, her small bear reverts into just a bunny, and she is confused. Hey, what happened? The hero turns around. Hey, Ann, come on. She says, okay. Elizabeth touches the wall, forming some ripples, and speaks an incantation that opens the way before them. A giant gate appears. The hero says, wow. So the exit is this giant door that starts to open with a golden light. Elizabeth goes ahead, telling them to come quickly. From afar, the knight looks back, and our hero also looks at him, and he says to Anne, let's go. He and she are gone. The knight, who is facing the creatures until now, says, "Come on my back, and let's try to escape." The two look at him, and then the knight is going crazy, saying, "Damn, do they think they can just abandon us here like this?" But apparently, the door has already sealed. Inside, there's an immense hoard of treasure. This room is on a floating island. The knight's wives manage to enter. The hero is celebrating happily there with him. At that moment, the knight arrives and shoves him aside. The muscle mommy does the same to Anne. He pauses for a moment there, staring and smiling like a psychopath, thinking the treasure truly exists, the demon king's nectar. The hero says to him, "Now we are on equal footing. I do not want your gratitude, but you don't need to act like this either." The knight looks back and says, "Yes, you help a lot by completing the number of members we need. With gratitude, I will let you die quickly." But then a coin falls, and there is a golden eye in the middle of all that treasure. The room starts to shake, and a giant hand appears. A golden dragon emerges from the midst of everything. Facing everyone, the hero, sweating, says, "Elizabeth, there's a dragon there." The other girl, there's a dragon shaking her, and she is trembling. There is something even scarier hiding. Her eyes turn black again as she says, "Master, what do we do now?" Elizabeth just observes this. The dragon lets out a roar towards everyone. The knight tells his wives, "You two buy me time. I will prepare my strongest attack and kill him with a single blow." They agree, and the dragon gives them a swipe, and they go up. They manage to dodge the first blow. The muscle mommy tells the assassin to go ahead and draw its attention. She says, "Okay, leave it to me." She releases some origami there and uses a Naruto-style clone technique. Then, she throws herself at the dragon. Seeing the situation, the knight thinks, now that this giant dragon is the only threat, I do not need to hide anymore. I will gather all my energy and use my best move. Quick thunder cut. Already charging up, getting all electrified. Lola's clones are using assassination techniques, but nothing is happening. The plan was to use this technique to create a weak point, but it is not working. The muscle mommy says, "Relax, let me handle this." And she uses an explosive shield transformation, throwing the shield with some torpedoes straight up at the dragon, hitting its leg. She feels confident, seeing it connect, thinking it worked. But the big dragon is just staring at her, intact. It raises its paw. She is confused, and then it crushes her. When it raises its paw, there is just her remains, all crushed there. The assassin cries, "Sister Gotcha, what happened?" She uses the Shadow 1,000 Clones technique, and damn it, to be happy, I only needed 2 of these 1,000 in my room. She is confident that even if she cannot cause damage, she can distract him. However, the dragon takes a look, flaps its wings, gathering all the coins, creating a sort of golden whirlpool. Her clones are all destroyed, and the tornado starts launching the coins like bullets in every direction. The coins are flying, almost hitting our hero, but they are not hitting. Elizabeth looks at him and says, "Are you so calm? But that is expected of you, isn't it?" The hero is thinking, "Damn it, I almost died." The dragon keeps spinning at that moment and takes a look and activates the dollhouse invocation. But what appears is a giant bear in front of them now, which is protecting them from the bullets. The assassin tells her clones to protect the master, so he doesn't stop the incantation. She manages to save him and is happy. The dragon takes a look and sends a bullet right in the middle of her forehead. Man, headshot. But at that moment, the knight finally completes his charge. Thundercut, 300%. He goes up, saying that not even a spiritual demon could block. However, when the smoke clears, it only made a slight scratch on the neck, and his sword shattered. He looks at the broken sword, confused. What is happening? The dragon once again takes a look, lashes its tail, and sends him flying, destroying the entire room. Now, he looks at our trio. It's a 4-star golden dragon from the demon sect. The hero and Elizabeth are standing with their arms crossed. He says, "Elizabeth." The poor guy is thinking, the centaur died from a tail lash. I think I will have to use my trump card, right? Elizabeth looks at him. "Okay, what are you going to do now?" The hero says, "You can act now." She's confused. What? Has he already figured it out? I do not know what, but there's a plot twist happening. The hero tells her, "If you do not do this, I think everyone here will die." Well, he'll die, right? That is why he is scared. Elizabeth angrily says, "Do not order me in front of other people." She's thinking he is trying to use my mouth to threaten me. I cannot believe it. Well, and is saying, "The real terror has not started yet. I do not think we are getting out of here." At that moment, Elizabeth places her hand on her head and says, Jinju's bloodline, show me what this kind of magic is about. Anne's eyes activate that effect, and some memories start appearing to her from the orphanage, from when she had dinner with the children, to a day when she was sleeping. And when she opened her eyes, the woman was staring at her with a sinister smile. Next scene, those evil creatures went to the orphanage to attack everyone. She was about to be captured when, suddenly, the bear appeared on her back, and all the creatures were killed. Unfortunately, the orphanage people had already moved on to the next life. Elizabeth realizes that and suppressed these memories. With her own power, she extracts some energy from inside her head, saying, "It is foolishness," poor, and falls to the ground, saying, it is all her fault that she killed her brothers and sisters. She wants to apologize. Elizabeth is cruel. She looks to the side and says, you are a disgrace to Jinju's bloodline. If you wish to escape the prison of regrets, stand up and fight for me. And get serious. Even though she is weeping, she gets up, saying that at least this time, she wants to save her brother, the hero. Suddenly, she starts floating in the sky, forming a purple energy. The hero doesn't understand what's happened, but then she opens her arms and summons puppets. An eagle, a rabbit, a panda, and a snake appear. The dragon comes to claw at everything, but its paw sinks right into the panda's belly, which expands, and when it returns to normal, it is holding the dragon's paw. At that moment, the rabbit is already attacking, beating him up and breaking his neck. The hero asks Elizabeth, what did you do to Anne? Why did she change so much? Elizabeth says she did nothing special, just made her accept reality. The rabbit is going up, and Annie is now motivated. Smoke rises, and when everything clears, the little bunny is also clinging to the dragon's paw. Now the two are holding him. The snake then comes and starts coiling around the dragon, crushing it. The dragon once again flaps its wings to summon that golden tornado. However, this time, the eagle cancels out his tornado with hers. The hero, impressed, asks Elizabeth, what is this Jinju bloodline thing about? But suddenly, he is pulled and thrown to the ground. They took a light cut. The knight appears, almost dead, but he stole the fruit backpack and is saying, Now Elizabeth looks. This trash is not dead yet. The hero is shouting in the background, hey, give me my backpack back. With a psychopathic look, he says, now your trump card is in my hand. All these kingdom fruits are mine. Eat the pineapple. Eat the orange. Eat the grape. The hero is confused. What are you doing, man? Don't you think it's too late to eat now? However, he swallows everything and starts emanating an aura, saying, it's coming. His body begins to mutate. Trembling, rolling, he goes insane, getting mega muscular, saying he is feeling an unprecedented power. And now his level is a question mark. Staring at his own hand, he thinks, finally, with this power, I'm no longer afraid of those old men from the Holy Sword Guild. But the dragon seems to get angry and breathes a golden dragon breath in his direction. When it is about to hit, he disappears and is already next to its head, saying, stop bothering me. He uses a thunder kick that makes the dragon stumble and fall to the ground. The centaur then descends and goes right to the middle of the altar to get the so-called Demon King's chalice. Looking at it, he thinks, if I add this, I cannot imagine how strong I will become. Without hesitation, he swallows it, and his pupils turn red. He once again begins to transform, wings sprouting from his back as he enters a demon form. He says that this sweet Demon King's wine is very good. He is gradually understanding everything, and is there in front, and the hero says, that guy is getting weirder and weirder. Elizabeth, do something. The other girl, and tells him not to worry. She will not let him get near brother hero. She conjures a marionette spell, but the knight has already pierced her chest. Holding her in the air, he says, first, I will eliminate you, who are a threat. The hero is terrified. The centaur throws it on the ground, coming towards them, saying that the next one is him. The hero completely ignores the centaur and goes to Anne, telling her to hang in there. Elizabeth will save her. The centaur gets in Elizabeth's face and says, I know you are hiding your strength, but it does not matter. I will give you two choices. You become my woman. Take me to your kingdom and make me inherit everything. Or, the second option, I will have fun with you until there is nothing left, and then I will sell you to get what I want. Crying, the hero tells Elizabeth to kill him, but the centaur looks to the side. Who allowed you to open your mouth? You servant trash. He uses an ability to appear instantly before him and smashes him to the ground. An explosion rolls coins everywhere. The centaur seems to have been struck. When the smoke clears, the hero says, "Okay then, I'm tired of pretending, brothers. Will you get serious?" The centaur, thrown back, is lost and all beaten up, wondering what happened. Wait, I struck him with all my might. But why does it seem like my attack returned? He looks at Elizabeth and asks, "Is this your doing?" Elizabeth, staring at the hero, thinks he knows very well that not even my magic could destroy his clothes. That is why you forced him to attack you. Just for him to be the cause of his own destruction. The hero is there, all badass, thinking they say I am the hero. But he thinks, phew, it works just the way I imagined. As long as I give Elizabeth lots of delicious food, she will protect me whenever I need it. As long as I am useful to her, she will not let me die, no matter how dangerous the situation is. Wanting to kill me is the same as wanting to leave her. Without food, there is no way. Our boy finds out he is too strong. The work ends on the spot. Man, he is going to become a Saitama 2.0. The centaur says, truly unsettling. You are quite proud, but I only used half of my strength. Woman, you rejected a centaur as powerful as me. You could have had fun, but chose to reject me. Then he charges. So this is your choice. Then, Elizabeth remains calm midway as the centaur speaks. I want to see you reflect my next attack. Something is already coming from his left, hitting him hard, slamming him to the ground. Elizabeth looks to the side and asks, "Finally awake?" The centaur is completely shattered on the ground, and there's nothing left of the guy. From the shadows of that place, a golden dragon begins to appear. The centaur realizes that there is the true form of the dragon. What he killed was nothing more than some crumbs of power. He reabsorbs his old dragon body, and Elizabeth says, "Using your tail to pet. I used to play with you like that too." It is the true void dragon. A golden dragon queen from the Demon King's realm of the star. The centaur still does not understand. Impossible. I also have the power of a demon king. That cannot lose. But he is instantly crushed by the dragon's claw. Lying on the ground, the hero is confused. "Elizabeth, is this real?" Elizabeth says, "I think you figured that out a long time ago. This place is not real." Suddenly, they are floating. Elizabeth says, "Despite magic being your weak point, I do not think this would escape your notice." The dragon speaks some unknown language to Elizabeth, who responds. Then she starts crying. Poof! Smoke in the air, and she turns into a lowly. Of course, there had to be one. You damn trope. Her name is Amelia, and she is Elizabeth's pet. She cries, "Is it really you, Queen? I have been waiting for you for so long." Elizabeth tells her, "You have arrived in the realm of a demon king, and are still so innocent. I did not want to come here, because I knew it would awaken you, and you would start clinging to me." Amelia, hugging her, says, "No, master, you disappeared for 500 years without a word. I missed you so much." We then see Amelia's story. She was born between heaven and earth, and it was Elizabeth, with her magical energy, who incubated the egg. When she was born, they formed a contract, and Elizabeth not only gave her the name Amelia, but also created her personality, trained and played with her. That is why Amelia has a secret oath to serve her forever. When she grew up, she became Elizabeth's mount, carrying her around the world to face cruel creatures. This is because in the wars, Elizabeth decided to dominate the world. Amelia was happy to see her mistress achieve world domination, but she smiled less and less. Amelia knew the stronger Elizabeth became, the less she could help. And one day, out of nowhere, she decided to pull out the sacred sword and disappear. At the race meeting, Elizabeth's absence is causing problems. Even all the reputation she had is now not serving much. The amount of crime continues to increase. The Orc minister says that this is the case in their tribe, too. Several are announcing secession, as the only thing that unified everyone was the fear of the queen. The dwarf minister says that perhaps it is good for everyone to return to their homelands and take care of their regions until the queen returns. Twyla, who is the minister of the elves, asks Jean, who is the minister of the demons, "Where is Elizabeth? You were the closest person to her. Was she defeated by the legendary hero?" Jean says, "It is impossible. I have seen her terrifying power. There is no one in this world who can beat that. Everyone there can do as they please. From now on, I will go hunt her majesty on my own." Her former minion, Malfoy, says that this is the case too. He has a laugh at her. Everyone is dismissed. In the end, the ministers separated everything and divided the regions. Amelia was not interested in any of this, so she took half a cup of wine and left. She returned to the place where she was found the first time, hoping Elizabeth would return. And then she waited and waited and waited and waited, and now she is there, crying. "Finally, you have returned." Mistress, Elizabeth says, it seems everything went well, right? This long wait taught you meditation, which was the key to reaching the level of Demon King. Amelia continues crying. Mistress Elizabeth, do not leave me like this again, please. The poor thing is thinking she abandoned me, just so I could understand meditation and increase my level. She truly does everything for me. The hero up there, trembling, says, Hey, Elizabeth, stop dwelling on the past and save Annie already. At that moment, Annie opens her eyes and says, Brother hero, where are we? The hero is relieved. Annie, are you okay? She says yes, but she reaches for the backpack, pulls out the apple he gave her, and the apple is completely destroyed. The hero pets her, saying, That is not a problem, relax. Seeing the situation, Elizabeth thinks, from the start, he had already made this plan. The scenario was already set when he gave the bananas. Amelia is all cute, rubbing against Elizabeth, but she gets mad when she realizes the queen keeps looking at the hero. So she asks, Mistress, who is that man over there, huh? Elizabeth says, Him? He is the hero of legends. I stayed at his house while I was away. Amelia gets even angrier. Hey, you, what she thinks. The hero of legends did this. He kidnapped my mistress for 500 years, and it seems he wants to take her heart. I need to end this now. Our smiling hero says, My name is Li Ping. Nice to meet you. Amelia smiles and hatches a plan. Now that I have reached the Demon King level, I can reach my mistress by joining forces with her. We can kill the hero of legends. She already summons a Dragon King's claw and charges, saying, Nice to meet you. It hits him hard in the chest, and an explosion occurs. The poor thing is confused. What happened? He shut off her claw. The hero says, Oops, sorry, I could not react in time. However, Amelia is puzzled. My attack was strong enough to destroy a city, and he canceled it. Like this, the hero reaches out his hand and says, My turn to take initiative. Amelia is sweating, realizing he might be more oppressive than a mistress. The poor thing is there. No, please. He takes her hand very gently and says, Sorry for messing up your handshake. Now it is clear why Elizabeth is so calm. She has a polite friend like you. Amelia is confused. Handshake? Friend. Elizabeth says, My friend. You could say that too, but actually she's my mount. The hero thinks mount, already imagining one on top of the other, running. Elizabeth then snaps her fingers and everyone appears outside. She says, Enough of this for today. Amelia says, Wow, mistress, you are so amazing. The hero is also impressed. Wow, is it that easy to return? All I really have to do is stick to Elizabeth's thighs and everything will be fine. However, for Annie, the journey was too long, and she faints on the hero's shoulder. Elizabeth tells the hero to take Annie to rest, because she needs to talk to Amelia about something. And we are back home on the farm. Amelia asks, What do you want, Elizabeth? You can give me any order. I truly want to serve you. Elizabeth asks, Have you heard of the Black Demon Guild? Amelia ponders, saying she slept most of the time. And then she remembers, it is the guy called Malfoy, the former prince of humanity. Do you remember him? Elizabeth makes an effort and says, she might remember. Amelia wants to know, Wait, you want him and not me? Elizabeth says, It is not that. She heard that this black guild is killing people under the pretext of wanting to resurrect her. That is making her angry. Amelia gets angry. Resurrect you when you are alive? That is disrespectful. What do you want me to do? Elizabeth says, You're going to make them disappear from this world without revealing any information about me or this place. Amelia only accepts. Elizabeth then says, When you're done with this, I will release you. Amelia says that a job given is a job done, and in her interpretation, doing whatever she wants is clinging to Elizabeth all night long. With that, she sets off, motivated. But there's a missile heading her way that explodes in the sky. When the smoke clears, she is injured. Who attacked me? Realizing her skin is all scorched. At least within the sovereignty realm. Down below, Wan Kai is acquiring a target. He elevates the defense system to level 2. A cold sweat forms. A missile strikes, but she parries with her wing. She glares and asks, You selected me to be your opponent? A grave mistake. But then she sees a full missile barrage incoming. The conflagration consumes the entire sky. The poor girl is left utterly battered. Wan Kai reanalyzes, target confirmed to be alive, increasing defensive measures to 3. At that very instant, Elizabeth shouts, Foolish machine, she is one of mine. Let her pass. The small dog trembles affirmative. I will add her to the white list. Poor Amelia flees, thinking, This cursed place, it is terrifying. I must escape from here. Inside the cottage, our hero slices oranges, preparing a delicious juice for Anne. He approaches her and says, "If you are feeling unwell, you can have this." She thanks him, takes a sip, and her very cells begin to regenerate. Every drop of the fruit contains immense magical power. She is stunned. This feeling, is it some advanced divine magic? She enters a lucid state of mind, remembering the orphanage's fate. A monster-like figure saying, "I am you, and you are me. Stop denying your true self." And she is there weeping, lost, while the hero collapses on the couch, sighing. Truly, a sofa at home is the most comfortable. At that moment, Elizabeth enters, walks past her, and says, "It seems you finally recall everything. Huh? You know, your Gene clan ancestors eternally pledged their fealty to me. If your bloodline awakened, the power of that oath also awakens." At that instant, and sees a colossal Elizabeth with her in her palm, trembling. She asks, "Are you the legendary demon queen?" Elizabeth replies, "Yes, I am the sovereign of this entire world," and is confused. But according to the legends, you perished with the hero, brotherly Ping. "Who are you?" The hero awkwardly says, "I am ashamed to admit it, but yes, I am the hero," and says, "Now I understand the entire story. It was like this, correct? In the past, Li Ping and Elizabeth fought a final battle for the title of the strongest. As a result of a month-long fight, you began to admire one another. After so much conflict, you abandoned the fight for supremacy and fell in love. And then you lived this secluded life for 500 years. Elizabeth says, that is almost the truth indeed. While the hero says, she got it all wrong. Elizabeth then changes the topic and says, as a descendant of the superior warriors of the demon bloodline, you're in this state. You are a disgrace to the demon clan. The hero is confused. Wait, and for the demon clan? And stands there, saying nothing. Elizabeth says, it was 600 years ago, correct? A child named Gene awakened the demon lineage when his eyes glowed red. His skill, power, and magical energy grew immensely. However, as his power grew, he became more and more violent. Only death could satisfy him. In just a few years, he left the northern territories in ruins. Hundreds of my elite warriors were annihilated by him. His ambition grew so vast he came to the castle to challenge me. Obviously, he was easily defeated, and then I sealed his violent side, and with an oath of loyalty, he has served me for generations. Trembling, and says, I did not know any of this. My first memory, I was living in the church orphanage. The sister and the brothers were all my family. Elizabeth speaks the truth. You killed everyone in that orphanage. When you went mad, you could not accept reality, so that is why you kept believing. You were waiting for the sister to return. Elizabeth thinks, with the power Gene possesses, you could have conquered the world. In this time that I've been gone, what's happening in that place? And is panicking, saying, no, I did not do this to my brothers. The hero says, Elizabeth, we met her brothers at the market, did we not? Elizabeth says, enough of that. She opens a visualization portal and declares, let us expose the truth and see what these brothers of yours truly are. When they look, they're all dolls. In Anne's mind, she truly saw them as people, but clearly that was not the case. Elizabeth closes the portal and says, do you understand? You are using your magic to sustain this group of dolls. That is why you are stuck at the mage level. The hero is confused, not believing it either. Elizabeth is cruel and unrelenting. To rid yourself of the Black Apostles, you activated your bloodline. However, you went berserk and killed everyone. That is the truth you wish to avoid. She starts going berserk, Dragon Ball Z style, with a purple aura. To stop this, Elizabeth flicks her forehead, and she collapses. The hero catches her, and Elizabeth says, I know you wish to help her. But when she awakens, if she triggers her lineage again, she will destroy the entire city. But the hero says, it is okay. We will try to handle it. Back at the church, and is waking up. She gets out of bed and apologizes for being a burden again. The hero says it's no big deal. They used Elizabeth's teleportation. But how is she feeling now? And begins to weep again, saying she cannot believe she caused all those deaths. The hero says that is not the case. She was trying to protect everyone. She is not a murderer. However, and does not accept that. She says it is all her fault for losing control. But our hero says, it is their fault for attacking and forcing you to lose control. So stop blaming yourself. Plus, there are still missing materials here. But she keeps crying, saying that the fact does not change. The hero interrupts her, explaining, when you made the dolls, the details were good, but you were so afraid of the cotton coming out that you made excessive knots. Because of the lack of quality, the dolls lost their spirits. But it is okay. I will help you remake them. And he starts dismantling everything. However, and dislikes seeing him destroy her brothers, and starts to go berserk. At that moment, the hero recites a line of profound wisdom. Do not wander under the tree. Do not question under the rain, and do not cry in the darkness. She then awakens in the middle of a lake, confused. In the sky, a giant golden hand descends, and the hero finishes the sentence. Look forward and never back. As long as you have the courage to face it and keep your head up, you will realize that this mist was nothing but a little rain. The sky shines, and the hero picks her up in his palm. At that moment, he made a doll that is an angelic child and says, "This is the doll I remade for you." And its name is Raphael, the angelic doll. He hopes that will help her heal, and she takes his hand, saying, she is sure it is the same feeling. These are her brothers. She sees all of them around the hero, who tells her not to worry anymore. And then they disappear, saying goodbye, and she once again breaks down in tears, saying she will protect the church. And our hero tells her that the sky is clear. He sighs. Phew, thank goodness I studied psychotherapy in the system's books. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, in the swamp of death, Amelia is flying around, searching for the man. Seeing everything destroyed, she says, "It is a shame what they did to my mistress's house." She then lands, and a swarm of creatures appears, saying they want to devour her soul. However, in the blink of an eye, the creatures all explode. She wonders, why are they treating this place like a dump? She moves on, and a chubby baby mage comes out of a book, asking who she is and what she wants with the Black Guild. He is the sixth pillar of the guild, a 5-star demon. Then a room full of eggs incubating some demons appears. And in the guild hall of the Black Guild, there's a meeting going on. The leader says it seems like someone powerful is coming. One of them says that one of the troops was completely annihilated when invaded. The Saints Guild, they are coming to get revenge. A round and chubby girl says it is no problem. Someone named Curtuz will handle it. The chief of staff asks the child if she wants to go there and have fun, telling him to shut up. While the tentacle man says whoever it is cannot reach them. But the master on the throne says, I was afraid I would not get the materials. Who would have thought what I needed would come right to my doorstep? It is Malfoy from the beginning of the story. Just 500 years worse off. The chubby wizard with the pacifier, who tried to stop Amelia, is completely destroyed. He cannot even react properly. He's stepped on by the dragon. It is over. A group of apostles appear. One of them literally being a girl carrying 6 balloons. They are confident they will kill her. However, she just activates the power of the Golden Dragon King. She lets out a roar that already blows everyone away. With that, she continues walking calmly. She arrives before a giant eye that underestimates her once again. She kicks and destroys it and enters the boss's chamber. She sees Malfoy and says he looks horrible. Poor Malfoy is truly finished. But he recognizes her. But in the blink of an eye, he's blown up in his seat. Everyone is terrified and does not understand what happened. Obviously, she just made a small dragon arm and squashed him. The finished Malfoy asks, why did you awaken from your slumber? But apparently, he has a regeneration ability. Did you happen to find Elizabeth? She gets confused. Some tentacles come from the ground and wrap everything around her. Of course, those damn tropes. The tentacle man tells her there is no way she can escape. She asks, escape? What do you mean? She bites, and the man gets scared. She starts swallowing everything like pasta, and it is over. The poor guy for digestion. A mega curvy one comes from behind, saying she surrenders. She joined them against her own will. She sends a little kiss that activates her seductive magic. And boy, she is seductive indeed. In front of Amelia, she says that since attacks do not work, she's going to make her a prisoner. However, Amelia burps up the octopus she had eaten and finishes her off. Another one comes to attack and is finished again. Now she is face to face with Malfoy. She asks if he's going to take his own life or face her. Malfoy says he cannot face her. However, if he joins what is behind him, then it is different. When she sees in the incubation cocoon, there is an Elizabeth being produced. A month later, we are on the small farm, obviously planting, watering, and harvesting. A peaceful life back at home, chopping wood, making food. Elizabeth finds it strange. Is something wrong with it? Before bed, the hero was getting impatient, and then he decided on something. That morning, he made the breakfast Elizabeth likes the most. She immediately asks, stop beating around the bush. I do not like this. What do you want? The hero says, after living together this entire year, you know I am not a threat to you. This proves that the hero and the queen can coexist. I think it is time for you to leave here. Elizabeth, and control the world again. She asks why. He explains that when he came, he did not imagine she would appear here. And the biggest problem is that time outside is passing too fast. Because of her absence, the apostles are destroying the entire country. Even this black guild appeared and is making everyone's life difficult. Elizabeth says she does not care if it is chaotic. It does not affect them. For our protagonist, the system route was end of the world in their fight, then world peace. However, because they became friends, the world is in chaos. He explains to her that he wanted to keep her here because of the destruction of the barrier. If he did not know what was happening outside, she would continue here without problems. But now that he has seen everything that has happened, he cannot stand still. However, he cannot be a hero, and he also cannot save people from this suffering. Elizabeth somehow is interpreting this as him saying he cannot live without her. She asks, "What do you want?" Then, the hero then says, "I want you to go back to the world and save everything, because I am an incompetent hero, and I cannot continue being selfish." In his head, he is thinking, even if this place is destroyed by monsters, it is okay. I will move to the city. Now, Elizabeth's interpretation is explained in her head. He is being selfish, wanting to have the queen just for himself, and not letting her stay in the world. She finishes her food and asks, "Do you want me to leave this place and solve the world's problems?" That is easy. Our hero is happy. Seriously? You agree? Then I will prepare everything now. However, she turns around. I'm not interested in the outside world, but there are two ways to solve this. She is thinking, bastard, are you looking for an excuse to kick me out of this place? I am not that easy. The hero asks, what are the two ways? She says, the first one is simple. She goes outside, uses a magic that obliterates the whole world, and done. The hero says, no, not that option. She says, the second option is to find someone who can rule the world in her stead, and she will help from behind the scenes. The hero wants to know who that person would be. She says, you already know. Besides me, only you are qualified for that. He sweats. Wait, you want me to rule the world? Next scene, he is practicing sword techniques. Confused. How did things end up like this? Beside him, she keeps shouting, practice properly. I want to see. He responds, okay. But she is just thinking, are you trying to play games with this queen? You're too young for that. I cannot deny that you are a little stronger than me. However, when it comes to psychology, you do not stand a chance. The queen seems to be falling in love. She is thinking that when he told her to leave this morning, she was so sad. She almost did. But then, when he told her he could not live without her, she understood everything he was trying to say. He knows very well that with the power of both of them, it would be very easy to destroy or dominate this world. So the best thing to do is let the world go on as it wishes, and occasionally observe what is happening, since she has already put Amelia in charge of dealing with the Black Guild. There is nothing to worry about now. She is convinced, saying he is pretending with this little plan, but I have already seen through all his little games. Apparently, the legendary hero has fallen for the queen, while our boy is all confused there, believing in the plan, thinking, is it true that you can become a sword master by cutting 1,000 times a day? Seems kind of simple. She is imagining he is the pinnacle of strength, but he likes to take a little beating. Apparently, she is the only one in this world who satisfies this hero's malevolent interests. But now she has a plan. Even though she is not interested in silly things like love, it is different when it comes to him. He has the greatest power of creation and production, and she has the best swordsmanship and magic. Together, they can create the strongest child ever. What would a child be like? Would they break the limits of the existing realm? But she will not agree to that so easily. For now, she will let him practice his horrible swordsmanship. He has to get stronger for this child in the future. The hero is confused. What is this girl thinking so much about? Is she really going to want to teach me swordsmanship and magic to destroy the Black Guild? He's going to make a sword cut. And suddenly, she turns into a child who falls to the ground. My sword turned into a child? The sword boy says, who are you calling a child? I am a spirit of the majestic, legendary sword, Alpha. The queen asks what is going on and immediately recognizes Alpha. And she moves towards her, saying die. But she took a kick to the face and was sent to the other side. Sit down. Let's talk. The hero apologizes. He did not know the boy was conscious all this time. The boy says that At the critical moment of the fight against the demon and the queen, he appears. However, he wants to know why he has been just chopping wood for so many years. The hero tells him to calm down, but the boy does not stop and asks, "Did you change the story script and see your friend? You do not deserve to be a hero." Elizabeth asks, "Are you trying to kill me?" The boy sits there. "Actually, no, I do not want to. This system's madness. You are my savior." She says, "Okay, whatever. Now that you are here, help the hero rule the world." Alpha says, Hold on. Rule the world? The hero says, "It is more like saving the world." He looks to the side. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Our hero says, "I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing. I'm going to take on the responsibility of being a hero. Practice and save the world." Alpha asks, "Practice? Do you not know your talent?" Thinking, "You practiced with me 100 times and gained enough experience to fight a demon king, and he even awakened me? It makes no sense." The story explains that when he was cutting down trees, they were the ones gaining experience. The hero looks at Alpha and says, "I know I do not have much talent, but with you and Elizabeth, I think I can." Alpha is about to say something. "What are you talking about, dude?" "You are." But Elizabeth casts a spell and seals his mouth. She then tells the hero to stay there, while she has to talk to this small boy. She grabs him with her demonic hand and takes him behind a tree. Smoke rises, and he comes back all beaten up. He then looks at the hero and says, "All right, I will cooperate with you, brother." Elizabeth says, "Enough with the delay. Let's start this already." The city is bustling, with a blonde looking for members for a guild, and a girl selling roasted chicken. A criminal, and our hero is there too. This is the city of Tetano, which is under the influence of the Holy Sword Guild. Elizabeth tells the hero that her magical sense is telling her that something large scale is going to happen in this city, and maybe it is good for him to take a look and gather intelligence. He says he understands. The first step to ruling the world is gathering intelligence. Alpha says it is nonsense. Going to this place is a waste of time. Elizabeth gives him a glare. "Do you want me to break you in half?" He sticks to the hero. "Sorry." Our hero sees a paper on the ground and picks it up. These flyers are everywhere. Could this be the event that is happening? Competition between guilds? Elizabeth says it is a fight where each guild sends its representative. Someone plays a drum, telling everyone to place their wagers. People are all excited to bet, and the hero pulls Elizabeth, who is all modern in this outfit. They head towards the giant arena. However, when they're about to go up, a green bull stops them, saying he could not detect their tickets with magic. The hero says, "Elizabeth, I will handle this." The hero then takes out a bag of coins and says, "I saw on the poster that it is 10 coins per ticket. Can we buy them?" The big guy says yes, but he monopolized them all and is now selling them for 200 coins. The hero thinks the guy is a damn scalper, but Elizabeth uses magic on his head, and the guy hands over a VIP ticket. With that, they both go happily. The hero is impressed. The place is very luxurious. There are some guys there that you cannot see properly. A guy smoking a pipe, writing some magic, a dwarf, and 2 hot babes from the Holy Guild. Wow, that is a lot of divinity. The blonde is Luna, and the redhead is Anna. Anna asks if those two are on the guest list. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is telling our hero to go get some snacks, but those 2 little saints are just keeping an eye on them. Then someone shouts, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final guild competition." He announces it's going to be the sword genius from the Holy Guild, King, the giant bear guild's general gala, a wonderful elf from the elf guild, Travis without Scott, and lastly, a special guest from the Holy Guild representing the card guild. It is all going to happen simultaneously. The goblin jumps out of the arena. The atmosphere becomes tense. The elf thinks, that big guy looks very stupid. He probably will not be of any use. The guy is screaming like a maniac. The car guy seems weak. Not to mention he is only here because he helped the Holy Guild. That means in this competition, the biggest danger is the blue sword guy from the Holy Guild. The big guy stomps on him and goes straight for him. The elf pulls out 3 arrows and fires at it. It is 1 for each, but all 3 dodge. But the arrow falls to the ground, turns into a root that transforms into vines and ensnares everyone. The big guy gets angry and tries to break free, but it only tightens even more. The elf says, "This is the gum root. The more force you exert against it, the tighter it gets." The blue sword guy then draws his blade and cuts it all down, while the car guy is just standing there, doing nothing. The sword guy apologizes for killing her plant. The elf says it is no problem. He just has to pay with his life. She then fires another arrow at the dancing butterfly, but the guy is all monk samurai and says fearlessly, doubtlessly, without confusion, altruistic state. Bluebird, power matches power, but the elf has already lost her small arm, which fell onto the ground, shattered. He approaches her, points the blade at her, and says, "You have lost." The elf says he deserves the title of genius, but she is also one. He is then surrounded by exploding butterflies. His blade flies off, and when the smoke clears, he is there, all beaten up but alive. She then takes a seed from her mouth, spits it on the ground, a plant grows, and she puts her arm into it, which turns into a new arm, but it is crushed by the buff guy. And it was crushed hard. He then looks back and says, "It is the samurai's turn," who finds the aura of that guy strange. But in the audience, everyone is going crazy, loving this competition. He throws his arm aside and pulls the blade back into his hand. The buff guy says, "Power is everything, and now I'm going to crush." He jumps, activating 70% of his muscular strength. The swordsman dodges, sends him a cut. However, it touches his skin and nothing happens. He comes for another blow. 80%. He tries to defend with the sword and is thrown back, and the sword bends all crooked. He comes again, now at 90%. He dodges several times. The hero is curious, asking Elizabeth who she thinks will win. She does not say anything, while Anna is finding it strange. How come a sword forged by ranked dwarves was destroyed with a punch? Luna asks if they should stop the fight, but Anna says, "Not for now." Up in the super VIP section, the man is asking, "Should we not interrupt this?" A guy named Bowie says, "I think those two are handling it." "Only think, boss." The guy says, "Maybe he is the president of the card guild. Is he not the girl's father?" The boy next to him noticed he is trembling and thinks it is because the buff guy's magic is from the apostles. That is why he got so angry. But he is scared, because he saw our protagonist with his little demon in his head. The hero came here to see how he is using the deck. He has to meet the expectations of the great hero, while down below, the buff guy is just going for it. The blue sword can do nothing but run away. The buff guy grabs the ground and uses it like a sheep. The blue blade jumps to dodge, but he's caught in midair and falls to the ground in a ball of stone. The buff guy goes to touch the stone, but suddenly he takes a micro cut. When he steps back, it is over. His hand is gone. He is angry, saying he will kill the blue blade, who repeats the same phrase. Fearless, doubtless, surprised or confused. Altruistic state. The buff guy thinks of doing something, but is cut from afar and falls to the ground, agonized. The blue blade tells him, "It is your last chance." The buff guy says he does not care. He is not going to play with him, already remembering that he can use the forbidden drug. But the blue blade warns, "If you give up the power given to you by the Black Guild, I will spare your life." However, he breaks a pill in his mouth to reach the realm of Demon King. But before anything happens, his head is separated and it rolls towards the card guy, who has been standing there in the trap all this time, who is actually the small elf girl our protagonist saved. We then see the card guild, and they are practicing with the decks, as she has been drinking tea with the herbs our hero gave her. Before she left, she keeps evolving. Her father comes back from a trip and tells her he helped the Holy Guild deal with the apostles, and for that he received a gift. She thinks it is that pile of apostle remains in the bag, but it was actually a direct qualification invitation for the finals. If she wins, the card guild will be recognized as an official guild. She feels insecure. She cannot compete with those geniuses, but he says none of that matters. She has to be more confident. They have evolved a lot. They are not the same as before. When the time comes, I will give her the hero's deck, and with that, she will win. Amidst the vines, she is pondering, even though I have the hero's deck. With my current strength, I can only use 6 cards at once. The rest of the battle, I will have to rely on card replicas, which will significantly weaken the power of my attacks. However, I cannot retreat here. Determination is the most important. Reaching for her belt, she grabs the deck of cards, a cut easily freeing herself from the vines. That devilish head seems alive. The blue blade speaks. "It was a good strategy to hide and only reveal your power in the end, but you're not an opponent for me. So just admit defeat." She sends some cards his way, and he dodges, saying, "Wow, the guild owes you a favor. I do not want to harm you." It is the final warning. Everyone is confused. Fighting with cards? He thinks, "I see these feints are a ploy to unleash a far greater power, but I will grant you no such opening." He prepares to land a decisive blow. She panics, realizing her entire strategy was seen through. Retreating, her foot triggers a hidden card trap. It launches her skyward, and from the apex, she unleashes another storm of projectiles. But the blue blade leaps, deftly evading the assault. This time, she conjures rings of ensnaring cards. And yet again, he masterfully parries. The cards then swarm his blade and his form, sapping the aura. The blue blade warns her, "This foolishness ends now. If I get serious, your death is certain." She reveals it was all a ruse to prepare her ultimate technique. Raising hands ablaze with cards, she roars, "Unleash," birthing a colossal dragon made of spades. The entire stadium is now captivated. The dwarf marvels at the craftsmanship of the cards. Their magical effects are diverse. Even the oblivious Li Ping and the crowd are stunned. Whoa, are they battling with playing cards? How is such a thing possible? The blue blade, once more, pushes his altruistic state to its absolute limit. He fires a cerulean bird at the dragon. The two forces clash mid-arena, triggering a massive detonation. The cards are utterly annihilated, raining down as ash. She thinks his power is absolute. Victory is impossible with mere imitations, but she fears the true deck, for its power is uncontrollable. The blue blade moves in for the final strike, blaming her for forcing him to unleash his full might. He sends a final slash toward the cards, and she lies defeated upon the ground. "It is finished," he declares. She concedes, "It is so. I have lost. There is no reason to continue this fight." But behind the blue blade, a dark presence flies toward him, piercing his mind. His eye glows a venomous purple. He's been seized by the head of that foul beast, the severed part now claiming his entire being. The great apostle sneers, "This vessel is quite fine. How does one wield this key sword contraption?" It immediately assaults everyone in the vicinity. Thankfully, a barrier holds firm. Otherwise, the spectators would have perished. Li Ping asks Elizabeth, "What is our move? Do we intervene?" Elizabeth says no, for his path to world dominion. He must learn to overcome these minor tribulations. This is nothing. Greater trials await. He simply accepts her judgment. The poor father thinks, "Damnation. They predicted we would face an incursion. That is why they are observing. I must deliver a worthy show to impress Mr. Li Ping." And the queen, the old man beside him, is thinking, "If you rush to rescue your girl, you will reveal that you lack the warriors to handle the Black Guild alone. And when the Holy Sword seeks new allies, you'll crawl to us." The fiend is inside the blue blade soul, and our elf is filled with righteous fury. Her hatred for the Black Guild burns. And if that is true, she no longer needs to hesitate. Unleashing the true deck, the apostle is stunned. What is this? Her magical aura has surged immensely. I must eliminate her immediately. He launches a deadly assault her way. But a spectral knight with a shield manifests to protect her. Li Ping finds this strange. That form feels strangely familiar. The dwarf and the analyst are dumbfounded. Wait, this power is far beyond the previous deck. If my eyes don't deceive me, that's a wraith of the 13 sacred knights. The old man then asks, "Boss, is this the very technique that vanquished the 6 demon pillars?" The father states, "I wielded the number 9 back then. She is only using 5 now. I pray it will suffice." She unleashes her cards, commanding the beast to release its host. But he dodges, thinking, "Damn it. How can she channel such force into those cards?" He leaps to evade, believing he can escape. But he collides with the shield of a knight, who ricochets him to another, and then another. They pinball the possessed warrior around. He uses a desperate blade strike to halt his momentum. But the shield knight appears from behind, trapping him in a cage. She then gives the order, "Crush him." The 4 phantoms converge from all sides, focusing an immense pressure upon the apostle, who is compressed and utterly defeated. He plummets hard onto the ground. At this moment, her father gazes at the arena and muses. Li Ping and the Demon Queen will find this display adequate, yes? Meanwhile, Li Ping turns to the queen, exclaiming, "Wow, is that Yelai Fu? No wonder her appearance was so familiar. Do you recall them, Elizabeth? They were the father and daughter we aided." Elizabeth is completely ignoring Li Ping, her glare fixed on the father, thinking, who gave him permission to reveal himself? The poor man is shivering in his seat. The father greets the powerful pair, quaking in terror. "You two are present. I did not wish to disturb your viewing, which is why I failed to announce my attendance." Please, grant me your forgiveness. The father trembles in fear. Now that Li Ping sees the old man is present, he rises and exclaims, "Oh, uncle, as I expected, you are also here. I just recognized it was you Lai Fu in the arena. I have so many questions for you." The old man grows even more terrified, wondering, so many questions? Could it be that Li Ping was displeased with the card arts? The other dignified elder beside him is simply thinking, who is this youth that the boss shows such reverence for? The scene transitions to a grand banquet where all have convened. Li Ping murmurs to the queen, "Why do you suppose they have summoned me here?" The queen replies, "It is of no import. He should seize this moment to learn more regarding this dominion. He will host countless councils on his path to world supremacy." Li Ping concedes, but urges her to cease talk of world conquest, lest the others misinterpret. The warty old man congratulates the elf's father, stating that the triumph was magnificent. However, the father interjects, "Old sword, we shall speak of such minor things later. First, allow me to introduce two honored guests. This young man before you is the one who delivered my daughter from the Apostles of Shadow. He is Mr. Li Ping, and the lady beside him is..." The father falters as he feels the queen's deathly stare upon him. Both father and daughter are terrified. "We must not reveal her true name," the man with the sword inquires. "And why is that?" The father tries to speak, but it's obvious a sigil has been placed on his throat. If he dares utter a word, he dies. Li Ping, seeing this, thinks this father is a kind soul. He fears exposing Elizabeth's identity to these strangers and creating complications for us. He then turns to Elizabeth and says, "Hey, Elizabeth, for the time being, it's fine if you pose as a fledgling princess. It is wise to conceal your true station." She turns and says it is of no concern to her. Li Ping then announces, "We hail from a minor nation in the south. I am a minister there. You may address me as Li Ping. This woman accompanying me is the princess." The butler standing close by remarks, "A princess from southern lands? My homeland is there, yet I have never heard of you." The father dismisses the butler's comment and declares, "It was Mr. Li Ping who bestowed upon me the card arts." Li Ping replies that he is being too modest. "I do not possess such a deep talent with cards. I'd hoped to learn from you. In truth, I am seeking one to instruct me in swordsmanship." Luna whispers to the blue sword, "Did you hear that? He desires to learn the blade. Despite crafting such overwhelmingly powerful cards, what is his true objective?" The blue sword warns her, "Be cautious. This is not the moment for such discussions." Yu Lai Fu nervously gulps and says, "Mr. Li Ping, did you witness my battle? Was my use of the card sufficient?" Li Ping is baffled, wondering what skill she is referring to. The father interrupts and asks, "Li Ping, please be truthful with us. Was there some deficiency in our demonstration?" But Li Ping's entire demeanor darkens, and he states he has no remarks to offer. "I simply had not foreseen you would use my cards, so..." The father begins to sweat, stammering an apology. "I had a foolish notion to replicate some cards and create a guild without seeking your consent." The elf also apologizes, saying her display in the battle was the peak of her ability. But Li Ping's expression softens as he asks, "Why are you making apologies? This allows for more people to engage in the games, which is a very fine thing." She then asks him, "Are you implying that since the cards hold power, it's good because now common folk will be able to learn?" The father says, "That must be the reason. A way to elevate the guild." Li Ping remembers, "Oh, curses. They're speaking of arcane energies, not merely paper cards." The man seated at the table with the monocle is just watching. This is truly fascinating. The girl possesses an overwhelmingly dominant magical aura, while the other has completely sealed his away. "I perceive nothing." He's employing the demon lens. And in that instant, Elizabeth casts a glance his way. The man breaks into a cold sweat, wondering, "Damn it. Have I been exposed?" Impossible. I used the demon lens for observation. There is no magical trace. There is no means she could know. But what is this crushing, oppressive feeling? Elizabeth looks at Li Ping and declares she wishes to exterminate one of them. Li Ping is alarmed and asks what she is implying. He then produces a pudding and says, "If you have any inquiries, pose them after this meeting concludes. Here, take this." She becomes pouty and greedy, snatching the pudding with glee. The old man with the sword then clears his throat and says, "Enough idle chatter. Let us return to the primary subject. Given the tournament's events, I have gathered certain people here, and I wish to propose an alliance." because we must urgently eradicate this black guild. The attendant then places an item on the table, a sack of black gears that were all utilized within this tournament by the combatants. Li Ping asks, "Black gears, were these things?" The father clarifies that when you embrace the Black Guild's power, they embed this dark gear inside you, which flourishes alongside your strength. The inebriated dwarf slurs. 30 gears in this tournament. It seems the Black Guild is already deeply rooted here, but Luna notes that muscle-bound warrior passed the sword's purification ritual. Could it be they accept the dark power after qualifying? Anna, on the other side, says, perhaps the Black Guild discovered a method to bypass the purification, but the monocle guy elaborates. Only those with a very low fusion rate can even be sensed. This implies most of them need not conceal their nature. Some individuals, upon accepting the gear, lose all control and become apostles. In the second scenario, they resist but lack control, and thus they transform into a great apostle. In the final case, if the host can accept the gear and completely master the Demon King's power, they ascend to become a pillar serving the king. However, regardless of the outcome, they are bound to serve the one who gifted them the gear. The blue sword asks, I nearly became a dark apostle. The monocle guy says it's impossible to confirm. You were possessed, but not assimilated. But given your latent potential, if you had truly been dominated, you would have become a pillar of the Demon King. The old man with the sword says, thank the heavens the boss was here to assist, correct? I would have been helpless with these weary bones of mine. The card master says he was also a holy guild member, so it was his duty to help. The blue sword says, when the guild faced its crisis, I was on a mission abroad and could not face the black apostles. But today I witnessed the card arts that slew one of the 6 pillars. My defeat was utterly convincing. Yulai Fu, you are a powerful woman. But she gestures toward Li Ping and states, this is all his accomplishment. She wields such power only because of the cards he granted her. The dwarf demands to know where Li Ping acquired such crafting skills, and if he is a mastersmith on top of that. He is eyeing the blade on Li Ping's back, and senses it possesses immense value. Li Ping says he merely enjoys some simple handicrafts at home now and then, just to pass the time, with no formal smithing involved. The dwarf declares he is a very modest young man. Meanwhile, Luna claims that if the Sword Saint were present, the Black Guild would not even dream of invading. Anna says she praises her too highly, and Li Ping asks the boss, Yulai Fu's father, if this Sword Saint is the strongest swordsman and what his location is. But the boss tells him, I am no longer a holy guild member. I cannot offer my thoughts on this. The old man with the sword says, it is no matter, boss. We cannot conceal this truth for much longer. Whispers travel on the wind, the dwarf says. So the rumors held truth, and the monocle guy explains. Following the Holy Sword Guild's rebellion, not only did their combat strength plummet drastically, but even the legendary Sword Saint has vanished. That is why the Black Guild is exploiting the chance to strike. The old man with the sword confirms that is the truth. The Sword Saint delivered dispatches about half a year prior. There's been no word regarding her since then. Li Ping is confused. A rebellion? The saint disappeared. The butler elaborates. To be exact, she went to capture the Axe Elder who betrayed our guild. However, she has not yet come back. The blue sword reveals his last mission was to locate the saint, but when he arrived at the site, nothing remained. Luna questions, if the Sword Saint was stronger than the man she went to capture, how was she defeated? The blue sword says, there is no question of the Sword Saint's might. However, when she traveled to the mountain, everything had been utterly annihilated. He has no clue what sort of battle was waged there. Half the entire region had been leveled into flat ground. The old sword adds, it's because the Axe Elder found a supreme magic. All that is known is it's a giant axe called the Demon's Burial. It possesses terrifying power and radiates an aura of malice. The might it bestows upon a wielder allowed the Elder to overcome the Sword Saint. The dwarf says, I have witnessed every S-rank weapon forged in my kingdom, and there exists no such demon burial axe. It seems to be an artifact created by the Black Guild themselves. Li Ping looks at Yulai Fu and asks, I still fail to grasp who this elder is, and for what reason did he betray the Holy Guild? The boss explains, within the Holy Guild, there is one leader, the Sword Saint. Beneath her, 5 assistants exist to mentor the disciples. The Sword Elder, who is the gentleman at the table there, the Dagger Elder, the Spear Elder, the Shield Elder and the Axe Elder. However, one day, the Axe Elder defected to the Black Guild and started a rebellion from within the Holy Guild, slaying both the Spear and Dagger Elders. The Shield Elder fell in battle against the Black Guild. The Sword Elder states that he is the last one remaining. During the uprising, many from the guild betrayed us, including my own most cherished son, Sir Buffthorn Tyrus. Li Ping asks, Tyrus, is he the centaur who brandishes a sword? The old man looks up and says, yes. That is my boy. What is his status now? Without any hesitation, Li Ping states that he is gone. The father, seemingly unfazed, replies, it does not matter. That is the destiny of a turncoat. What matters now is that we forge a union and fight against the Black Guild. The dwarf says his kingdom can furnish some armaments. However, a rank or higher weapons will be scarce, as we lack the stones. The monocle guy asks the Sword Elder, you mentioned you're in a highly precarious state right now. What gives you faith you can beat the Black Guild with our aid? The old sword says, everything hinges on the boss. I believe you should abandon this card guild and resume your post as a vice president of the Holy Guild. The boss questions, Elder, you wish for my return to the vice presidency? I've been gone for a very long time. I do not feel it is proper. However, the old sword insists, if I deem you worthy, then you are. Cards are now also seen as weapons, much like daggers and throwing blades. We can even create a new division and appoint Yulai Fu an elder. Yulai Fu now grows panicked and frightened as well. Wait me, I'm not fit to be an elder of the Holy Guild. But the Sword Elder says, if you accept boss, the strategy will proceed without a hitch, and the guild's assets will all be yours to command. Even I shall follow your commands. The butler urges him to weigh the offer. It will be far simpler for him to assist the Holy Guild than to attempt building a guild from nothing. The boss glances at Li Ping and asks, what are your thoughts, my boy? With the Holy Guild's backing, the card arts would disseminate even more rapidly. Li Ping is baffled. You are asking for my counsel? In my homeland, there is a proverb. It's simpler to be a director in a massive firm than to try and launch your own massive firm. However, the truly ambitious prefer to build their own legacies. This means the choice rests with you, sir. To the boss, what Li Ping said was, do you wish to be another subordinate, or do you wish to ascend in this life? If, despite all I have granted you, you still lack ambition, I am disappointed. But he is conflicted, for the old sword is quite insistent. If he declines, he will alienate the entire Holy Guild. The old sword says, boss, if you remain unsatisfied, state whatever terms you require. The boss rises and declares, Elder, speak no further. I did not forge my guild for the pursuit of fame or fortune. I did it to perfect my card-based techniques. Li Ping, do you see? My conviction is absolute. The Sword Elder is stunned and asks, boss, are you certain of this? Have you considered it fully? The old sword is wondering. I detect no discernible aura from this Li Ping. If the boss claims this boy taught him everything, it must be some ploy to conceal a hidden truth. Li Ping says, well done, boss. But inwardly, he is dismayed. Damn, I hope to leverage my ties with the Holy Guild to gain swordsmanship training from them. The boss then says, but though I decline to rejoin the Holy Guild, do not fret, Sword Elder. It is my solemn duty to destroy the Black Guild, and I will lend you my complete support. The old sword says he comprehends, and since the pact was already forged, they will acknowledge the card guild as a valid entity. Li Ping looks at the boss and says, you are quite courageous, boss. The boss replies, it is all to earn your favor, mister. Yulai Fu also says she will dedicate herself fully. The old sword then asks the dwarf, when will their monarch emerge from seclusion? They require A-rank armaments to aid in this war. The dwarf, who is the kingdom's prince, says he cannot speak for him. But the reality is they are desperate for grinding stones. It is difficult to procure any throughout the kingdom. Even the kingdom of Aristotle's is declining to cooperate. That is why his father is researching in isolation until he discovers a breakthrough. The old sword asks Tagore, the monocle-wearing man, if he can supply some weapons and combat sorcery. Tagore states he is neutral in this conflict, but if it is merely a matter of employing some magic, that presents no issue. The old sword then declares, let's form a mutual pact so that in 2 months' time we may combine our strengths. During this interval, let us endeavor to resolve all outstanding matters. Any further inquiries? Li Ping raises his hand and says he wishes to join as well. The other asks, you wish to join the war against the Black Guild? Li Ping says, no. In fact, I wish to join your guild to master the sword, though I have been inactive for quite some time. It's never too late to begin one's training, correct? The father and daughter ask if he is being serious. He desires to learn swordsmanship. Li Ping says it was the princess's suggestion, and if they wish to understand the reason, they should direct their questions to her. Elizabeth is calmly devouring her infinite pudding, truly a work of magic. But naturally, neither the father nor daughter would dare question the queen's will. The old sword says, "Very well, but there are countless styles of swordsmanship. I must know, what is your magical affinity?" Li Ping somewhat sheepishly admits, "I tested it once, and it's rather pathetic. 0, in fact. I am inept with magic." The butler behind the elder remarks, "If you are inept with magic, you will be unable to use the techniques taught by the elder." Li Ping asks, "Is there not something more fundamental, like a sword style that requires no magic whatsoever?" The elder explains that one such style exists, but only a single person knows that form of swordsmanship. It is our president, the Sword Saint. If you can find her, she will surely instruct you. It would seem the Sword Saint is a woman. The boss says, "Li Ping, I believe the only one qualified to teach you is the Sword Saint." Poor Li Ping stands there, feeling utterly defeated. "No one wants to mentor me, so you send me on a hunt for this person, because you wish to be rid of me." At that moment, Tagore speaks up. "Wait." He begins scribbling down some runes. He sketches something that begins to levitate and says, "I have recently come into possession of some sword magic. Perhaps this will be of use." Li Ping takes it in hand, observing it, thinking, "Wow, how does one even operate this?" Meanwhile, Elizabeth's magical pudding has finally vanished. Li Ping presents it to her, saying, "Behold, these are swordsmanship techniques." She, now enraged, snaps, "I just finished my dessert, and you already wish to discuss matters?" She crushes the pudding cup, and by extension, crushes Tagore at his chair, obliterating his body. She then remarks, "I had to dispose of an insect who was attempting to be clever." The scene cuts to a desert where a huge explosion erupts. And look who emerges. It's none other than the Sword Saint. Now, there's a powerful and lithe warrior for our hero. Her name is Chissy Sogus, and she is shouting, "Come forth. Cease your hiding." The axe elder materializes, demanding, "What is your issue? Why have you come here to stir up trouble?" Chissy declares, "Axe elder, I have arrived to cleanse you of your sin of joining the Black Guild, and I will see you eliminated this very day." She makes a cutting motion with her hand that splits the desert itself. The axe elder parries and returns a black aura in her direction. She sidesteps it with incredible ease. The axe elder sneers, "Now that the assimilation between myself and the demon burial grows ever deeper. Your empty threats are becoming meaningless. Now, I shall begin to truly harm you." Chissy warns him, "If you continue down this path, soon you will be fully dominated by that axe and lose your soul. Awaken." But the bearded man retorts, "Lose my soul? And so what? After tasting this absolute, supreme power, losing myself within it is an honor. Everything will be fine. Demon burial, consume my very being." An aura begins to engulf his body, and the madman draws. What in the world is this? It's a woman's form now, speaking with a feminine voice. It says, "Resentment. You wish to forsake me? I will not permit it." The transformation proceeds, and the man becomes a voluptuous female from the neck down. Chissy spits, "You fool. You are now utterly controlled by that black artifact." The axe elder, who is now the demon burial, replies, "Are you referring to this thing?" She seizes the gear and rips it free, tearing away the hideous face of the elder with it. And now, there she stands. "Welcome. You are quite a vision to behold. This is the true power unleashed." Fixing her hair, she purrs, "Now, that's much more suitable." Chissy vows she will annihilate her. She now unsheathes her blade, named Phantom, which was crafted with essence from the Ghost Horse King, and was forged by the Dwarf King's own hands. The alluring demoness, who is still without a name, points her colossal axe and says, "Pathetic, come and face me." In the next instant, the Sword Saint appears directly behind her. She unleashes a vaporous slash. An entire landscape detonates, sand flies, and a crater forms. Chissy declares, "The Axe Elder is no more. There is no reason for me to grant you any mercy. It is done." But her sword begins to fracture and disintegrate. The demoness looks back and says, "My body registered a minuscule impact from your attack, but if you are capable of that, I can see you possess considerable power. Do you have any more ploys?" Now Chissy is desperate. That sword was thought to be unbreakable, and it barely managed to scratch her. The The demoness says, "If you are quite finished, I will begin my warm-up. Be ready now, won't you?" The demoness legitimately starts her warm-up routine, stretching her limbs, extending her arms, while Chissy starts to conjure all manner of weaponry, grabbing a scroll, launching everything skyward, fusing a spear with a scythe and a dagger. Everything begins to detonate. Even her, I now bears a pentagram sigil. She invokes a spatial distortion and launches a black sphere of light at the demoness. The demoness, nearing the peak of her transformation, says she is finally feeling more limber. Chissy even threw 2 scrolls to entrap her, while the spatial distortion closes in. The demoness, still warming up, says she feels underestimated. Chissy declares she must employ destruction magic. She produces a hammer and smashes it against the spatial distortion, with the spear at its point, the scroll encircling it, and launches the entire attack at her. But in 0.001 seconds, the demoness smirks. She executes a slash, and in another 0.001 seconds, the slash begins to tear through all that the sword saint had unleashed, ripping across the entire desert landscape. In 0.004 seconds, the slash is now directly before Chissy, and she feels the cold embrace of death, and that she is about to be cleaved in 2. She then summons the protection of the 7 sword guardians. But the attack arrives and starts shattering swords. In 0.05 seconds, she knows she will be bisected again. But tragically this time, there is nothing she can do. She is struck and the blades are annihilated. In less than half a second, she is vanquished and crumples to the sand. The demoness, gazing down from above, says she is utterly insufficient. Now that I am limber, it is time to address what truly matters. The axe-wielding demoness begins to survey her surroundings. She sees through an eye that starts to scan for a target. Her gaze sweeps across the world, and look who she is now targeting. Elizabeth. She says she is making her way there now. While Elizabeth is running to get the remote and some chips for relaxing time, she tells Li Ping, "You are invariably correct. Remaining at home, eating chips, and watching TV is far superior. Let the others trouble themselves with world conquest." Drained, this path to global domination is not for me. But the queen offers him comfort, stating that as their pact was already sealed, she will guide him, so he has no need to despair. Li Ping protests, "Hey, Elizabeth, but you should have given me a warning before such a display." She crunches a chip, replying that he is a very needy boy. Rewinding to the moment Tagore was annihilated, the old sword jolted in alarm. The attendant behind him unsheathed his blade. Everyone tensed, even the poor blue sword, barely conscious, drew upon the last dregs of his strength. Meanwhile, the dwarf serenely sips his drink, muttering that the spectacle is about to begin. The boss rises, commanding everyone to be calm and hear him out. He turns to Li Ping and implores, "Sir, can you offer us some clarity?" Li Ping stands there, utterly speechless. Then Elizabeth declares, "With your feeble level, it is no surprise you are being compromised by the Black Guild." Li Ping asks what she is implying. Elizabeth commands everyone to bear witness. She invokes a deconstruction spell on the power that Tagore had offered to Li Ping. It clatters to the floor, revealing a parasite. The vile creature scans its surroundings for a host. Its gaze locks on Li Ping, and it lunges toward him. Li Ping flinches as the abomination nears. With a gleam in her eye, Elizabeth flicks her finger, and it is annihilated. In that instant, the attendant who stood nearby notices that Tagore's remains were also dissolving. Even the man's very flesh was a form of dark magic. Luna says, "So even a great figure like Tagore fell to the Black Guild." And Anna adds, "Now it all becomes clear why so many are defective. With such influential members, of course, the weak-willed would submit." Elizabeth scoffs. Their methods are pathetic. Nothing more than a collection of foolish gears. Li Ping is chewing on his nails, looking like a fool and wondering, what was that parasite? Would have hurt if it bit me. The old sword then asks Elizabeth how she knew of the parasite, but she merely glares at him and states, "It is none of your concern." The old man's patience wears thin, and he snarls, "The Holy Guild may be weakened, but it will not abide this level of insolence." The poor boss is now in a desperate position. Damn it, the elder is incredibly prideful. He cannot stand having his honor slighted. But he is ignorant of the true stature of Mr. Li Ping and the Queen. He must believe they are beneath his notice. If he provokes her, the fallout here will be unimaginable. The boss then tries to de-escalate the situation. "Mr. Li Ping, Could you please elaborate? But Li Ping replies, I still fail to comprehend any of this. Elizabeth grabs him by the arm, pulling him flush against her, using her assets to great effect. Nice. We shall continue this later. Farewell. Li Ping waves farewell to the boss, saying, until we meet again. The boss knows full well the blame is about to fall upon it. Now, how am I to explain this entire affair to the elder? Elizabeth glances back and asks if he is finished. The boss falls silent, uttering not another word. They then depart, and the old sword orders the butler to launch a full investigation of the southern territories. Back at their residence, Li Ping says, if you're going to act so rashly in the future, inform me in advance. I need time to mentally prepare. Elizabeth is thinking that there are two crucial points to consider. That man's I was undoubtedly crafted by Jim, the red-eyed demon. Secondly, the dark sorcery he wielded was distinct from the black guilds. So, it is clear there are other, even more formidable powers that have yet to make their move. But perhaps none of this is relevant, since Amelia has already obliterated the Black Guild's main base. All that remains are some stray demons for Li Ping to play hero with. Li Ping, sprawled on the sofa, says, that parasite creature was unsettling. How did you sense he was a villain? Teach me that skill. It must be sorcery, yes? I have no talent for such things. Elizabeth is thinking, when one employs that eye, they can perceive the echoes of magic. To sense its use, one must be as powerful as I. However, Li Ping's attire does not detect magical traces. They can perceive any hostile intent before the person even makes a move. In her imagination, Li Ping is declaring, admit it, my garments are superior to all your powers. She angrily crunches her chip, saying, I will teach you absolutely nothing. Li Ping asks, then what should I do now? Is it truly sufficient to just perform 1,000 sword swings daily? I must learn some proper techniques, right? The sword saint is missing. So why won't you instruct me a little, Elizabeth? Elizabeth flatly replies, no. Our pact is bound by 3 conditions. First, you must conquer this world using only your sword and magic. Second, apart from your clothing, you may not use any other items of your own creation. And third, I will accompany you. But I shall not teach you magic or the way of the sword. Li Ping protests, when did we ever agree to that? She retorts, just this instant. Li Ping says, very well. Then I shall seek out Uncle Boss. Despite his shift to cards, I believe he can still impart some wisdom. At that very moment, the sword Alpha, who has manifested, speaks. Abandon that thought. I sense no true swordsmanship from them. They can teach you absolutely nothing. Li Ping asks, what do you mean by true swordsmanship? Alpha elucidates that. It's because they all infuse magic into their swordplay to wield a pure sword style. It is only achievable for one who possesses no magic at all. The protagonist thinks it stands to reason, doesn't it? In a world of magic, everyone would channel power to enhance their blades. So, you know what? He rises to his feet and declares. He knows precisely what to do. Alpha tells him to remain a while longer, but our hero has already vanished. Alpha then surveys the strange house, wondering what manner of place is this that he prefers to remain here, rather than pursuing world conquest. He resolves to investigate further. He spots a microwave, a fan, a small cleaning automaton, and a host of bizarre contraptions. What are these artifacts? In that instant, he feels a blade's edge pass through him and is horrified. What in the 9 hells was that? Was it Li Ping? No, such a potent killing aura could not come from it. Was it Elizabeth? No, her killing intent would be far more savage. Then he realizes the aura emanates from the kitchenware, and he grows confused, saying, I am a sacred sword. A mere kitchen knife cannot do this to me, right? Li Ping suddenly bellows, and Alpha is terrified. The poor sword flees, crying he cannot remain in that place any longer. Our protagonist is left behind, failing to grasp what just transpired. No matter. I have finally found it. A Tai Chi sword manual. It extends life and cures all ailments, maintains fitness, and reveals the secrets of nature. Li Ping opens it with great confidence. I always dismissed this as useless. I'm glad I left it upon my shelf. He scans its contents, then shuts it. Wow, there are 13 forms that appear quite simple. They can be practiced by both men and women. But can this truly be used in a real battle? He then tells Elizabeth that he has located the sword manual and asks if she will assist him. But Elizabeth, stuffed with chips, says she is weary and wishes only to recline. Our hero says, understood. Then I will locate Alpha and test it with him. Watching him depart, the cunning Elizabeth thinks, "You have no concept of how to truly hone your swordplay. Soon, you will reach an impasse and not know how to advance. That is when I shall intervene to guide you, and you will finally grasp my superiority." Li Ping then ventures to the garden, calling for Alpha, but he remains in his blade form. Our hero asks, "Why have you reverted to your sword form? If you continue to ignore me, I shall begin my training without your leave." Alpha remains inert, so Li Ping opens the text. Let's begin. The first movement. Extending his arm, he declares, like a dragonfly gracing the water's surface. The scene cuts to 3,000 kilometers away, where that massive toad, an ally of Wan Kai, is receiving a brutal beating. He is attempting to use some magical arts, but the demoness is there, stating, "Simply eliminate him, and the rest will submit." She attacks with unbelievable swiftness, flexibility, and might. She kicks the toad squarely in the gut, launching him far into the distance, where he impacts, defeated. The toad has a gaping hole in his chest, and she stalks toward him, saying, "You possess so many high-level beasts protecting you, but no more. I will erase them all, so you can no longer hide. From this day forth, your tranquil days are concluded." At that instant, a protective barrier manifests. Above him, above the toad, Wan Kai is placidly observing. The demoness recognizes him, thinking, "Here comes a foe that will cause me great difficulty." Wan Kai looks down and emits a small yip. The toad, now grievously wounded, says, "Since you intend to fight, I shall take my leave," and he vanishes into mist. The demoness warns, "If you do not wish to perish, you had best step aside." Wan Kai commences his analysis. He sees she is not on the authorized list. He identifies the extreme risk level and invokes the prime directive: no one may ever disturb the master. He instantly elevates the threat to level 3 and deploys a full missile barrage. The entire landscape erupts. And far away, our boy Li Ping is practicing his Tai Chi techniques. After a time, he feels a surge of confidence. "Wow, I actually executed them all. It's not so difficult after all." At that moment, the sword Alpha reverts back to his humanoid shape. The protagonist asks Alpha, "What has happened?" But when he looks at Alpha, who is now in a meditative state, Alpha slowly opens his eyes and says he is finally recuperated. Li Ping then requests, "Offer me some guidance on this sword style I have been trained." Alpha is baffled. "Swordsmanship? What are you speaking of?" Li Ping gives him a few gentle pats on the head, saying, "I know the forms I've been practicing are more for physical health. They are not truly suited for combat." But Alpha is contemplating something else entirely. "Those armaments inside the house were impossibly powerful. I fled in terror and collapsed by a tree, which is why I returned to my sword form. My very soul was so suppressed that I became a blade without a consciousness. If Li Ping hadn't practiced as he did and supplied me with energy, I would have remained a soulless sword for all eternity. But why did he revive me, awaken me, and ask about sword training?" Alpha pictures Li Ping saying, "My little one, the oceans and seas run deep. Now you grasp why. I never fretted about wielding you or finding the Demon Queen. Compared to what I possess here, you are but a piece of scrap." Trembling, Alpha says, "My apologies, sir. I was ignorant." He begins to suffer an existential dread, questioning why he came here and his purpose. "I do not know who I am." He reverts to blade form, saying, "I must escape this place," and he flies away. Li Ping shouts, "What? I need an instructor." Back with the demoness, detonations are erupting, and she is growing weary, saying, "Are you truly content to be a servant for all your days? Join with me, and let us bring ruin to this world." But Wan Kai is simply barking at her. The demoness says he does not appreciate her generosity, and she only offered cooperation to conserve time. She is not afraid of him. Moving in, she strikes with a slash, sending a wave of destruction his way. But Wan Kai merely hops to the side, and the attack tears a fissure in the ground. Wan Kai analyzes the attack, seeing it will pierce deep into the planet, potentially disrupting our dear Li Ping's tranquil life, as the magma would incinerate the entire region. If that is the case, this must be stopped, he says, extending a tiny paw to catch her assault. She capitalizes on the opening, launching yet another attack. But Wan Kai reveals his second tiny paw and absorbs her next strike as well. He then begins to siphon the energy from both attacks, causing them to vanish into nothingness while charging his own power. The demoness, enraged, shrieks, "You cur, you are absorbing my power." Wan Kai calmly thanks her, saying, "Thank you kindly for the energy. If you wish to depart, I will allow it." She hefts the demon burial axe, saying, "This technique was meant to end that heartless man, but now I have no alternative. I must finish you, dog." The ceaseless destruction of all hope, the eternal agony of waiting, the sorrow and rage of abandonment. The malice I have gathered for 500 years is now focused and about to be unleashed. Filthy mutt, now that you have witnessed this. She sends the resentment of the final deadline his way. Wan Kai, still unperturbed, scratches himself and then reaches behind his back, producing a small hand mirror. A simple, flawlessly polished mirror. A creation of Li Ping. The entire assault strikes the mirror and is reflected back. The demoness is aghast. Even the axe's eye is in disbelief. As the power rebounds, it soars off into the cosmos, detonating several planets. The demoness, in utter disbelief, looks on. My 500 years of malice, gone just like that. Wan Kai then deploys several drones. The demoness attempts to retaliate, but she's swarmed by the drones, which erect a containment field around her. Wan Kai, now lying down, says this is the second powerful female invader, but after being defeated by the first, I upgraded myself to manage any potential risk. He raises the containment field to 50%. The demoness begins to detonate and liquefy, screaming that a cannon such as this. She begins to shriek that she will not surrender, but the containment field is already at 100% as the eye of the weapon expires. Everything detonates, and the demoness collapses upon the ground. Wan Kai, stretching, notes that the adversaries he has faced recently are quite formidable, and he will require further upgrades. At that very instant, a hand emerges from the soil, startling Wan Kai, and there she is, the Sword Saint, making her perfectly timed entrance to teach our hero some valuable lessons. She possesses a fabled lucky charm that preserves her life. Meanwhile, back at the residence, Elizabeth is watching television, but she's being barraged by commercials and is growing irritated. Damnation, so many advertisements. I'm going to command Li Ping to get me a premium service. But then she discovers her chips are completely gone. She peers into the bottom of the bag and declares, "The best part always lies at the bottom." She inserts her finger, savoring the final crumbs, making a rather suggestive comment about how good and fulfilling it is to lick that up. She tosses the bag into the waste bin, slips into her slippers, and opens the door, thinking, it is nearly time. Li Ping must be suffering greatly with his sword practice. He has no inkling of what I had to suffer to master the art of the blade. When he is about to surrender, thinking it is impossible, I will appear to guide him. Viewed this way, I am undoubtedly his superior. She says aloud, "You are not being slothful, are you? How does your practice proceed? I came to observe you." Li Ping tells her to be silent, and when she looks, she sees he is in a deep trance. She is confused and demands, "Did you not say you were going to train with the sword? Why are you sitting cross-legged?" He continues to ignore her. She is growing vexed, saying, "I am asking you a question." She then surmises, "You must be failing to advance and feel humiliated and trying to flee the issue by ignoring me. But that will solve absolutely nothing. If you bow your head and beg for my tutelage, perhaps I will bestow upon you some knowledge. Of course, there will be 2 or 3 stipulations." But in that instant, Li Ping finishes. He awakens and says, "Elizabeth, you are here. I did not notice you were speaking. My apologies, I was in deep meditation." She is still somewhat irritated and replies, "So that's the reason. It appears you have trained well, but I believe you are mistaken. You were meant to be practicing swordsmanship, not meditating." Li Ping waves a wooden stick before her and says, "You believe this is pointless? These are strengthening disciplines. It is vital to cultivate both the body and soul while you are eating chips and napping. I have mastered the 13 Tai Chi sword stances. Do you wish for a demonstration? And then you may offer your guidance." She laughs a bit smugly. "Very well then." But she is thinking, if you wish to make a mockery of yourself, I shall not impede you. Do you truly believe you mastered any sword arts in such a brief time? Li Ping twirls the wooden stick in his hand and declares, "The most crucial element in Tai Chi is a tranquil spirit, eyes closed and posture erect." He then executes the first form, the dragonfly touching the water. Elizabeth watches, thinking, a surprising amount of force for a single movement. But he is the legendary hero, and I have dwelt with him for a year. I am accustomed to this. But this is so placid, I would say it poses no threat at all. From where will the destructive power manifest? Li Ping proceeds, shifting to the second form, the swallow capturing insects. Then, the third form, the dust floating on the wind. In the heavens, a cyclone begins to swirl into existence. Elizabeth is stunned. Wait, is the power shifting? Li Ping does not halt. It is time for me to alter my stance. He tosses the branch into the air. Fourth movement, sudden storm. Elizabeth begins to gather her own power, wondering, how did he reach this state so swiftly? I must surpass him. She draws her blade, her horns emerging as she becomes even more radiant, saying, not bad. Allow me to guide you somewhat. Li Ping continues. Fifth movement, the azure dragon emerging from water. A dragon literally bursts forth from the water. Elizabeth activates the demonic sword of annihilation, conjuring a dragon and sending it to clash with his. The dragons collide, and Elizabeth's is obliterated in the sky. All that is left is a serene azure. Elizabeth, seething with fury, mutters, damn it, this defies all logic. Why am I so much weaker than you? Li Ping continues, when you are tranquil, your mind is without want. When you are still, you are at peace. Every action must be calm, regardless of the circumstances that arise. Only then can one grasp the true nature of Tai Chi. He gently touches the water on the ground, invoking the eighth movement, the moon on the water. It is exactly that, a moon reflected in the water, a very literal name. Thank you. Everything begins to detonate, and Elizabeth roars, Li Ping, you deceitful little. You are feigning weakness, just to spring this upon me once more. But fine, if this is about swordsmanship, I will not be defeated by you. The moon continues to expand, and she proclaims that it is time to be serious. No more restraint. But as her feet leave the ground, she begins to levitate, realizing this bastard is trying to use gravity to defeat me. I will not allow it. She then sees that the entire world has shifted. She is now standing upon the moon he manifested. Li Ping, still with his eyes shut, continues as the Tai Chi sword forms progress. The mind becomes serene and boundless, and thus you begin to grasp the secrets of nature. Ninth movement, meteors striking the moon. A deluge of meteors descends, and Elizabeth thinks, damn it, each one of these is as potent as my destruction magic, and there are so many of them. As the meteors approach, she shifts into her demonification form, saying, it is my error for misjudging his swordsmanship. But then she cleaves the moon in half, and a meteor shower is about to impact. She roars. He is mistaken if he believes he is my superior, and begins to slice through all the meteors. She then charges towards Li Ping, who is still in his meditative state. She screams, my swordsmanship is the greatest in all of history, and unleashes a devastating slash directly at him, bisecting him as he dissipates. The entire moon is torn asunder. She suddenly feels a jolt of terror, thinking, wait, I was consumed by the desire to vanquish him. I didn't accidentally slay him, did I? However, a new Li Ping manifests in the heavens, calmly stating, in the great emptiness, be true and be tranquil. She looks up, bewildered, wondering what is happening. Li Ping continues, the state of the soul is boundless. This is the incarnation of Tai Chi as a part of creation. And do you recall that the prior chapter closed with our warrior, Li Ping, clashing against the demon queen? He was serene, stating that in the vastness of the cosmos, it is essential to be without deceit. And she gazed upwards, asking what that was. But Li Ping just said that the soul must be tranquil and remain one with all of nature. With that, he used the 10th movement of embracing the moon and remade everything that she had annihilated. Elizabeth grew even more incensed for having worried for his life, even for a fleeting second. However, she resolved she would use this chance to end him for good. And with that, she projected an aura to the heavens, unleashing all her latent magical power. She faced Li Ping and declared she could do anything he could do. However, serenely, he just cast the moon skyward and warned that in the final form, a stance is achieved without the use of any sword. Activating the 11th movement, the awakening of the sword, 3 copies of him materialized. Elizabeth laughed, saying she would humor this clone technique, and began conjuring a myriad of extremely dangerous things to this plane. However, Li Ping continued his trance, stating that all phenomena merge into one. But Elizabeth's copies told him to cease his retreat, and they all assaulted him in unison. Yet, she quickly perceived that none of the strikes seemed to connect. He was standing there, atop a yin-yang, and Elizabeth became absolutely furious, realizing he was untouchable in that state. Li Ping only said that when you meditate, your mind will naturally expand. But she said that just because the assault did not reach him does not mean she was without options. And with that, she sent a colossal barrage of attacks in his direction, saying he would witness the most powerful strike ever, conceived by this demon queen. However, Li Ping invoked the 12th movement. 3 lives give birth to all. With that, the entire planet above him detonated. As the blade forged by Elizabeth drew near, she saw her entire assault disintegrate. Upon contact with the universe he had created, that had been the mightiest blow she had forged in her entire life. However, it was effortlessly reduced to nothing. The whole cosmos was reflected in a drop that fell on a leaf, where the two now stood for a brief moment. She touched the water, and that is when Elizabeth realized she was facing Li Ping. She said that all she had been practicing for all this time was insufficient. Our poet said that the mind journeys through eons until it returns to its origin, and it is there that it finds serenity. Elizabeth grew even more enraged that he was trying to lecture her. However, abruptly, she shifted and said it was fine. After witnessing the sheer scale of the universe, she truly felt at peace, perhaps abandoning her swordsman's path and embracing the instruments he wielded was the correct way. Suddenly, her hand seemed to strike a strange barrier, and Li Ping declared that the final movement was upon them. Elizabeth said that beyond time and existence, she also has a form that requires no sword. She knew she would have to shatter the laws of this world to slay him. She went for the final strike, saying that now this is his end, so nothing that came before matters. As soon as he dies, she will have no purpose to remain in this world. But in the end, it was she who vanquished him. However, Li Ping only uttered the final movement. He slowly lifted his hand, invoking the 13th movement, where one becomes all, and halted her assault before it reached him. With that, all she had sundered was undone, and Li Ping, with his eyes closed, pulled her near to him. She was face to face and demanded what he was attempting to do. Our hero just questioned what she believed herself to be, and in the next moment they were back inside the house. Our boy calmly called out her name. To she who had just ascended to a 7-star demon with that power. Li Ping asked if she thought he could manage it. She was bewildered, not understanding what he was referring to. He said he was obviously speaking of his swordsmanship, even though he had learned only rudimentary forms. She thought he was showing improvement. The poor girl was flustered and somewhat smitten. However, our hero genuinely wished to know if there was anything he could refine. She continued to just gaze at him without a word, and our boy began to feel self-conscious, wondering why she was staring at him so intensely. She realized she was a bit dazed and pulled away from his arm. Our boy stood there uncomfortably while she was like a statue beside him. He sensed the atmosphere had grown awkward and tried to break the silence. She then says that even with her senses sealed, she could perceive how much she guided him. So it is clear she is a grandmaster. However, while he is discussing various things, she is just lost to her usual delusions. She believes that Li Ping feigned a desire to learn the sword, just to assist her in evolving first. He expanded her consciousness and then forced her into a desperate plight. After pushing her to a threshold she never dreamed of, he returned her to the beginning, and then she ascended. She tells herself she was a fool when she truly believed she could ever best him someday. Clearly, he is not invested in fighting for amusement and does not wish to risk annihilating this entire world either. If that is so, there could be only one reason he continues to aid her. My goodness, even the author decided to censor this part. She is convinced that our boy's true goal is to create the strongest offspring in this world. Li Ping is trying to speak with her, but she cannot focus on anything. And now she thinks he's strengthening her, so she can bear his air. Suddenly, she snaps back to her senses and tells him to stop patronizing people like that. He is making that same oblivious, foolish face, wanting to know what she is talking about. That in every battle they had, he had intentionally feared doing her harm. In her mind, Li Ping always meant to instruct her with the slightest touch, lest she would completely shatter from it. She declares she must cast aside her pride. But she must say this. She then concedes that she will promise him, but he must first reveal something to her. Our hero is bewildered and asks what she requires. She wishes to speak the words, but she cannot find the necessary resolve. Then an abrupt thud lands right beside them. Confused, he whirls around to see what it is. Naturally, it is the small dog carrying the utterly savage Chissy. Li Ping goes to him and asks Wan Kai what this is. He is utterly clueless because, yet again, the small dog has brought a wounded person, seeing her grievous injuries. He asked why Wan Kai had beaten her so severely. However, the dog strangely interprets this as some form of praise. At that moment, the poor creature senses a malevolent aura. Undoubtedly, it is Elizabeth, demanding to know why this foul mutt brought yet another person, and she asks if he has forgotten her promise from the last time. Meanwhile, the sword hurtled through the sky, and Alpha appears within a faraway, distant garden. He is utterly spent, having fled in terror for over 30 kilometers. The poor soul just regained himself, and this reality is far beyond his ability to process. The legendary hero has not only defied the prophecy, but is also in a forbidden relationship with the demon queen. Furthermore, every creation of that damned Li Ping is vastly superior to him. Within that home, he is nothing more than worthless scrap iron. So what is the point of his existence? Why is he only fit for chopping firewood? And what was the true purpose of his creator in this world? However, he is resolute to find the meaning of his own purpose, to reclaim his sense of self when suddenly someone cries for aid. He turns, startled, demanding to know who is there. It's the woman from the demon burial, battered upon the ground. Alpha instantly recognizes that she is a spiritual weapon. He nears her and asks what transpired and where her true vessel is. She claims it was shattered by a villain and pleads for assistance. Alpha is touched, seeing that not only is she magnificent, but she also has need of him. She rises, stating she cannot last much longer and must act with haste. Alpha asks what she would have him do, since it would be impossible to locate a new vessel so quickly. She states the best course would be to inhabit his body temporarily. Alpha consents, thinking that he indeed has enough power to support her for a time. And in that instant, the fiend believed her deception was a complete success. However, Alpha begins to laugh in her face, leaving her utterly bewildered. He then asks if she truly believes. He is ignorant of her scheme. In that moment, she thinks that despite her weakened state, she must overpower this arrogant weakling, feeling full of himself. He declares that it seems she knows he is the fabled sacred weapon that is known as Alpha. The boy is overwhelmed with emotion, just been forsaken, but has already found another who requires him. He then extends his hand and says that because it is her, he sees a path forward. If it were anyone else, he would have refused. The woman thinks she has truly found the greatest fool of all, but later, she can just replace him with a better host. She then begins to rise, and with all her seductive power, bids him to draw nearer. He approaches and asks what she wants, and here comes the delicate hand. She pulls him closer to her face, and instructs him to look deep into her eyes. He clearly lacks such courage and asks what the next phase is. She commands him to look straight into his very own eye, and with that, he awkwardly apologizes. He then states that whatever resentment he harbors, she will assist him in resolving it. And with that, a strange hypnosis begins to flow towards him. Alpha questions what his resentment truly is. Then, under the spell, he says that the issue is that he has been losing the purpose of his own existence. She replies that if that is so, he need only surrender his vessel, and she will handle any issues. With that, she leaps and begins to invade his very soul. Alpha begins to rise, cloaked in her aura and now under her command. He says that she will finally achieve the vengeance she desires. She just finds it peculiar that this body seems incredibly weak for one who proclaimed to be a sacred sword. But no matter, since the malice he harbored was indeed quite potent. Now, she must evade that canine and discover a way to finish off Elizabeth once and for all. The scene cuts to someone awakening and seeing Elizabeth. Of course, it is Chissy, who is now about to suffer under the queen's gaze. The moment she awakens, Elizabeth is already there, staring her down. Chissy demands who she is and why she has been rescued, but the queen simply states that she is not in a position to be asking any questions. She then leans over the bed and tells her to listen closely. She came to deliver a warning to the already terrified girl. She warns that she was the first to arrive in this place, and everything within this house belongs solely to her, including the man who resides here. Chissy is completely bewildered and just says she understands. Moreover, she cannot discern if she herself is weak, or if this person truly possesses such an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, someone opens the door. It is dear Li Ping, who has brought some soup. That is when he realizes that the girl is already awake and witnesses a scene that he clearly misconstrues. The poor man is utterly flustered, not knowing what is transpiring, and begins to shut the door without saying a word. A short while later, in the living room, Li Ping tells her to stay there until she recovers from her wounds. He then asks what occurred and how she came to be like this. She says she was pursuing a traitor from the Black Guild. For the moment, she feels the wisest choice is to conceal her identity. Li Ping is just wondering why. There is yet another incident involving the Black Guild. Elizabeth questions if she is certain, because this guild seems to have vanished as of late. Meanwhile, she thinks that if she sees that damned Amelia, she will beat her senseless, because these fiends were supposed to be gone. Chi-Chi then reveals her name, and states that the Black Guild is highly active at present. Li Ping introduces himself, and says that, as of late, he has been striving to become a hero, to vanquish the Black Guild as well. He introduces Elizabeth as Xiao Bai and says she is his housemate. The girl seems to misunderstand something entirely, but Elizabeth just wishes to know if she has anything more to add. Li Ping says that although Elizabeth appears angry, she assisted the girl with new clothes and even mended her injuries. Chi-Chi is astonished that apparently it was Elizabeth who used magic upon her, which is baffling because to heal such wounds, one would need to be stronger than the matriarch of the Elven clan. She quickly notes that Elizabeth has a pointed ear talking about the aura in this event. She is now certain that this woman is extraordinary. Li Ping says that magic is a very potent force, and he feels envious of his companion. With that, Chi-Chi notes that their home has many peculiar things, and asks if they have resided there for a very long time. Li Ping graciously says yes. But Elizabeth just wants to know why the girl is asking so many questions. To her, the pair have completely opposing auras, one exceedingly kind and one exceedingly evil. She has spoken with many powerful beings, but this is the very first time. She cannot gauge the strength of the two who stand before her. At that, Elizabeth says that if she has already recuperated, she can depart and stop defiling this house. Chi-Chi is confused by this talk of being unclean, but Li Ping tells her to be calm, as the girl has only just awoken. Annoyed, she turns her back, saying he can do as he pleases then. But Chi-Chi quickly rises and apologizes for imposing on them. She speaks of someone she must return to and complete her task. Otherwise, the entire continent will be left in great peril. She makes a hand sign, telling her blade to materialize. But nothing occurs, and the two just stare at her, looking baffled. Li Ping asks what is happening. She keeps trying, commanding her sword to appear, but suddenly her finger sparks, and she collapses backward. She finds it baffling and says she cannot recall even a single sword stance. Elizabeth says she lost her powers by creating impurities when she forced her body where it should not have gone. A perplexed Li Ping asks what this talk of impurities means, and Chi-Chi states that to vanquish the Black Guild, she forged a pact with the Sea of Darkness. Looking puzzled, once more, Li Ping has no clue what that is. And Elizabeth says it is merely a pile of trash, and that it has a small connection to them both. However, the girl admits that all of this truly is her own fault for failing to resist temptation. Li Ping says that if she does not object, she can remain there and learn swordsmanship alongside them both, who are also in training. But immediately, Elizabeth warns that she has not consented to instruct anyone else. Li Ping apologizes and says he believed Elizabeth was invested in destroying the Black Guild. Once again, Chi-Chi rises and says it is no matter. She will depart so as not to impose on them further, and thanks them once more for their rescue. Li Ping says she must be famished, and he prepared some instant noodles for her to eat. The dish sits there on the table, radiating an aura full of power. However, she simply thanks him for his generosity and says that regrettably, she must find her center before taking any action. And with that, she begins to walk toward the door. Li Ping, seeing her determination, tells her to be cautious, because many perils lie in wait. With that, Elizabeth purloins the noodles he prepared and says that the girl is indeed intelligent, to know that only she is worthy to eat this. However, Li Ping says the girl was harmed fighting the Black Guild, so why does she not wish to aid her? Elizabeth turns away and says she will not interfere, and he may do as he wishes. Outside, Chi-Chi sits upon the grass, reliving the battle. She remembers when the demon landed the final blow. All she could perceive was the attack hurtling toward her, and in the next second, she was lying broken upon the ground. At that moment, the woman vanished, It was then that the crystal on her pendant shattered, and a short while later, she saw Wankai manifest. She finally awakens, saying she recalls everything now. If not for that fateful jewel, she would have perished in that instant. It was foolish of her to have believed, even for a moment, that she was the most powerful person on this continent, considering she fell in a single blow. At that moment, Li Ping approaches and says that it seems she did not get very far. He says he understands her, because he once considered learning the way of the sword, but became more enamored with a simple life. However, as of late, he has resumed his training and sees that he is a fool, who has no power whatsoever to defeat the Black Guild. Chi-Chi recoils and says that he cannot comprehend, because what she learned was not simple swordsmanship. It was in truth demonic swordsmanship that she fortuitously discovered in some ancient ruins. Our hero says that she still possesses power within her and can change her path. He knows an old man who did the same and became far stronger. However, Chi-Chi is in despair and says that losing her sword skills is worse than losing her life. But our hero says that in the scale of the cosmos, everything is so trivial that she can always begin anew, and asks if she wants to try alongside him. Naturally, Elizabeth is eavesdropping on everything and wonders what this talk of trying together is. She already envisions Li Ping giving instruction to his new companion. Man, this situation escalated very quickly. And in that moment, Elizabeth vows she will not permit that to happen. Suddenly, he says he can hear Xiao Bai's voice, and in a flash, she teleports before the two of them, excited. Li Ping asks if she appeared to assist everyone. However, she just sticks her tongue out and says she does whatever she pleases, and it is none of his affair. With that, Elizabeth asks if he has forgotten that he cannot give anything to another without her leave first. He says he did not do that, but she states that he himself counts as something that cannot be given away. She then unfurls a spatial rift, casts it in Chi-Chi's direction, and tells her to come with her. With that, the two vanish before Li Ping, who thinks that in the end, Elizabeth has a harsh tongue, but a kind heart. The poor girl, when she begins to open her eyes, is in a great void. She was brought directly into the vastness of Elizabeth's own soul, and knows that this can only be achieved by one who has attained the Demon King's domain. Elizabeth then says she is there to aid her. Bewildered, Chi-Chi asks in what way, and the queen says that first she will need to be completely annihilated. She is horrified and sees something rushing toward her eye, her shell, that she barely manages to evade. Confused, she asks Elizabeth why she is trying to slay her, and questions why this woman, who wields the power of a demon king, rescued her in the first place. Elizabeth sends another barrage of attacks and tells her to remain still, saying she will suffer less in that case. Another assault comes, and Chi-Chi knows it will not be simple to evade. She begins to perform backflips to avoid everything, and soon seems to pinpoint where it is coming from. She spies Elizabeth from a distance, and says she is at the apex of the 5th star, so she will not accept death. So meekly, Elizabeth sends a volley of attacks, and says she has no time to converse with her. With that, Chi-Chi's arm is ensnared by Shadow. She is immobilized by all 4 of her limbs, while Chi-Chi screams, telling her to release her and demanding why she is doing this. Elizabeth only says that the girl's mind is truly disarrayed. Losing demonic swordsmanship and trying to wield such power only places her in danger. Chi-Chi continues to struggle, telling her to let go. But in that moment, a hand extends and begins its approach. The attack lands squarely upon her face, and she begins to convulse in agony, with a storm of pentagrams in her eye. There seems to be something alien in her belly fighting for her, and the hand Elizabeth found seems to find a parasitic worm that slowly begins to be extracted until the creature is ripped from within her. The girl is left utterly devastated, trying to recover, and Elizabeth inspects that thing and asks how it appeared within her plane. She demands to know its connection to the Black Guild. The creature only says that if not for her, everything would have proceeded as planned. But Elizabeth explodes, saying that is of no consequence. She watches Chi-Chi writhe, saying she will have sufficient power to win and defeat a demon king. It murmurs, saying that each time she displays weakness, they steal something from her, and that if its body were destroyed, it would simply use hers. Chi-Chi, possessed by something bizarre, says that Elizabeth is a shameless woman who broke her oath. However, she's there, not overly troubled, saying that it seems something has transpired. The scene shifts to 500 years prior in a volcanic pit. The Demon Queen, was at her training ground. She told herself that to vanquish that damned hero, she would need to become even mightier and reach the next domain. It was then that a voice said that if she wished to grow stronger, he could offer her his aid. Slowly, she opened her eyes and asked who he was, and more critically, how he had gained access to her training ground. The creature presented himself as Azathoth and claimed he was the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. She then asked how he could assist her in growing stronger. The creature replied that all she must do is consent, that he would inhabit her very body. The chaotic power he held would fuse with her, and thus, she would no longer need to fear the legendary hero. Elizabeth considered his proposition, and a pentagram began to manifest in her eyes. The creature said she was on the correct path and just needed to accept. However, abruptly, she seized him with her hand and declared that he was filth if he thought she truly feared the hero. But the creature simply retorted that she needn't fear or fret, that he would be unable to seize her body since she was so powerful. However, Elizabeth had already pierced his thoughts and knew that his scheme was to claim her body. When she was weakened by the hero, the creature said it was already too late. Now, she had made contact with the spiritual sea, and the pact had already been sealed. If she were to reject the union, things could worsen for her, but she just cast him aside and said, she had already absorbed chaotic power long ago. She meant the power he offered could only sway someone weak. With that, she hurled him aside into the lava. Back to the struggle with the possessed Chi-Chi, she launched an attack, telling Elizabeth to perish. But Elizabeth effortlessly summoned an impenetrable shield that nullified all the energy. The creature wondered how it could be so arduous to defeat that woman. However, Elizabeth simply retorted that the swordsmanship she was wielding was created by her, so it is natural she knows all of its flaws. Furthermore, the title of the mightiest swordsmanship no longer belongs to her. The monster could not comprehend, especially since he was already a 2-star demonic being, so this should not be occurring. Elizabeth just said he was like a frog inside a well, someone who believes they are powerful only because they are ignorant of the world's vastness. Suddenly, the creature placed its hands on the ground and tried to flee, telling her to wait for the moment. She might not be able to conquer this, but soon she would break the seal on her body. The creature tried to break free, saying that hand was in the way. The monster told her to surrender, because no sorcery would be able to shatter the pact she made. But abruptly, Elizabeth dropped Li Ping's instant noodles on the creature's head, saying she did not need to act, because she had these noodles crafted by him. The monster felt disgraced and demanded how she had the nerve to do that. They began to sense something was amiss with those noodles. They were invading its body's very cells and siphoning away all the chaotic power. And suddenly the creature began to writhe in pure agony. Slowly, the energy returned to Elizabeth's vessel, and she said that ultimately she had relied on him once more. It seemed that yet again his grand design had succeeded, and she could do nothing. Meanwhile, Li Ping was standing in the garden until a gateway appeared behind it. Our boy turned around and said, "That was quick," asking if they were all right. Elizabeth had put a rather suggestive outfit on and said everything was perfectly fine. Li Ping wanted to know why those women were behaving so strangely. Meanwhile, Alpha was soaring through the sky. The woman from before said she had finally pinpointed their location and was slowly closing in on their house. Once again, she sensed Wan Kai's presence. She immediately halted in the air, knowing it was that being. That was something she knew she had no hope of overcoming. So she instantly altered her strategy. However, the poor little dog had been punished by Elizabeth for bringing Chi-Chi, and he recalled the blow he received from her transformed state. That is why he had to remain on the ground to repair himself. The demonist could not fathom how this dog seemed to be everywhere, around this dwelling. She decided to try another approach from a new direction to avoid it. But once again, he was there as well. She dashed to find another path, and an hour later, she was making maneuvers all over, trying to understand how he was always where she was going. She was now positive that she had been found out, and this dog was merely toying with her. With that, she transformed into Alpha, and said that if she did not defeat this dog, she would not be able to see that person. She charged toward him, saying he could kill her, but he could not disgrace her in this way. Wan Kai began scanning her approach. She prepared a dark assault, saying she would finally end this. He identified Alpha as a master's artifact with a danger rank of D. He instantly engaged Whitelist Protocol, appeared behind her, and produced a stick, extending it with a welcome home banner. Obviously, she stopped, confused before the dog who asked how this was his home. But Wan Kai just gave a little paw and gestured to the house. With that, he approached the two, and now he was face to face with Li Ping's own home. The peculiar thing was that she stood there, surveying the area. She saw the house and the trees, and said that she had finally returned to the place she was born. Once, a very long time ago, Li Ping was forging a piece of metal. He shaped the wood, and that is how he brought the first axe to life. That was one of his marvelous creations, and also one of the first sentient weapons he managed to forge. And on that day, he gave it the name Dazhuang. Who had already deciphered this plot twist, the narrative gave multiple clues when it revealed in the early chapters that the axe vanished without a trace. And now we see that from the start, she had been chopping wood with him until one fateful, rainy day. Our boy was hurrying home and inadvertently forgot the axe. She felt utterly forsaken. She lay there on the ground while he rushed off to retrieve the clothes from the line. The poor thing fell, begging for him to come back. Tragically, he never did. More than 500 years passed with her upon the ground. Her consciousness began to degrade, and a deep resentment festered within that axe. A long time passed after that day until, by sheer chance, some apostles were conversing nearby. They gave a strange elixir to a man and said it was a new trial from the Black Guild. The axe's first master found it strange that he would grow stronger just by drinking that, but he was not afraid, so he drank it. Instantly, his body began to shake, and he felt something peculiar. The gear that formed on his chest seemed to drastically enhance his power. The Dazhuang axe was still forsaken on the ground, and its power began to be siphoned. They all sensed something odd and looked to the side. Suddenly, the apostles before him were annihilated, sweating profusely. He wanted to know how everyone had been slain so quickly. He approached the axe on the ground, which ordered him to kneel. He complied at once and asked who that was. That is when Dazhuang manifested and presented herself as the demonic burial. Back at the house, she was seething. She had been forsaken for over 500 years, so why was she feeling this nostalgia? That is when the door began to creak open. She was in utter shock when she saw him. It was Li Ping, who was heading out to chop some wood. But then he spotted Alpha and said that it seemed he had returned. Dazhuang thought he was addressing her, but Li Ping called out Alpha's name and said it was time for them to chop some wood. In that moment, she was enraged, thinking this so-called Alpha had seemingly usurped her position. Our hero grasped the sword sheath and told him to speak up. Since Alpha gave no reply, he said he would begin his work shortly. But Dazhuang was experiencing a very familiar feeling. He prepared to begin chopping the wood, but said he found it strange that today he felt nostalgic holding it. Dazhuang thought he was feigning ignorance of her identity. With that, Li Ping prepared and split the wood. Dazhuang felt something peculiar. Once again, he split another piece of wood. She began to comprehend that even after 500 years, this was the greatest sensation that ever existed. Li Ping asked why Alpha was making such strange sounds today, but he paid it no mind, as he felt they were a flawless pair. With that, many cuts were made, and a long time after, a great deal of wood had been gathered, with Li Ping saying it had been a long time since he felt this way. He was accustomed to chopping wood, but today brought back the times he spent with Dazhuang. Crying, she was moved to see that her master had never once forgotten her. All her resentment had been washed away, and now everything was finally resolved. Li Ping said that if that seal had not been broken and the entire world changed, he would have undoubtedly sought her out. It was a pity that this would be the final time. He would feel the sensation of chopping wood with her. Dazhuang knew that without her body forged of resentment, she no longer had the power to sustain herself. At least she had been fortunate enough to be forged by him, and hoped that the next axe would serve him just as well. Li Ping just said that later he would have to forge another axe, since Alpha would now need to start adventuring with him. He left it there and said he was going inside to cook. Now, poor Alpha was left standing there, but suddenly he transformed back. Clearly, she was still in control, saying that those damn fools had made their peace. How was she going to fit into this new dynamic in the house? Elizabeth asked Chissy what she knew of demonic swordsmanship. She recounted that it all began 100 years ago. At that time, the Black Guild was starting to grow in power and was seizing many people from across the continent. Everyone was more focused on survival than trying to fight them. However, when she earned the title of Sword Saint, she decided to go alone to gather intelligence on them. But that information was compromised, and she was ambushed by several apostles and cast into a chasm. That is when she plummeted into the Demon Queen's training grounds. That is when she perceived a peculiar sensation. In that place, She could sense the echoes of the demon queen's sword training. Even though it was faint, she began to absorb the residual power until nothing more remained. She evolved greatly in 3 months, but sadly, she was constrained by her own talent. But then she understood that there were beings far more powerful than she could ever become. In the midst of this despair, a voice asked if she wished to become stronger. Li Ping asked what she did, and she said she agreed to be able to defeat the Black Guild. It appears that Chi-Chi already knows that Li Ping is the hero, and is wondering if he believes it was wrong, that she accepted the Sea of Darkness. She then says that the creature could not fully harness all the power, and ended up granting her a tentacle weapon. Elizabeth just says that being had already been sealed by her, and that she made contact with, in truth, a fragment of its consciousness. And with that, Li Ping asks if the weapon she gained is like an octopus. Then he pauses to realize that he has never tasted that type of food in this world. Elizabeth immediately wants to know if it would be delectable. He says that in his own world, it was quite delicious, but he has no idea about the beasts in this place. Chi-Chi wants to know why. They were just discussing the end of the world, and now they're talking about eating octopus. But then he says, enough talk. It is time to eat. With that, he produces the pot, which radiates a golden power. Chi-Chi is instantly alarmed by the sheer amount of magical energy. You already know what is coming, because he made an infernal curry. Elizabeth is absolutely ecstatic, but you know what is about to happen. With her spoon, she takes a bite, proclaiming it is divine. It seems she has learned to master her reactions, merely noting a bit of spice. She immediately has to gulp down some juice, muttering how absurd it is. A 7-star demon can't handle this flavor. Li Ping asks if it's too potent, offering to slice some cryo onions. He balances the vegetable upon his hand, declaring it will be instant with one pass. It is completely atomized in a flash. Chi-Chi is left to wonder how he could possibly believe his own sword skills are poor, after he just accomplished that feat. And he adds the microscopic pieces to the pot as if they were dust. With that, he serves another bowl, saying it is now less intense. Elizabeth insists she enjoys spicy food, and tells him to cease humiliating her in such a way. Li Ping makes an offer, but Elizabeth is right there, stating she is going to murder someone. Apparently, I think Chi-Chi missed it, as she appeared a bit flustered, seemingly wanting to take his offer. As she reaches for the dish, Elizabeth calls out her name, and she warns that she must choose wisely, because she can only select one of 3 given options. Confused, they ask what she is talking about. Elizabeth then materializes 3 distinct items. She says Chi-Chi can choose between a bowl of curry, a swordsmanship tome, or one of Li Ping's kitchen blades. Bewildered, our hero finds this all very strange, and says he was not eager to part with his knife. Elizabeth tells him to be silent, because this is a test of character and he is a participant. Chi-Chi knows she is being judged. She believes the true answer must be concealed within their prior exchanges. She is certain the curry holds such immense power that she would ascend in an instant. However, seeing that even Queen Elizabeth could not fully endure it, she would likely be utterly annihilated. That knife makes any S-rank weapon seem like a child's toy. However, the hero himself was unwilling to relinquish, meaning she has no possibility of wielding it. Neither the curry nor the kitchen blade can be selected. All that is left for her is that swordsmanship tome, so she states that following Elizabeth's wisdom, she desires the manual. At that moment, the door is obliterated. The 3 of them turn, startled by the sudden intrusion, and our hero asks why Alpha is in such a state. He enters, brimming with malice, declaring he has come for revenge and to kill them all. Chi-Chi rises to her feet immediately, saying she is certain it's the demon burial. She stands, asking to borrow the knife to settle this matter. But the moment she touches it, she feels the power of a colossal titan. She attempts to master the energy, but it seems to hold a spirit of its own within her palm. She cannot even grasp it firmly, and all her power is siphoned away in a flash. The poor girl collapses, utterly drained, to the floor. The knife falls and rolls in Dazhuang's direction. She realizes her error in entering this domain, and the weapon slices cleanly through her. With that, Alpha himself is cloven in 2, and the blade alone returns to Li Ping's hand. Our boy sees the depleted girl and cries out for Chi-Chi, not to mention that Alpha is lying there, torn asunder. He shouts, asking how this all happened without him doing a thing. The scene cuts to a decimated battlefield. The 6th pillar of the demon guild lies upon the ground. The other, who resembles a machine, arrives to awaken him, shocking him to see if he revives. The poor soul, the bear, rises, electrified, and now resembles Volibear from League of Legends. He calls for the Golden Dragon King, saying he will continue the fight. But then a small heart appears, and he begins to salivate. The girl named Bader informs him that the conflict has already ended. Robot number 24 clarifies that the president was devoured. Everyone perished, and she has vanished. She says none of it matters, as the result was already determined. In the center of them all lies a golden dragonette, and the boss states he never foresaw Amelia having such an ability to preserve her life. However, he never truly meant to cause her harm. And with that, a tentacle snakes towards the egg. It begins to coil around it, absorbing it completely. A radiance begins to emanate from within the mirror. Even the old man supporting it begins to fade. He states that truly, the power of a king-level being is completely unlike the standard. If it had been just a fraction more, the master would have been reborn instantly. An insect with that grotesque face asks how the Black Guild fell into such a pathetic state. His connection with a certain Dable was severed, so he demands to know of the others. The man offers his apologies, stating that Dable sacrificed himself to defend the guild. It is that man from the previous gathering who asks if the old man has progressed in his research, since he appears to have grown younger. He just says that, in fact, he acquired the correct components and asks why he is there. Tagore simply says this body's identity has been compromised, so he will be forced to find a new one. The demonic pillars ask who that flying man is. The robot states that he is one of the beings who also commands the sea of black consciousness. Tagore says that the plan to seize the dwarf kingdom will have to be put on pause for the time being, and the boss atop the portal says that sadly, they lost numerous apostles some years ago. When the old man was conducting his experiments, he finally believed he found what he had always been searching for. When he pressed the button, Elizabeth began to be reformed. He was emotional, believing he had truly triumphed. And number 24 praised his work's success. But soon, she began to warp into a corrupted sludge. And with that, she simply dissolved. The old man was in despair, realizing it was not going to succeed. Once again, all this work had ended in failure. He had no clue why the body remained so volatile, and the years of ceaseless research were starting to take their toll on him. The time a mortal has on Earth is too brief, and he had to evolve before his life concluded, until something appeared and said that if he wished to become stronger, it could help. The old man asked who it was. The entity introduced itself as Azathoth from the Sea of Darkness, and said they should form an alliance. A rat that was close by began to mutate and go insane. In the same moment, it became a monstrous creature, and the old man knew that with his chaotic power, he would have enough energy to revive anything he wished. Azathoth said he had all the power the old man desired, but would require some vessels. That is when numerous creatures began to be born, and the gears became a part of the demonic faction. It did not take long before hundreds of thousands of creatures were being gestated. Azathoth asked the old man why he didn't accept the demonic power as well. The old man said he had no interest, since his sole ambition was to resurrect Elizabeth and not to become stronger. The creature said that was acceptable. It would take control of that place. For a time, he knew that damn Malfoy was extremely wary and that the plans would not work on him. That is when he gifted him the tentacles, which were another extension of his consciousness that would oversee that location. Malfoy said it was fine and would make him an apostle. As the hawk smiled, another part of his scheme began. Back to the present, Azathoth asks how long it will take to reform the sovereign's body he possessed. Malfoy says it will take a very long time, especially since this entire area is now in ruins. But Azathoth tells him to cease his lies, because he knows he can construct a demon king in mere minutes, and asks why he will not surrender that Elizabeth clone. But the old man says that if he speaks of that again, he will be executed on the spot. The subordinates immediately kneel, wondering if this is the true might of the president. Azathoth says he need not be so severe, and that he was merely jesting, while thinking that Malfoy is exceedingly dangerous, so he cannot disclose the information about Elizabeth's location. He then says he is departing and will return with new intelligence. The old man begins to caress the mirror, saying it will soon be complete. The master will return to him in an even more flawless form. And clearly, down below, there's a clone of Elizabeth fully prepared. The scene cuts to the city of the boss. It seems Elizabeth dispatched our hero there to explore as an adventurer. What he is wondering is, why the entire area appears to be in a state of reconstruction. Then he spots a colossal church and wonders how Annie is faring. He decides to rush over to knock on the orphanage's entrance. He knocks on the door, but it strangely swings open. Immediately, the pig is inside, and everyone is telling him to keep polishing. Li Ping instantly questions why this person is here. He kicks the door, telling them to cease their actions. The pig quakes and asks why he has returned. While Li Ping only wants to know Annie's location and what has befallen her, he simply rises, saying she is resting in the upper levels, and asks if Li Ping thinks he is merely playing around here. As always, our hero thinks he can do nothing without Elizabeth, and the pig cries for aid, saying he is completely exhausted. Then someone approaches, arranging her hair as she spent some time in the outside world. The years there passed much more swiftly. The pig calls for his big sister, and our boy is confused. He immediately rushes to her side, telling her not to worry and that she can now rest. He tells her to see the floor that he polished with great care. Annie thanks him, saying that as always, they are working diligently for the church, and the monks are truly all very focused. Li Ping then realizes he was summoned here to help clean. But then Annie asks what Li Ping is doing in this place. A while later, she is serving tea, and he says she has grown up quite a lot. She says it all transpired when she was able to reclaim her magical abilities. Li Ping awkwardly says he understands, and asks why all the beasts are now serving her. She says she is not exactly sure, but it seems some event occurred in the city last week. Li Ping immediately asks if it concerned the Black Guild, and she says yes. Some of the beasts in this place were mutating into monsters. Everyone began to flee, screaming that it was an apostle assault. That is when they came face to face with it and knew that they were about to die. The pig asked what was wrong with his brother and told him to calm down. Nearby, Tagore was observing the entire scene, saying that it is much easier for orcs to lose their minds than for humans. And elves, the sole issue is that they lose their reason. That is why they only serve as engines of destruction, and not as parasitic vessels. The pig orc was assaulted by his brother, and the blow struck and impacted everyone. Or rather, when he opened his eyes, he had been protected by a stuffed panda. The orc began screaming, losing his sanity even further. But Annie declared she would defend that place, and summoned her entire army of plush toys. With that, a war erupted in the middle of the city, and that is how everything was devastated. However, at least Annie managed to win the battle, and all the gears embedded in the beast were torn out. It collapsed to the ground and started to disintegrate, and the pig was left weeping. Seeing his brother, Annie apologized, saying that unfortunately, she could not purify the dark power in that monster. Tagore found it strange that someone so powerful was in this city. He decided that perhaps she would make a fine target for him to parasitize. But at that instant, she turned, and her gaze instantly detonated. The Azathoth creature, and she realized that something was observing her at that moment. Back in the conversation, Li Ping says that this confirms the Black Guild is involved. She says yes, and that the person who was watching her seems to have some link to her lost memories. Li Ping tells her not to despair, that all of this will return, and he is just here to ask if she has any psychological scars, and to see how she is doing. She says that since he helped her recuperate, she has remained stable, and just as Elizabeth said, she will use her own bloodline to contribute to this world's peace. Li Ping smiles, and says that indeed, the best choice was to entrust everything to her. He says it is a shame, but Elizabeth does not actually care that much about the peace of this land, and as someone who doesn't understand magic, he cannot help very much. Perhaps if the world truly required this so-called legendary hero, everything would descend into chaos. Annie starts trembling and asks what he means by that, because from her perspective, she believes that Li Ping is too mighty to use his full power, and that if he had to take action, the entire planet would be utterly obliterated, and he would have to rebuild the world from nothing. She thinks this is a warning that if they do not resolve this, everyone will perish. But Li Ping smiles and says that if Elizabeth approves of the girl, then she possesses great potential. Trembling, she says she understands and will do her very best, believing that he trusts her so much because that day he showed her a sliver of his might. The problem is that she is still far from being able to control. She apologizes, but Li Ping says it is all right. He pulls something from his back and tosses a sack on the table, a cluster of fruits that he says he promised on his last visit and has now brought for her. At that moment, Annie thinks that he always knew her limitations and brought magical fruits to help her attain what she requires. This means he has been watching over what she says, and ensuring she can wield the power he bestowed. With that, she thanks him, saying she will do her best to protect this city. He says that if that is the case, he trusts that nothing will befall this place, all because he must honor the agreement, that Elizabeth will be able to rule the world. She is baffled by this idea of Elizabeth ruling everything, but she says that apparently if the sacred hero is involved, it is a positive thing. Our boy tells her to stop dwelling on these things, because it is not quite like that. He just wants to dominate the world alongside her, because she claims that is the simplest way to guarantee everyone's peace. But unlike her, he wishes to do it in a different way. Hesitantly, Annie asks what method that is. He says he will tell her more at a later time. He is here today to ask for her counsel. He knows she has read a great many books, so he wanted to ask about the continents and the major powers within each of them. Annie replies that he can rely on her. She does not know much about the Black Guild and the Demon Kingdom, only that they possess some principal forces. The Dwarf Kingdom is more a secondary power, but has a direct allegiance to the Sword Saint. The Guild of Swords is the most critical of all, and anyone who wants to be recognized must earn their sanction. With that, she begins to outline the map of the world, and each person who holds dominion over these lands. There's a great deal of text to say that essentially the Sword Saint is the most powerful, in this city where there is cut off from all others. That is why no apostle was dispatched to assist her. Li Ping realizes that it is just as he thought, and each person is more concerned with their own domain. Annie then says she would like to know how he intends to bring peace to the continent. He says that true tranquility cannot be won just by destroying the Black Guild. They would require a grand alliance to stop any evil in this world. He believes he possesses no strength at all, so his scheme is to forge a unit that would eradicate the apostles. The current issue is that he does not know how he will persuade people, so he is emulating Elizabeth's method. Annie says she is starting to see perhaps this idea of a different path from the Demon Queens is because the entire world is just a wager between the two of them. They are betting to see who has the more efficient method. Elizabeth brought peace as swiftly as possible, but the moment she vanished, everything descended into turmoil. However, Li Ping wants to prove that unity and communal strength are the key to an enduring peace. He is planning to travel the entire continent to enlist people who align with his vision. And she, in the middle of all this, is merely a chess piece being used in their game. The most perilous part is that if she fails to show her power, she will likely be cast aside. However, she tells herself she cannot dwell on such thoughts, since it is for the greater good of the world. She must grow stronger with the angel he gave her and aid him as swiftly as possible. Li Ping says she seems deep in thought and asks her to explain what she's thinking. He wants to know about the kingdom of Aristotle, renowned for its technology and sorcery. She says she knows very little, but it seems they have some colossal metal constructs that can move mountains with minimal energy. He grows pensive and concludes that it will likely be his first destination. However, Annie warns that it is actually better for him to go to the Elven Kingdom, since Aristotle is currently sealed off. Moreover, it seems that a guild recently sanctioned by the Sword Saint entered the Elven domain and earned a great deal of renown. Who could these Elven folk be who gained such fame? Obviously, it is the father and daughter. The father warns that to enter the Elven domain, they will have to traverse the purgatory of plants. He asks if Yulai Fu is prepared, and she says, of course. With that, with a single flourish of the cards, all the flora is utterly annihilated. But he explains that the closer they draw, the more powerful the plants will become. And in the middle of them all, there seems to be one watching them both. Just as they are about to reach the largest tree of all, she says that the sword Saint has already alerted everyone to their coming. Perhaps this entire ordeal is an added trial designed for them. Suddenly, something begins to rise from the soil, and before them emerges a plant with 5 elements. The father warns her to be wary, because that one appears to be in its ultimate form. And with that, it starts flinging a hail of orbs in all directions. But he tells her not to fret, as 30 years prior, he already conquered this place. Passing through here once more, he uses a swipe of the card that effortlessly demolishes everything. They find themselves ensnared by the plant, and she tells them to use their dual technique. With that, they execute a synchronized slash that vaporizes the plant instantly. She says that as far as she is aware, that should have been the plant in its ultimate stage. But the father warns her not to be careless, or to misjudge that creature. At that moment, something starts to emerge from the part they severed. The plant's head reforms, but this time with 4 mouths. Furthermore, from each of the mouths, others emerge, and they all begin to fire, projectiles shooting in every direction. And Yulai Fu uses a card barrier to block them. The two must combine their efforts, or they will not survive. Some cards, however, begin to fall to the earth destroyed. Yulai Fu admits she truly underestimated the foe and was even wounded. But man, those cards are useful for everything. He tells her not to worry. With that, the deck passes around her arm, mending it. He says it is better for her to rest, but she insists she can still continue fighting. However, he tells her to be more cautious this time, because that thing seems more perilous than usual. Suddenly, something purple starts to emanate from the plant, and elemental fragments begin to appear from all sides of it, from shadow and ice to metal and flame. The father says that even someone exceptionally prepared would struggle to handle a creature like that. However, the last time they came, the Sword Saint ended it in an instant. But on the other hand, this one appears much mightier than the one he knew 30 years ago. The only way to defeat this will be by using the true deck. Yulai Fu asks if he has the nerve to wield the true card, but he says that the third card will be sufficient for now. Suddenly, an arrow nearly strikes them both. It embeds itself in the ground and seems to be a new plant that sprouts, and from it, a strange pollen begins to emanate. However, the 5-element plant appears to react to it. It begins to quake, and in a flash, it retreats back into the soil. The daughter says she is feeling a familiar aura, and he says it is because she is an elf. Suddenly, a spirit manifests before them both and extends its hand, telling them to enter. The arrow then dematerializes. The father says that it appears they have been recognized, but Yulai Fu wishes to ask a question. If her mother is within that tribe, why did she not come to retrieve them both? He tells her not to question her mother's love, but that the elven structure in this place is more intricate than she imagines. And the truth of it all, they are about to learn. With that, they walk peacefully through the woods until they reach the elven tribe. Everyone there is staring at them and murmuring that the girl is a half-human, half-elf hybrid. Women even say they can smell something foul coming from her. Yulai Fu asks her father why everyone seems so unfriendly. He says the people here have never departed from this place, so they do not know how to handle what is different. She then asks why there are elves in various guilds that are exceptionally powerful. The boss explains there are multiple tribes surrounding the entire tree, and each one possesses its own social structure. Moreover, the closer to the center, the more resources one receives. For instance, common folk in the heart are seen as nobility in other lands, while those from the outer rings who come to the center are seen as being from the periphery. He warns that there are some exceptions, and she asks what they are. However, before he is able to answer, a mist rushes past them. A girl appears on a steed, introducing herself as Blanchette, the general of the elven tribe. She says she will guide them to the sacred lands, and instructs the two to follow her. With that, before they can even reply, Yulai Fu says they do not seem very welcoming. However, the father tells her to grow accustomed to it. The deeper one ventures into the forest, the more prevalent this is. He climbs upon the cards and warns that her mother must be waiting in the sacred lands. With that, they pursue Blanchette through the woods, and Yulai Fu notes that it seems the path seals behind them. He explains that the elven forest is impossible to breach unless one is granted passage. After some time, they begin to near the great tree. She is awestruck, and the boss says that this is where it all began. Back when he was 19 years old and a member of the Holy Guild, someone was shouting that they could not control it, and for everyone to get out of the path. This person charged through, laying waste to the entire elven village. Clearly, the steed was completely untamed. However, someone mounted it, and, from behind, took her hand and told her to remain calm, that this was how it was done. The elf was embarrassed, but offered her thanks. And the man said not to worry. He would assist her. He drew near and said that if she wished to thank him, she would have to let him take a ride with her. With that, the two were there, enjoying the ride together. They ascended to the higher part of the kingdom, which was unusual for a human, but the boss was impressed. But the elf said it was better to return, as she was embarrassed. Confused, he asked why she was being so timid. She said it was not shyness. It was just that she was afraid, because she believed she would never learn to master that steed. The boss then points out and tells her to be careful, because her father is watching everything. She tells him to conceal himself, because if they learn that an outsider rode that steed, he'll be executed. The boss says he was lying and that her father is not there. The poor girl is bewildered, wanting to know why he is telling such foolish falsehoods. He tells her not to focus on the minor things and just admire how beautiful the view is. She is amazed, saying she had never risen so high in this region. He says that if that is the case, they should have a bit more enjoyment. And with that, they start to ascend to the top of the tree up there. He stands on the steed's back and invites the girl to do a Titanic. She gets all thrilled for a moment and then instantly flushes. Wow, that was a very fast romance. They even remained to watch the stars, with the steed there beside them. He told her not to worry, that the officials would be away from the city for another 3 to 5 days. She said that his aura felt so serene and peaceful that it made her desire to see the other side of this world too. The boss said that if that is the case, they could venture out together, as he knows of several places. She got excited, asking if she could truly accompany him. He said yes, but reminded her that as an elite elf, her life would be much better in this place. But she said that life there was no different from being in chains. It appears that some kind of election is approaching, and to secure the support of one of her uncles, her father is going to offer her hand to him. The boss said he understood, and indeed, losing one's freedom was the worst fate. He would obtain a teleportation scroll the next day, and they would both escape from this place. She said she lived a simple life, and that was truly all she desired. And with that, they shared a single kiss. Back to the present, where Blanchette is leading them to approach the tree. They need to go through a portal. However, from the distance, something continues to observe everything and sees them utilizing this passage. Inside, they see a vast green meadow with a tree in the center. Blanchette slowly goes to some people waiting for her. With that, she thanks the attendant and tells him to depart. She approaches the elders and says that her duty is complete. Yulai Fu asks the boss who those people are. He tells her to choose her words carefully because those are the elven elders. However, suddenly, she feels a peculiar sensation. Her body becomes queasy. In a moment, the elven elder named Verton tells Blanchette to stand aside. Another, named Elrin, also introduces himself, and a girl named Avery says, it's been a long while since she's seen a boss. Awkwardly, he seems impressed and says, it has truly been a long time. With that, Sinclair greets all the elders. Elrin remains stoic, and Avery says he's changed quite a bit, especially since he was once a young boy. But Verdun says she already knows why he is here, because he wants them to join the Holy Guild. He says that, in fact, they wish to create the Heroes Alliance, to pursue the Black Guild that is being formed, and he came specifically to ask the elders to join. Avery laughs, saying she knows well that the Holy Guild has weakened greatly, and Verton says, everyone knows the Sword Saint has been gone for 3 months. He says that is why he wished for the aid of the elves. To locate the saint is crucial to their plans, and all the elves who know her are well aware of her power. This Elrin has not spoken a single word thus far. Avery says that this would demand a great deal of magical energy. They want to know what they would gain in return. Merely focused on their own desires. But Verdun declares the elves only assist those deemed worthy. A golden plant suddenly erupts from the very earth. She proclaims that if they can overcome this trial, then they will negotiate this so-called partnership. The plant blooms, unleashing a brilliant golden light. Elif glances at her father, questioning its nature. He simply tells her not to be concerned. This is a foe he alone can face. The flora then fires a searing beam at the pair, so blindingly bright, the elves are unable to see. But the man had already summoned the guardian card, projecting a divine shield to protect his daughter. Her father concedes that they have surely lost a measure of the might they once held, but he hopes they can see his resolve, his unwavering determination to crush the Black Guild. With that declaration, the plant falls defeated. Avery chuckles, musing that the young warrior has truly grown in power. Verton notes the card's strange use of sacred arts. Elif argues the assault felt like a genuine killing blow, not some mere test of strength. She starts to say more, but her father motions for her to be silent. In that tense moment, Elrin finally speaks, remarking that 16 years have passed. Warily, her father can only nod in agreement. Elif questions his respectful tone toward these people, who have clearly intended to make their path harder. He then reveals a shocking truth. The elder is her grandfather. Verton then adds that Makita's child is now 16 years old. Elif stands bewildered, unaware she stood before her own kin. Suddenly, the old elf throws confetti, playing a trombone. A completely unexpected and bizarre reaction. The two of them are utterly baffled by this sudden shift. Avery sighs, warning it was best not to play games. But Verton declares that it was amusing. Confused, the warrior demands to know their true intent. Elrond grasps his hand and says not to fret. He can simply call him by his title of grandfather. The warrior, now feeling uncomfortable, questions this abrupt change and asks for Nakia's location. He says not to worry and to simply follow him. He gives Elif a strange, knowing nod. Confused, she asks if her father understands this bizarre turn. He confesses that he has absolutely no clue. Perhaps her mother managed to mend their broken family ties. However, Elrond does not look well in the slightest, and from the shadows, Blanche silently observes them all. The group convenes before the colossal divine tree. Elrond explains that the tree seen outside is a mere illusion. The one before them is its true sacred form. Its origin can be dated back some 5 centuries. The very first elder, Tavala, used her body as sustenance to give birth to it, with the immense power it once provided. The elves grew mighty and expanded their influence. The grave problem is that their influence began to fade as the sacred tree itself started to die. As a grim result, many elves started fleeing to join with the outsiders. This is why they forbid marriage between pure elves and humans, to prevent the holy power granted by the tree from vanishing. And that was why he fought against Makita's union with him. But now, he will show them the elves' true sanctuary, a place hidden even from the legendary sword saint. The man, perplexed, demands to know what he is talking about. Elrond raises his hand and dispels a powerful illusion. Elif is overcome with that same strange sickness, and the image of a healthy tree begins to shatter. The divine tree's horrific form, with countless elves fused to it, is revealed. Elif covers her mouth in disgust, unable to bear the grotesque sight. The warrior screams, asking why it looks like Nikita is inside. Elrond states she became sustenance to preserve the tribe, and right in the center, they see the shriveled, lifeless face of the man's beloved wife. The warrior lets out a desperate roar, screaming Nikita's name into the void. He seizes Elrond, demanding how he dared to take her back, only to turn her into a part of this living grave, calling him a selfish monster and demanding her return. Elrond remains completely stoic, covered in the man's spittle. He then tells Verton and Avery that the time is now. The two exchange a solemn glance and agree. With that, they approach the tree, placing their hand upon it. Instantly, they begin to be pulled into the bark, and in a horrifying instant, the two have vanished. A single, tiny green leaf sprouts from a dead branch, and their faces are now carved amongst the other souls. The leaf, unable to comprehend, asks why they would do such a thing. Elrond explains that they must know that this act was never selfish. For the elves, becoming one with this sacred tree and sacrificing their lives for the tribe is the greatest honor, and he is certain Nikita would have felt the same. But the warrior smashes his fist down, declaring this is monstrous. A leaf rushes to his side, asking if he is alright. Elrond explains that each new leaf that grows on the tree grants its life force another agonizing year. However, since the two of them are present, he has had a change of heart. He suggests that perhaps Nikita can finally be resurrected. Her father demands to know how that is possible. Elrond states it is quite achievable, as long as they are prepared to pay the price. And with those words, he points directly at a leaf. Her father tells him not to even consider it, and warns that things will escalate if he dares to persist. Elrond clarifies that what he truly desires are the cards she wears. It is undoubtedly the true deck gifted by Li Ping. The warrior wonders if he truly wants the hero's greatest treasure, and a leaf seems to be struck completely silent, unsure of how she should possibly respond. Elrond states that if those cards were fed to the tree, he believes it would be granted a full rebirth. This would mean if there is any energy remaining, it might just be enough to bring Nikita back. He swears that if this gambit succeeds, Nikita's resurrection will be the priority. This revelation leaves her father stunned, wondering if such a miracle could be real. However, Elif interjects that this sounds wrong, because a life that has been taken cannot return. Not to mention, the cards are destined to save the world. But a shadowed hand is turning the pages of a book and appears to be interfering with their fate. Suddenly, Elrond's head gives an unnatural jerk. He pivots to face them and admits he cannot truly guarantee this will work. But if it does succeed, the entire elven race will help them destroy the Black Guild. The warrior's eyes light up, stating their true purpose is, indeed, to annihilate the guild and save the continent. Elif tells him those cards are of critical importance, and if lost, the responsibility will fall squarely on them. However, at that very moment, the card begin to levitate from her very own belt. Her father takes them, claiming he will bear all responsibility. He gathers the deck and demands to know the next move. Elrond says to simply give the sacred artifacts to him, and after their immense power is fully absorbed, Nikita will be brought back to the living world. Elif continues to plead with her father, asking if he's certain. He surrenders the sacred deck, vowing that he would do anything to see her mother again. As soon as Elrond takes hold of the cards, he calls the warrior a truly magnificent brother-in-law. Suddenly, a thorny branch erupts from beneath them, and a torrent of vines ensnares the father and daughter. Elif is trapped, completely unable to move. They've been betrayed. Her father demands to know what this is. That wicked hand continues to weave a path through the book. Elrond begins to laugh maniacally, saying it was pitifully simple to fool the two of them. For a very long time now, the elven tribe has served the dreaded Black Guild. Seeing the sigil, the father and daughter are horrified. Elrond states that in truth, he has not been the real Elrond for quite some time. With that, a golden plant rises from the earth and slowly blooms. Inside, a figure drinks, and a maniacal clown appears. He reveals this entire tribe has been his puppets for ages. The false Elrond kneels, presenting the sacred deck to the jester. He muses that the elves have been so perfectly conditioned, he barely needs to pull their strings any longer. The warrior screams for relief, who simply replies, "It's all right." At that very moment, they both ignite a powerful aura in their hands, and Elif declares they will strike these fiends down. The cards begin to fly from the jester's hand. However, the puppet Elrond turns and casts a binding spell, engulfing the duo in a suffocating cage of flowers. Elif feels her magical essence being forcefully drained. Her father desperately tries to call out to her, but he too is on the very brink of unconsciousness. The clown congratulates and dismisses the false Elrond. With that, the jester says he will grant him eternal rest. The puppet's body seems to go completely limp, and the clown begins to draw upon the card's power, musing that he feels them summon powerful spirits. However, he quickly finds that it seems to drain life force, as he himself begins to fade from the effort. The warrior realizes the clown does not know the deck's true secret. Therefore, he will never be able to truly wield it. But the clown just begins to toy with him, saying that this appears to be easier than he imagined. All he must do is command others to offer their life force. A strange vortex begins to swirl above the forest canopy. Everyone wonders if this is some kind of an earthquake, but at the same time, they all feel that sickening nausea, and their very life essence begins to be ripped away. The soul of every tribe member is drawn toward the tree. Every last elf and animal. The warrior watches in horror. With the deck in the sky, the clown continues his dark ritual. The life force of the entire tribe is siphoned into the cards, and the jester grins, commanding them to drink it all. Witnessing this, the warrior knows with certainty that there's no hope. No one in the entire alliance could stand against this power. The clown then gathers the fully charged cards and smiles. He declares that he will unleash every single invocation. With that, each of the cards' abilities begins to manifest, including a torrent of power that tears a rift in the sky. And the same jester that Li Ping once summoned appears. At that moment, the warrior finally succumbs to darkness. Meanwhile, back at the workshop, Elizabeth insists that they must clean out that pot of old noodles as a purple slime is oozing out. The ooze splatters onto the floor. Li Ping says he needs to discuss something important, but the strange purple mass begins to creep toward him. It gets menacingly close, prepared to consume Li Ping, but is suddenly splattered by a small cleaning bot. Li Ping then sits and explains. He wants Elizabeth to join him on a trip to the Elven lands. She asks if his intent is to conquer the island. He says no, he simply wants to convince her people to join. Plus, he recalls Elizabeth mentioning she knows a high-ranking elf, so she could assist. Elizabeth muses that elves live 500 years, so this acquaintance is likely still alive. She accepts, but says he must prepare more of that special juice. Li Ping thanks her, saying that will be simple. She questions what he plans to do with the followers outside, and he casually says to let them play their games. With Ankai outside, the little familiar is resting, but everyone is gathered around him, preparing for a confrontation. Chi-Chi declares that no one else's help is required, as she has now officially joined the inner circle. Annie thinks it's amazing that he is here, but she is certain that Chi-Chi cannot possibly know the true scope of Li Ping's grand design. Alpha, on the other hand, proclaims that he is the most vital of them all. Chi-Chi argues that the sacred martial arts tome she was given proves that she is far more important to their master. Annie counters that she was also bestowed an incredible gift, one that she is still attempting to master. But Alpha lets out a condescending laugh, finding their claims ridiculous for these newcomers to believe they are closer to the hero than he is. He shares a bond with the hero that has spanned 500 years, and they are merely attempting to prove their worth. He quite literally exists only to serve the hero, so it would be wise for the two of them to depart. Annie retorts that if his claims are really true, then the two of them should have no reason to be here. But Chi-Chi fires back that a true weapon of the hero would not contain such jealousy. Besides, he bears no resemblance to Li Ping's other works. Like Ankai, Alpha claims that before he was flawed, but he was shattered and reforged by the master himself. Now, he is the one true sacred weapon. Alpha. Annie questions if that story is true. Ankai, looking somewhat hesitant, confirms, recalling when the sword was broken completely in two. Li Ping gathered the pieces of the blade and was completely devastated. He then grabbed a tool and wondered how he could possibly repair the sword. But the man had a bottle of superglue. With it, he fused the two halves, and it was made perfect. Ankai confirms that the master used a powerful artifact to resurrect Alpha, who now proudly displays the scar down his face's center. He declares that it is a mark of Li Ping's love for him. Chi-Chi states that mere words are meaningless. Only one may serve both Li Ping and the Demon Queen. She is certain that now, with her power advanced by them, she will be the one to emerge victorious. Annie agrees, though she may lack the raw power for it, but she knows she holds the might of Raphael to defeat Chi-Chi. Alpha becomes enraged, telling them both to cease their plot. However, they're already beginning to flare their auras. He tells them to halt. With that, Ankai presents a sign ordering them all to stand down. Alpha demands to know his orders, but Ankai says he isn't giving them any commands. Annie says that having so many people around could disrupt the master's peaceful existence. And Chi-Chi adds this is why only one of them can remain. Ankai explains their goal is not to disturb the master, but each must have their own unique purpose. For instance, he serves as the loyal companion who guard the home and never ventures beyond that. When the master is away, he commands all the creatures in the vicinity and ensures that no one is allowed to get close. But ever since that woman's arrival, he's been leaving so often he can't fulfill his duty. His grand design to care for the hero and get all the praise has been completely shattered. Confused, Chi-Chi asks what they are supposed to do now. Ankai states that, now that the master is venturing out into the world, he will face numerous threats that could ruin his tranquility. The three of them must become his cleaners, who guarantee that the master's life is always peaceful. Essentially, no matter the destination, they should eliminate all obstacles and ensure his journey is always smooth and without hardship. And it goes without saying, he doesn't even have to list the boons of serving the master. Additionally, they can only accept what the master provides, but they are forbidden from ever asking for gifts. And finally, only he is permitted to scavenge the trash. They all declare their complete understanding. He sees the door creak open and orders them to attention. Li Ping then asks what is going on. Everyone is there, smiling happily around Ankai, and asks if he is departing for the Elven lands. He says he must fetch some gear and will leave soon. He starts walking toward the back of the shop, and the imposing shadow of Elizabeth falls upon the three. She warns them that she is watching their every move. The eastern lands, ruled by Annie, and the southern lands, ruled by Chi-Chi, are now safely under the hero's protection. After securing the alliance of the Elven Kingdom, only the north will be left before he unites the entire land. From the moment he rescued that father and daughter, his master plan was set into motion, although he has concealed his true intentions well. Now, she finally understands he's been planning to rule this world. What she needs to know is if she is also a pawn in his game. Everyone is terrified, wondering why the Demon Queen is just standing there glaring, and wonder if Elizabeth has deemed them unworthy. They all look to Ankai for some kind of help. He approaches, declaring he will handle the situation. He begins to pull a mysterious object from behind him, claiming he knows how to deal with this fearsome woman. Everyone holds their breath, wondering if a legendary clash is about to unfold before them. But Ankai just pulls out a toy and starts shaking it. Attempting to act cute, he was about to say something about a good boy when a powerful force suddenly slammed into him. The poor familiar gets kicked and flattened against the wall. Elizabeth states that realizing all this already infuriates her, and that pathetic dog still dares to act foolish. Everyone quickly agrees that the familiar was clearly mistaken, and that they would never do something so foolish. Elizabeth warns that if they truly wish to follow them, they must understand that their very lives will be on the line, and they will not always be there to rescue them. Everyone vows they understand the Demon Queen's grave warning. Just then, Li Ping returns with a chainsaw, declaring he is ready. It is obviously another powerful spirit weapon, with a small spirit girl clinging to the hand. She asks if they are ready and what he has forged this time. He explains that since Alpha has returned to his sword form, he needed a new tool for chopping down trees. Not to mention that the pocket dimension magic she made for him is extremely useful. In reality, she has always possessed that latent power. It is just that now, with her power returned, she is able to synergize with the things he creates. Suddenly, Alpha is shocked and asks if it is truly her. He appears to be able to perceive the spirit on his leg. Annie can also perceive these spiritual beings and notes that this one looks far more powerful than Alpha. He says it's irrelevant because Li Ping can only perceive it. Therefore, that is his greatest advantage. Li Ping is excited to visit the Elven Kingdom and gather some new plants for his personal garden. He says it's finally time to depart, and Elizabeth asks which two followers he is taking along. He turns and says the goal of this journey is to persuade the elves. Chi-Chi declares she is the superior option, as she has been there many times and knows their leader. Annie, on the other hand, argues that the special eyes she has awakened will be far more useful. Alpha shoves them both aside and tells them to surrender, because there are only 2 available slots. As the hero's one and only weapon, he must accompany the boy on every single journey. But Li Ping tells him to wait just 1 second for a diplomatic mission. It is best not to bring a sword, as it may seem hostile. Annie is thrilled, and Chi-Chi knows her opportunity is gone. Elizabeth says to stop wasting time, as they must leave now. With that, they all begin to depart, and Li Ping tells Alpha to guard the workshop in his absence. But the poor sword wonders why he feels this painful emotion again. Once more, he has been left all alone, even after he was finally made whole. Suddenly, he gets a telepathic message asking Alpha to respond. He is bewildered, wondering who could possibly be calling him. It is the sly little familiar who wanted to be kicked on purpose, as always, because he enjoys the Queen's punishment. In an instant, Alpha decides to train with Ankai to become stronger than before. Annie declares it is time for them to begin their patrol. I had thought it was just Annie, but in reality, it is the 2 of them, plus him and the Queen. Li Ping seems drawn to the giant tree, but Elizabeth already senses that something is deeply wrong. She finds it unnatural that such a massive tree shows no life. Li Ping points, saying something of that size must be sacred. Elizabeth channels her power, stating they must change their attire. Chi-Chi is enveloped in a flash of light. Li Ping turns to check out her brand new outfit. Thankfully, she had already finished changing her clothes. Elizabeth states they can't wear gear created by Li Ping. Otherwise, this entire mission would be pointless. Our hero, bewildered, says all right and tells them all to proceed. They then venture deeper into the strange forest. But as always, they're being observed by the local flora. The clown already knows of the hero's imminent arrival. He has already captured the Alliance's main delegate, and now Chi-Chi has appeared on his doorstep. To him, if this is the case, it would seem the final war with the Black Guild is nigh. Furthermore, he must analyze the 3 people with the Saintess. He seems to notice something and wonders if there's a clue in the minds of the 2. The father and daughter are having their memories extracted. A plant is attached to them and begins to project everything that they have witnessed, the memories they shared with Li Ping and with Elizabeth. But then something startles him to his core. He sees that the woman is the real Elizabeth and is terrified. He wonders why she is here of all places. It has been 500 years. It's bizarre that she would return. What is even stranger is that she is not the same prideful woman that she was in the past. The clown orders to kill them all, but to leave that man alive. Blanchette hears this and vows that she will obey. Now, the heroes advance easily through the twisted forest, defeating every single creature in their path. Chi-Chi reaches the 5-element plant's territory and says, "It is odd that the creature has not shown itself." Annie is amazed that her friend is so knowledgeable and is inspired to assist the hero even more. Li Ping says, She seems so powerful. She should be in the Holy Guild. At that moment, she's about to admit that she is the saint. But before she is able to finish, something quickly flies toward them. They were about to be struck down by an arrow, but Chi-Chi sliced it cleanly out of the air. Someone is observing a figure flying high above. It is Annie, with her special eye, who says foes are hiding, but that there is no need to be concerned. However, Chi-Chi unleashes the first technique from Li Ping's tome. The powerful aura she releases makes contact with Blanchette, who is shocked the girl shattered her stealth so effortlessly. But she unleashes a volley of seeds, claiming it is futile. Annie summons her guardian bear to shield the party, but the seeds that impact the earth erupt into massive vines. Chi-Chi states this is to be expected, but the sheer scale is far greater than it should be. Suddenly, Li Ping asks if she recalls the dungeon they explored months ago. She says yes, and asks why he is mentioning it now. All around him is a whirlwind of destruction with debris and energy slashes. He says that in the past, he would have been terrified, but now he no longer needs to pretend to be brave. That is because in truth, he has Elizabeth at his side and knows she will protect him, especially now that he has brought Annie and Chi-Chi. He truly has no reason to ever fear danger. Elizabeth asks if he is attempting to show off, thinking that now that he has decided to rule the world, he no longer must pretend to be a simple man, and that is why he is acting so self-assured. The girls are effortlessly destroying the monster plants. He says he is not boasting. He is just truly happy to have her with him. What he truly hopes is that they can all be friends forever. At that moment, the poor guy is devoured by a giant plant. He starts to be digested and cries out for help, but the plant just continues to swallow him completely whole. Chi-Chi turns around, her face pale with shock, and Annie screams, asking how this could have happened, while Elizabeth wonders if he was confessing his feelings. Suddenly, every single plant begins to be obliterated, and a plume of smoke starts to rise from the ground. Annie notes that Li Ping has completely vanished, and Chi-Chi says they should just capture and interrogate that woman. But in that moment, Blanchette declares her mission to capture him is a success. So now, it is time for her to self-destruct. With that, all the plants begin to glow and the forest explodes. Slowly, a figure descends through the smoke. It is Blanchette, who says sacrificing her plants is better than facing the Saintess. However, Annie had managed to shield the two of them. She says that now, things are going to get harder, since the two most powerful fighters are now injured. Blanchette thinks that the other one's presence has vanished. So now, only humanity's most powerful swordsman is left. She plants even more seeds into the scarred earth, saying she must end this battle immediately. Behind the other creatures, a new plant begins to sprout with unnatural speed, and 6 more appear in a circle around them, once more beginning their destructive sequence. The forest is obliterated for a second time, and this time, Chi-Chi summons her sacred sword's barrier. But something else has caught her attention. A colossal plant was taking aim directly at them, and from afar, the massive explosion can be seen. Blanchette says it wasn't quite as easy as she had hoped, but now, the situation is resolved. Then she freezes. Elizabeth was standing right behind her, and says that she will now begin her explanation. Blanchette attempts to turn around, demanding to know how the woman survived the blast. But Elizabeth says she has no need for words, since she lived only for her master. Blanchette knew that being caught by that hand was worse than death, and she quickly triggers something on her wrist, unleashing a self-destruct sequence of arrows from inside her. Her body falls, and Elizabeth notes that was her best option, but she already knows there might be some connection to the Black Guild in this place. She continues on, but it appears she is being observed. She scoffs. It's pathetic that no one respects her after only 500 years. On the ground, in a different location, a tiny plant is beginning to sprout. It grows in the forest and spits out Li Ping, who is covered in a thick layer of slime. The poor hero is confused until he finally looks up. The little plant is blushing and has a strange beard. Our hero tells this odd creature to stay away from him, but the monster approaches while he cries for Elizabeth's aid. Bizarrely, the monster suddenly collapses to the ground. He's confused and slowly lowers his arms to investigate. The plant seems to be eating something that fell to the dirt. That is when he sees that the object he brought with him is falling out of his magical pocket. He pulls out the object to inspect it, and sees it as some organic fertilizer he made. The problem is, this was the gift for the elven tribe, but the small plant is desperate for more, asking for more. Our hero asks if it enjoys it, and he states that if that is the case, He will give it all if it promises not to eat him. It immediately blushes and devours the entire bag. It starts to consume it all and seems to shrink. A moment later, it collapses completely exhausted. Our hero thinks that fertilizer is potent, but consuming too much can harm the plant. He thinks that he is finally safe. But now he doesn't know how he can win over the elves. Now he decides to wander through the deep forest, since Elizabeth should be able to locate him soon. Meanwhile, the clown says he lost his control of the plant. The clown says they need detection magic to locate the boy. He says that strangely, the boy appears to have magic that conceals his true power. The clown says that now, after seeing all the information, his true identity has finally been uncovered. He saw everything in the minds of the two captives. He saw the vision of the game that they played. And he now knows that this is the legendary hero. An explosion rocks the now desolate forest. Annie's guardian bear is more damaged than ever. But once again, the two have managed to survive. The problem is that Chi-Chi is now bleeding heavily and has exhausted most of her magic. Annie asks if she's alright, and Chi-Chi says she needs rest. Suddenly, Annie senses a new power approach, a power far greater than anything she has ever known.